Hi everyone, welcome to part 2 of the Tickers Casual Hangout. I'm taking over from John on the Tea and Tickers channel. He's just finished his live stream, so people will start trickling in. But I just wanted to dive in, say hello to everyone. Let us know in the comments how everyone is getting on. We should be joined by some of John's Tickers crew and then some of the Casual Watch Talk Tickers crew as well. So it'll be a revolving cast. I think we're going to go for about 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. We'll see if there's somebody else to take over, and then depending on whether you guys are enjoying the content or not, we can go for as long as you like. I've got half a day holiday from my work, so hey, Mark, welcome. Actually, Mark, if you want, I actually completely forgot to send you the link. I'll send you the link in on Instagrams, and then you can, if you want to pop on, you can pop on. So we've got a couple of things that we're going to talk about. John already did Watch of the Year, but I definitely think we should talk about like Watch of the Year as well. Let me just send the link for Mark. Where are we? There we go. Oh, lost it. Yeah, season's greeting, Canadian Watch Monkey. Thanks for your support in the comments this year. I definitely also want to talk about my most recent state of the watch collection. But hey, Sam, how are you? Sam, let me know in the comments if you want to pop on as well, mate. Let me know. Happy to have you. Yeah, I definitely want to talk about my state of the watch collection. I did a state of the watch collection, and I think I've got like 3 watches that I mainly wear. But I thought I got a quite a weird response. I upset a few people with my lack of watch collection. So I've got some watches here. If we want to talk about watches, we could talk about watches. Absolutely. So just seeing everyone's filtering in now. Excellent. Oh, hello from Melbourne. Thanks for it's early. Thank you for joining us. It's probably early there. Usually Pete joins us, and he's already said it was a bit too early for him. So welcome, Sam. Hey.
Oh, hello. First, how's it going?
I just added you straight to the stream, and then we've got John filming in, Andy.
Hello.
Hey. We've got Pocket, who it shouldn't be allowed in because he unboxed on John's channel. He couldn't be. Yeah. So let me just turn everyone up. Let us know if the volume's okay, everyone. I think I'm okay.
I think so. Yeah, looking good.
So yeah, Patrick, you got a new watch for Christmas. I also got a gift, and I got it from my boss for my year's worth of very hard work on the. I work on a solution engineering team, so this is what he got me. The first time I've ever got socks. I'm going to wear these to every meeting now, and you can't tell me not to because they were a gift from him. So yeah, big thanks to Andy, my boss, for the Union Jack socks. Very appreciative.
Now, what is Union Jack for us non-knowers?
Okay, so the Union Jack is actually it's the UK flag. So the centre bit, the cross, is England. The blue bit is actually Scotland, and then the cross bit is Wales. Even though the Welsh flag is the cross that way is the Wales. Even though Wales flag is actually a Welsh dragon.
Okay.
There you go. A little lesson there. Any other Brits want to correct me on that? It sounded convincing. I'm going with that.
I go with that. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. By the way, anybody who's saying that perhaps because Sam is on the show, he'll let the idiots on. Sam won't let the idiots on. Trust me, they're not happening. So save your breath. Next.
There we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what should we? John, you just did Watch of the Year, didn't you? Was that in response to Hodinkin naming the Moonswatch as like Watch of the Year?
Yeah. It's just amazing. I still haven't got one. I still want one. I was 2 in the crowd for getting one a few weeks ago, and everyone is still talking about it. Absolutely now, it's just like ridiculous.
Okay,
you know. Yeah, Sam went in and flashed her eyelids, and she got one, and you know,
No.
she likes to get one.
No, but, yeah, back of the queue. Yeah, there's only 2 left. I don't remember which one I've got now.
Which one did you get, Sam? Was it one that you wanted, or?
It wasn't for me, so I just kind of picked up one that was available. I think it was the Saturn. The
Oh, yeah, I
sandy
like
coloured
that
one.
That's cool.
Yeah. So it was nice. So, yeah, no, it didn't stick around for long, unfortunately. I'm not like, I don't like the idea of flipping. I don't like the idea of, pushing to the front of the queue and selling it for loads more money. But there were some leftovers there, and I thought I'd take the opportunity because I knew a few people that wanted one. So that's my story there. Yeah.
Awesome.
Don't know if I'd keep one for myself.
Yeah, I mean, we could spend like the next 2 hours just talking about the moon swatch, but I'm like totally over it now. I was like kind of wanted one at the start. I was like into the hype, and then where I think Adrian at Bark and Jack, when his chronograph pusher popped off.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you guys did a wristwatch check already, but I haven't done one on my channel. So should we do a quick wristwatch check?
Oh yeah, I've done a change actually. I've changed my watch, so.
Go on, Andy. What's yours?
Oh, I've got the Rolex King Midas on. There we go.
Yes, I saw that on your Instagram. So cool.
Yeah, why do they call it? I've heard you say that name, but why do they call it that?
Oh, good question. I don't know. It's just what it was called. I know it's based from. Is it something in Greece, right? In Athens, what do you call it? I'm going to mess up the name now with my northern English, but the Acropolis, is it in Athens, which the base of the watch shape off. So if I put the watch this way, you can kind of see it's got that shape. Mm-hmm. So that was the inspiration, and maybe that has some link to King Midas. I'm not too sure. That's that, I guess. Yeah,
because that's the famous. Is it a Greek? A Greek story that Midas touch everything turns to gold.
Yeah. So maybe it's a link. Yeah, maybe that's the link. I'll go with that just to look like I know what I'm talking about.
No worries.
Hey, it sounds good.
Yeah. There we go.
Go, Patrick. What are you wearing?
I am wearing a very new to me Gerard Perregaux white ceramic Bamford edition.
Oh yeah, we saw that the other day. Nice one.
Very cool.
And then, John, what you were? Oh, John, you're on mute if you're talking.
Uh-oh.
I can do an overdub if you like. I'm wearing the FXD.
Wait, now it's weird. Now Sam is muted.
I'm muted.
Oh, there you're back. But
no, you're back.
Hello.
For a minute there.
Right, okay. Before talking about me watch, just basically, if anyone wants to come on the stream, generally, you need to have your camera on, and we need to know who you are. I can't see the back room. If anybody asking for the link, Sam's not going to pin the link because the idiots are just going to try and get on. It ain't happening. You want to come on, message us. If you've got your camera on, we might just let you on. That's just sort of let you know. There you go. We're not having this. We're not ruining anyone's stream for Christmas. Right. Yes, I've got the FXD on. That's right.
You did the switcheroo.
It's just
classic.
It'll stay with me forever. That should be. You ought to pay me some money the amount of time I've flashed this around, and I'm sure at least one person's probably bought one because I've been showing it off.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, my Tudor AD friend says that they can't keep those in the Pelagos 39 in stock.
Really?
Sam, what are you wearing?
I've got my Oris Aquis date with a mint green grey dial, and my Oris bear jumper as well.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, the Airstream's been doing its tour around the US, and have you been inside it? It's quite close quarters in there, especially in the sun. It's like an oven inside it, but it's cool.
No. Have you met VJ?
No, I don't think so. No,
I think he looks Or in the US. Really cool guy. Really, really nice.
Oh, maybe it was him that showed us round. Yeah, because they put the bear outside, and it's like it's the Airstream caravan. So it looks pretty cool. It's set up a little bit like a showroom inside, like the glass cases and stuff. But because it's the Airstream, we could only fit 2 or 3 people in there at once. But anyway, and we didn't coordinate this, but I'm wearing a green grey dial Rolex. So yeah, that's my my big watch for the year. I was joking before everyone started that I did a state of the watch collection, and I've managed to get my sort of main watch collection down, the ones that I wear, down to like 3. And a lot of people, somebody called me a fraud for being a watch reviewer and only having a collection of. I've got other watches. I've got 3 that I inherited and 1 that a Swatch watch that I just keep. I just keep in its box. But yeah, I got accused of being a fraud for being a watch reviewer and not having a massive watch collection. So I'm happy with that. But it's like a movie. I don't, if you review movies, I don't have to watch the same movie every day.
Yeah. I don't have a big collection, and I always say I'm an enthusiast, not a collector, because I've just got the ones that I like. Yeah.
No worries. John, we've got. Do you know there's somebody called Mark in the back room? I don't recognise him. Do you want me to add him in?
Does he has he got his camera on?
Yeah.
Is it Mark Bowman? Mark Bowman?
No, it's not Mark Bowman.
No.
Bring him. He's got a camera on. Bring him in. I'm sure.
Okay.
Seriously,
Okay.
just bring him in. We'll see.
Hi, Mark. Oh, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
No. Hey, Mark.
And happy Christmas all.
Oh, it's Mark.
Hello.
Happy
Sorry,
Christmas.
Mark. I know exactly who you are. I apologise. I've never seen you in person before. Welcome back. Usually very active in the comments. Thank you. Now you get to speak to us live. I really appreciate it. Sorry about that, Mark. I wasn't. I didn't put 2 people together there. My apologies. How have you been, Mark? What are you wearing? What's on your wrist?
Seamaster Titanium Tantalum.
Ooh, the tantalum. I love it.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Thank you. Yep, just for a couple of days.
Oh, awesome. I didn't know they did a tantalum one.
It's very limited tantalum. So it's got a tantalum bezel and it's got a rose gold and tantalum inserts in the titanium bracelet.
Yeah, it's a very nice one. But I think Sam wants to see this.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's the one I got to review.
Brilliant.
Yeah, very nice. John, did you get to review one? You got to see one in person, didn't you, at the launch?
I don't want to see in person on the launch night. Me and Palm went on the launch night, but we're still struggling to get hold of a review watch for me because there's so many people before me who asked for one. So I'm hopefully get one in the new year. They keep saying they're going to get me one.
Yeah, the demand's
I do
high,
like
right?
it.
Well,
Yeah,
the green ones should be coming out soon.
Did they sell out? Were they sorry? Were they released and then I didn't follow it? Are they sold out?
Yeah.
now?
The green
Yeah,
ones
they released-
sold
they
out
sold
in
out
about
within
2.5 hours.
Yeah, 2.5 hours they sold out. So then they brought out another colour, and that sold in about 2.5 hours as well.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
now
they released the day they released it. So Mike had some at the Wind Up Watch Fair, but he was only showing a select number of people who he knew, and then they let John and I know maybe I think it was we had a good week knowing about it first, and then Mike came on the channel. We did an interview, and then I managed to drop it the day that the bel canto, but it sold out, and then the green one just sold out in, like as Mark said, 2.5 hours, because they released the blue one, and then I think they were even surprised at how well it did, and then they released the green one, and they've just released. Did you get the email, Mark? Was it purple?
Yeah, there are 4 more colours. There's a salmon, a black, a very vivid purple, and a light blue.
Mm-hmm.
And those are going to be regular series watches at the end of next year.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That's
wow.
good to know.
Okay.
Yeah. They'll do well.
Awesome.
And
Sorry, I'm just just saying hi to Terry. Terry, if you've still got admin rights on this, feel free to, if you want to help out with the comments, just make sure we don't miss any. Yeah, and I think it was. I know I had it for at least a week before I did the review, and I managed to wear it. I actually went on a cruise, and I was going to take it on the cruise, and my wife was like, "No, you're definitely not taking that with you, in case I lost it or something." It would have been fine, but I could. She knows that sometimes I'm a bit clumsy, so she didn't want me to scratch up because I think there was only what was there, John? Three. There was only 3 review ones, wasn't there?
Yes, that's right. There was only 3 review ones. Yes. That's right,
and that was for the entire world. That was it for all the watch reviewers across the world, and I think they were all the serial numbers were all 00. So I think they had 3 that were 000s. So I think they were the early production ones. So, okay, well let's do. Well, should we do? I know, John, you did Watch of the Year, but I didn't get to do input. Should we do it? Do you want to do a bit of Watch of the Year on this channel as well?
Yeah, Kushka, whatever. You're on the show, mate. Do whatever you want. Seriously, absolutely. By the way, the Tim Wright that was in the chat, by the way, is a fake Tim Wright. So we've just booted him off. It's not the proper one. Just thought I'd let you know.
Oh, is it not?
No, I just checked it. No.
He's got his little YouTube symbol next to him.
It's got the same symbol on, but you get what you can do. You can go in, you can click on the channel, and you go on it. The channel's empty, so it's not actually his.
It's a fake account.
A fake account with his picture on, so he's got.
No worries.
Okay.
Or everyone complains.
So we got a super chat. Thank you very much. But it says link for coffee and Snickers. So I appreciate the money, but I'm on strict instructions from John, and I agree with him. So okay, Andy, did you? I forgot what your Watch of the Year was. What did you?
Oh gosh, so mine was a bit more controversial. So I was supporting the 60th anniversary Bond, but the crazy one, which with the sapphires, which are grown and they're not even real gems. Yeah.
Well, I think they're lab made. They're real stones, but they made them in a lab. And then I think the thing that I was a little bit annoyed by was obviously Rolex and Patek, when they inset the gems, they have a gemologist that gets all the different variations of stones, whereas Omega they painted them or dyed them that color. They didn't. So the actual ring around the outside, they didn't. There wasn't a gemologist going through 100 gems and pick it like the rainbow Rolex that's taken a real craftsperson to pick them out. But because it was supposed to be sort of Jamaican inspired, wasn't it? Because of the first or Bahamas.
Yeah, and to be honest, the reason I choose that is not due to any of the quality of the piece. It's just the fact that it represents Amiga taking risks, and I like that. For any brand to just step out of their comfort zone and try do something unique in a world of what's quite sterile a lot of the time in a watch world and safe, I like it a bit of risk. So for that, I take my hat off to them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're not adverse to a little bit of risk, are they? I mean they went big this year, didn't they? With the Ultra, is it the Ultra Deep, and then the of course the chiming watch as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're going with the gem set Omega.
Yeah. To upset people. Yeah.
Well, Dave at Scottish Watches, he got to go to the launch event, didn't he? And he got to meet Brosnan, and he got to meet Daniel Craig there as well. It's awesome. And he got to see some of the watches from the film as well. Some of the prop watches. Okay, go on, Patrick. What was your Watch of the Year, putting you on the spot?
I mean, I kind of have to pick 2, and mostly I have to pick 2 just because they're in completely different wheelhouses. And I agree completely with Batch that I think Omega gets a major, credit and prop. Maybe not for the one he chose, but I'm going for their chiming watch. I just think finally one of sort of the mid-tier super brands did something completely not boring. I mean, I love, it's a word I say all the time when it comes to everybody's favorite watches. I mean, Omega usually just makes watches, and Rolex makes watches, and they look like everybody else's watches with a different brand on the top, but for some odd reason we all love them. Finally, there's an Omega that I can look at and go like, damn, that's impressive, because it's got a minute repeater or a chime, or it's got something that makes it unique. And so I definitely have to put that on the scale of just, thankfully, a real common, normal, middle range brand did something. And so, they're on my list. And then I just have to go the Bel Canto for the exact same reason of now a low boy did the exact same thing. And I don't mean that to insult Christopher Ward calling them a low boy, but the idea is, they're an entry level luxury brand. They made a watch that is completely not entry level, and that's amazing. And I got to do a fight with somebody in my comments on a pocket watch video because he was making fun of gold-filled pocket watch cases. And it's the same idea. It doesn't mean that the watch is crap because it's not solid gold, but you can't charge full price of a gold watch. And that's what so many low brands do. Like the Portnoy guy who made his cheap Alibaba watch, but he wants $3,000 for it. It's a piece of crap, but it's $3,000. Christopher Ward is giving you pretty much their own super design and charging $3,000. Like, that's amazing. So as I said, my hat's off to Omega for leaving the comfort zone and making something special, and hats off to Christopher Ward for making something special that normal humans can afford.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll add Ryan in, and then Mark, do you want to go next with what's your watch of the year?
Well, Patrick just stole both of mine.
Yes.
So the Bel Canto, because it's an opportunity to lift the brand out of indifference. It's, the watch community doesn't normally pay any attention to Christopher Ward. Now they do. And it's up to Christopher Ward to follow it on and keep that attention and make it the brand that everyone pays attention to. The Omega chime was excellent, but it's been taken. So I'm going to say the Fears Pure.
Okay, the white dial.
Yep, it slipped in. Barely anybody noticed it. And if it was a sensible size, I'd have bought one. But it's gorgeous. It really is. It's too small, but it's gorgeous.
Yeah, actually, I'll show that one because that one did kind of fly under the radar.
Under the radar, it's a real shame.
Yeah.
Let's just see if they actually have it. It's a great shout, that one, Mark. Let me just see if I can add it to the stream. I wonder if it's even on the website because it was a. Here we go. This one.
The Stormtrooper, no?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very something very Moser-esque, I thought, when he first showed it. I think he did. I think he only made a handful of them, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think I get to be the outlier. I'm not a fan.
No?
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm not a fan of that.
It's more the seconds hand. I don't mind the watch, but even if they just put a little circle around the seconds, I just don't like that floating naked baby hand. So
I just like the purity of it. And for Fears, who are, modern quality, but a lot of their watches point back to before Fears shut down in the 70s. For them to do something like that is a great step.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Definitely leaving their comfort zone, as you said, sort of doing the Moser-inspired, concept watch. And that definitely is not normal for Fears, so that is good.
I think we've seen the last of the Moser-inspired concept watches with their QR code designs.
It's a whole different topic. Yeah.
I just would like to thank sorry, Mark, cut you off. Thank you very much for the super chat, Birbing Hard or whatever. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Sorry, Mark. Carry on.
If there is a worst watch of the year, can I claim that one before anybody else does?
You're starting it now. You're starting it. What's your worst watch of the year?
That Moser. How could they? they've ruined their reputation because that's the first one of 3. There is going to be more disasters along the way.
Mm.
No,
Oh, really?
they say it's part of a triptych, so there's going to be 3 watches in that design school. So God help them.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Patrick, you were all over this, weren't you? And I was thinking that
I was bashing it like nobody's business. I mean, when they came out with it, fine, come out with a fun concept watch, but then let it be a fun $200 price. But they put a Vanta black dial behind it, which of course means it's going to be ungodly expensive. And it's an impressive watch with a really crappy cover on it, and
Yeah.
that means it has an impressive price point of probably $10,000+ and yeah, that's just criminal.
But you get the NFT and you can wear it in the metaverse.
Yeah, my most hated upload that I did this year was I've taken it down now, but was I did an interview with a chap who was making watches for the metaverse. So it was a watch for the metaverse.
Wow.
People, yeah, it was my most disliked video, and it wasn't that badly disliked. But I always joke that if I had this QR code watch, it would just collect various paint from doors that I accidentally knock it into and stuff. It was full of these little ridges, would just be from food and like paint and paint off that I bang my wrist into. But okay, so we did. John, what was your watch of the year? You can also do your worst watch of the year as well. Now Mark started it.
So watch of the year was probably the Moose watch, wasn't it? Because I said it, still everyone's talking about it. Worst watch of the year. Not sure. I'll have to think about that one. Actually, there's probably too many. I didn't like the I didn't like the Ranger.
Yeah.
So it may have to be the Ranger, to be honest.
That's mine as well.
Yeah, agreed.
Sam, what was your watch of the year?
I was trying to think of something really fun and obscure and out there, but I think just from a really good everyday watch is the Tudor Black Bay Pro. A couple of friends have bought them, and I think actually kind of appeals. A couple of friends have got Protects and got expensive watches, and they just like the Pro because they can wear it around London, and it's got all those explorer vibes, but it's just a really well put together watch. And Tudor's just the price point for Tudor's are fantastic. So I think that ticks a lot of boxes as an all-rounder. But yeah, on the other end of the scale, I think the Ranger was an absolute disaster, just a really rubbish watch.
Yeah, it had such a build up, didn't it? It was like Trump with his NFTs. It had like a long build up, and when it was announced, it was like, oh, okay, all right then.
Oh, the suspense, I remember, yeah, on the website watching it count down, and then it finally drops, and it's just.
Yeah,
and in the metal, it's rubbish as well.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've seen a couple. The things that fly under the radar on Tudor is it. A lot of the watches that fly under the radar are awesome. Like their date just alternative that's got the Jubilee bracelet in that's just as good as the Rolex date just, and they do the one with the diamonds on it and stuff. They do some awesome watches. Ryan, before we go to you for watch of the year, I just wanted to read out some super chats. Thank you so much, everyone, for the super chats. Thomas Burnett says best AP of the year, 16202 39 jumbo anniversary Royal Oak, or the Code 1159 Star Wheel, a beauty from the first to do Wandering Hours. I'm not really hooked with my APs. Sam, do you have a view on this one?
No, I haven't really done too much. I mean, any sort of Royal Oak, especially sort of jumbo, is too big for me to kind of put on my wrist and go, I love it. But I mean, appreciate them on other people. And again, the 1159 Star Wheel, I haven't kind of read up too much on it. It didn't jump out and appeal to me, but it's probably very, very clever. And,
well, Thomas, I'll be the polarizing one on this. But Sam, can you pull up a picture of the Star Wheel? So
yes, I will.
The idea of the Code 11 Star Wheel, I think, is fantastic. I just think the execution was wrong. So the classic Star Wheel had sapphire plates that showed the revolving hour. The new Star Wheel, they're made out of a black glossy material, and I really think it sort of cheapens it. if they kind of kept the design of the classic Star Wheel, but made it into the modern 1159 case, and if they put the adventuring glass behind it, and it was all clear and maybe showing a little bit of that mechanism behind it, I just think it would be a much better watch. I think by making those black discs, it just lost some of the classic beauty of the classic Star Wheel. So I like it, but it's my favorite code 1159 by far. But I think they could modify it with some sapphire plates and really make it better. And as the comparison to the Jumbo, boring as hell. I'd never get a Jumbo.
Okay, so this was the original one, is it? You're talking about with the transparent discs.
Yeah, so the transparent discs, as I said, if they did something like that, but incorporated into more of the contemporary shape, I just think they could have made it more of a Star Wheel. Because the whole idea is it's supposed to be subtle, so only on that little line on the top can you see the actual time, not with all those number discs that you can look at all the time. And it now looks more like an Urwerk versus what the Star Wheel was sort of known for. And as I said, I think they just kind of lost a little bit there. Sorry, I'm dog sitting.
And thank you, Brandrew, for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Okay, Ryan, welcome. How are you?
Thanks for having me. Good. How are you guys?
Ryan.
Hey guys.
Hey up, Ryan.
You're brave in shorts there. It's even cold here in Orlando.
You can see, yes, yeah, I know. In Maine here, it's I'm warm in my house, but it is I think in Fahrenheit here it's about 15. So just trying to think of summer vibes, Sam. That's all.
Yeah, we went to Disney on Christmas Eve, and it was freezing. It was 0 Celsius, so like 34 degrees or something. And we're not used to it. We've gone soft since we lived here. So Ryan, you can do best and worst, or you can do best. What's your watch picks for this year?
Okay, I think I'll start with the worst. I think I'm gonna go with the Tudor Ranger, just because I think they wanted it to be something more than it actually is. Like, I think they thought it would be a better release than it was, and I think it could have been. But I think they just, like, the Pro came out, the Pelagos came out, and it just kind of was a flop. My opinion. And then I think, as some of you guys know, I'm a big fan of Fears. So I think the Garrick, the Fears Garrick was watch of the year. I think it's just something that's their next level. And
that's nice.
They just continue to do such great work. I know Nick put out a new bracelet that you can get for the Brunswick. And that's beautiful as well. I know it's not a watch, but they continue to do such great things. So those are my picks.
Yeah, no, great. Has anyone, Mark, have you seen this in person, or John, have you seen this in person? This Garrick?
No, I haven't. That's really nice.
I don't think that was at Wind Up, so no, I didn't see it.
Oh,
yeah,
Nick
this was
wearing it. I don't know if he's been wearing it. Maybe not.
Maybe he was. I know he sold these out. That was one of the things that he said that he was. It said that they sold out. He sold out of these almost straight away.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was thinking about it because, as I said, I agree with you, Ryan. I think this is absolutely gorgeous, and I kind of had a Garrick on my radar, and to kind of kick two at the same time, getting a Fears and getting a Garrick is kind of fun. The price was maybe a little higher than I wanted to pay for it, so that's what kind of scared me away. But yeah, I think it's a gorgeous watch.
I mean, everything on it. I mean, those hands alone take 8 hours to make. I just think that, I just think they're doing such great work. And especially, I know it's a company that has been around for years, but obviously Nicholas, who owns Fears, is restarted it up, I think, in 2015, and it's a young company to be doing great work like that, in my mind.
Yeah, I love him. I really like the Topper edition as well this year. Sold out instantly, but the California dial I thought looked really nice.
Yeah, I like that one as well. Yeah, let's see if they've definitely got that one as well, because the I don't know whether he'll have it on his site though, will he? Because I think it was just on the Topper site, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably not. I don't know if there's a news section. It might have been in there, but yeah, it won't be for sale.
Yeah, I think he did a good job of that as well, because the contrast. Well, let's actually we'll do a search. So let's have a look. Oh, here we go. There, yeah, very clean, wasn't it? I really like that.
That was nice.
Yeah.
Very military inspired, that, isn't it? That's very CWC type, isn't it? Sort of thing, isn't it? That
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely.
Does anyone know the origins of the California dial, like why it's like that, or just somebody thought it looked cool? I guess.
I think it's somebody
I knew
thought
it.
it looked
No,
cool.
there is something special about it, and I can't remember. I didn't know. It's gone. There is a definitely. If you Google it, you'll find there's 100%. There is a story behind it.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
the only part I know is that
definitely
it's
behind it.
just so that you could get a quick orientation of your watch up and down. But why they chose half numerals, half Romans, I don't know if there's a reason for that. So it's for quick visual. Oh, there it is. But why they chose the symbols they chose, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. If anybody knows in the comments, let us know, because that's usually I ask you, Mark, in the comments whether you know.
It was called a high visit. It was called a high visibility or error-proof dial. Yeah. Legibility in low light combat conditions. It was originally on the Panerais that were issued.
Yeah.
It created World War II to aid legibility in low light combat conditions. It was featured in early Rolex and Panerai watches, and originally called the high visibility or error-proof dial. But it was a demand in Rolex could not keep up with demand, leading to a California-based company refurbishing Rolexes in the style. So that's why it was called the California dial. The California-based company that refurbished them.
Yeah, is that what you saw, Mark, as well on Google?
I saw the second half of that about them being a California refurbisher. The text is too small to read for the first half of the story.
Yeah, because definitely Panerai have definitely used it, I think, and then Namos used the California dial as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys,
well,
I'm going to have to. Sorry, I'm going to have to dash off, I'm afraid. But thank you so much for having me on. And enjoy the rest of your
Thanks,
evening.
Johnny, Sam.
Yeah, bye, Sam.
I'll look back on and
have a good one, Sam. Have a happy New Year.
Right.
Yes.
See you later.
Yeah, and I'm in a similar club. I might have to jump off too. It's getting feisty out there for lunchtime, but I'll see if I can jump on a little bit later. Yeah, there's
cool. Yeah, absolutely.
There's a dog that needs walking and a baby that needs feeding. So yeah, I got to run. But yeah, I'll see you guys a little later today.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
Good one.
Okay, bye guys.
See you, Park.
Sam, I've got a good topic choice. I've just thought of basically the watch that you wish that somebody had brought out that they hadn't. I think I'm going to go for obviously the Tudor sub. Everyone thought the Tudor sub might come out this year. Everyone was hoping when Tudor kept saying new releases. Everyone was thinking it's going to be a Tudor sub. Some people lucky and had one and gave it away. Well, sold it, kicked it to the curb. They had one.
Don't know who that could be. Don't know who you're talking
I
about.
wonder who that is. I wonder who that is. Back. Yes.
No idea.
But yes, I would have. I think I might have planked the money on it if they brought it would been a true to it. It'd been like with proper snowflake hands and everything. I might have been a proper dial color and everything. I might have gone for that.
If I brought a new release, yeah, okay.
Yes, they bought a new release, and it wasn't too stupid money because it was the same money as it would be for a second-hand one. I'd get a second-hand one, obviously.
Yeah.
I was texting Justin, who's my Tudor AD friend. He before the Ranger came out, and I was saying that wow, if they released the Tudor sub with the snowflake hands, that blue dial, nobody would have been talking about another watch from that, because everybody would have been all over that one. If they'd done it sort of I don't know how they would have done the case size though, would they? They would have had to have done something like a thinner Black Bay, wouldn't they? Because they didn't want it to be like too cheekily like a Submariner, I guess.
Yeah, it'd have to be different enough because obviously the old ones were basically a Rolex, right? Apart from the organs inside and the dial,
And the
um,
snowflake hands.
and the snowflake hands, of course. Yeah,
So I
but
think snowflake hands. I reckon. I
yeah.
reckon like a ghost bezel, like a grey ghost
It would-
bezel sort of thing.
yeah, but that's the charm of the vintage, right? On the new watch, I'd say like a
I
light
know,
blue,
yeah.
maybe. But yeah, they'd have to make it different enough from a Rolex to be its own unique piece. That it's not
And
like a Submariner alternative, right?
and it would just go to prove everything Pete McConville says about Tudor being a photocopier for Rolex because they can't do their own designs and be
Yeah.
successful with them.
Yeah, no, that's a fair comment. Yeah, to be fair.
Yeah, you'll wake Pete up. He'll be getting up at like 3 a.m. now to come and join us because you're agreeing with him. I would have liked to have seen a Tudor sub. To be honest, I think it would have been a nice alternative. My yeah, so that was a good top. I didn't do my watch of the year. Sorry, everyone. I was going to say my watch of the year was also, I'm going to say, a Christopher Ward. And let me just get up the right one. And it's
Wow.
the channel is definitely not sponsored by Christopher Ward.
No, neither is Ticker's channel either.
But I think out of the ones that I've reviewed, so the ones that I've actually held this. Oh god, I have held some good ones though. Well, I'll go with this one because the Bel Canto obviously was one of the standouts for me, but this also was a standout watch for me. This is the C60 Trident 300. So it was the evolution of the Trident Pro 600
in that colour as well. You like that?
Well,
green,
this is the color I got a review copy of it. Somebody actually asked me this question in the comments. How long do I keep the watches for before I review them? It's usually about 2 weeks I have them for. I could have had a Bel Canto review out like almost straight away, but I think you've just got to try and handle the watch and make sure make sure you like it, and you can sort of gather your thoughts as well. But yeah, I think this one for me was one of the standouts that I reviewed because it's only, was it like $1,500? Yeah, $1,050.
Yeah,
just great. The bezel action was awesome on it. The simplicity of design of the dial and hands, the way that the date was positioned in my favorite place at 6, the Christopher Ward's bracelet as well with that quick extension is just awesome. This surprised me the most about how much I really liked it. And Mike came on to talk about it, but it just seemed like every time you get a Christopher Ward, it's like a little bit of an iteration, a little bit of an improvement on the previous one. And yeah, I was blown away by. You gonna
buy one? You looking to buy one in the future? One of these?
Yeah, next. Actually, great topic. Well, we should do that as a topic, shouldn't we? Like, what watches are you going to? Excuse me. What watches are you looking for this year? But should we do your? Sorry, John? What was your topic? Yours was the watch that you wish a watch that you wish that they'd released.
Yeah, I mean, I've got obviously. I think I don't really buy into Rolexes, but if they come out with a mill sub, I think I might have done it. But there's no reason why they would, because they've got no affiliate. That's the thing. No one's really got any proper affiliation with anyone now. That they, to be true, they go for G-Shocks. That's what they. Well, okay, all right. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they go for something slightly special. The SBS go for a CWC or a Holton Professional, which I've got both of. But if you went for high end stuff, you don't do anymore. If you somehow just brought out, a mill sub, I'd probably maybe tempted, depending on how much it was.
Yeah,
I can't get a vintage one.
And how long the wait list would be?
Yeah, it'd be insane, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, they brought out a proper one, but they brought it out with the proper with the fixed lugs and the different hands and the exaggerated bezel and everything that I know the mill sub have. Is like, what? I really have to have one of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Miguel, thanks for the chat. If you want to join, just let me know, mate. We'd love to have you on, even if it's for 10 minutes. So Miguel from SoCal Watch Reviews. Yeah, that was a good pick. Ryan, what was your watch that you were hoping would be released, or watch that you would have liked to have seen this year?
Oh, I don't think I would get one, but I think I'm with John. I would love to see a Tudor sub. I really would. It would be awesome. I think if they could make it like they did back in 1998, like thin and just kind of vintage, but almost just like that. If they could do that and not make it so thick and not make it almost a little dainty, kind of, if that makes any sense, I think it'd be awesome. I think if they can pull that off, that would be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, my camera went off then. Apologies.
No worries. Yeah.
We've got another super chat. Chili Badger, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the super chat. It says, okay, sorry to say this. I don't like titanium. It has no weight and scratches like a feral cat.
Well, I disagree. That depends how heavy. It depends how depends how rough you are with it. Okay, I mean, I got a desk job, but I'm not. I don't just take. If I want to put a watch on, I don't really take it off for doing anything much in the day, and my FXD ain't scratched up, and it's titanium. So
it's another conversation.
I don't know if does it scratch up titanium. I don't know. Anyone actually got any backing on that?
I personally don't care about scratches on watches. Like it really doesn't bother me.
Really?
It's a watch. It's meant to be worn.
Another one. So you get a brand new watch. I know that Sam has done this. Haven't you? You've nicked, haven't you, Sam? You've nicked a watch, haven't you? You've had a. Haven't you marked up
a new watch?
Did you mark up your Rolex?
Oh yeah. I mean, I mean, this clasp on a Rolex, you literally just stare at it and it scratches.
Yeah.
Like just
Forget
the power of
what about the front of the watch?
Oh yeah, it's got a little ding on it. It's
how did you feel when you did that? Now, how long into having it did you do that? I'm gutted.
Yeah, I don't know, a couple of weeks, I think. I mean, that's the risk with the smooth bezel, but I just can't do the fluted bezel.
Pissed? Were you pretty pissed?
No,
when it happened?
No. I haven't had a drink for 7 years. There's a topic for you.
No, I don't mean. You know what I mean?
It means
angry.
Was I
annoyed?
Were you angry?
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Was I annoyed?
Sorry, I bet we. You must have been.
You know what? Actually, this is another good topic. So I don't know if I've told this story loads of times. I had an Omega Speedmaster that I wore. I even wore it to my wedding day. I wore it for 10 years. That was my only watch. I wasn't into watches, but I was really into like the space thing of it. And then when I moved over here, I got it serviced, and it came back and they polished it and it came back pristine. And it just changed it for me. I had to sell it in the end. I just couldn't wear it because I didn't want to scratch it up. Because to me, when I got it, it was pretty battered. I don't know. They work miracles at that Omega service center. I mean, it looked like a brand new watch. It was an amazing feat of engineering because it had some real dings in it. So I had to sell it in the end. I just couldn't do it. Whereas this one, I just came to terms with it. I was like, right, I'm going to scratch it. And to be honest, the clasp, it scratched on a cuff of a shirt. I had to wear it. I was at a work meeting. What can you do? I mean, so
you know what? You know what I hate? I hate scratches on watches, so I do hate that. But I hate getting it polished. I will never polish a watch.
Yeah.
So I'm that like I don't know how to describe it, right? So I don't like the scratches, but I will never polish it. And you know what?
It's really part of owning it, right?
You know what really drives me nuts is when and I'm probably one of the very few, but you see behind there where you change out in there. If there's a mark in there, I hate that.
Really?
Oh, wow.
I don't have OCD, guys. I'm fine.
No.
I have a Speedmaster Mark II, the 2014 re-edition. Which I'd had for about 6 years, and that case is an absolute scratch magnet because it's vertical brushing.
Yeah.
So you just look at it and it scratches. When I had it serviced, Omega polished it back to new, and I really wish they hadn't. I should have said, don't polish it, because those scratches were mine. They were part of my story on the watch.
Yeah.
100% correct.
I agree.
You know,
It's the journey of the watch, the story of the watch.
Yeah, but
100%
when you
Yeah.
gutted
agree.
him, you scratched it within a day or something like that. I
Oh,
mean,
I-
I,
wouldn't,
I
would
scratched
have
that
a
thing.
year and I'd be gutted.
I scratched that
Yeah.
thing within about a week of having it because you
Yeah.
just put it on the desk and it'll scratch. It's
Sure.
going
And
to
did it bother
scratch.
you? Did
No,
it bother you
not
at
at
all,
all.
Mark?
Not at
No.
all. Well, the thing is,
Okay. And
I buy watches to wear.
To wear.
I don't buy them as assets. So
Yeah,
I'm not looking at damage reducing the value of a watch.
no,
I'm
I'm
looking
not.
at
I don't buy
damage
it for
being
that.
part of
Anyone knows
my
me.
story with it.
Mm.
We never
Yeah.
met Mark, but anyone knows me knows I'm
Yeah.
not into the buying a watch or
yeah.
it making
but
any
it's
money.
like-
Well, I'd buy it to wear it. But I still
Yeah.
would. I'd hate if I scratched the FXD. I'd be
Yeah, but it's like you buy a brand new car,
Drive
and
it out
if
of
you're
the
scared of
showroom,
scratching your
down
new car,
30%.
yeah, you're gonna get a stun chip on it in no time. Like it's just part of the item, what it is. If you're using it as it's
that is a
supposed to
way
be
to
used,
look at
it's
it.
going to
Yeah,
happen.
that is a way to look at it. I agree.
Yeah,
I do
the,
think
Embrace
I do think if you buy a used watch and it has a few little hairline scratches and everything, I mean that's really the best way I have found because then you're not afraid to wear it. This is me though. I'm not afraid to wear it, and then I just continue on instead of babying it for a long time.
I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have, other than things that have been heirloomed to me, any vintage watches, and I don't know how I'd feel about somebody else's scratches, somebody else's story in the watch. Maybe that's why I buy new ones if I can.
Well, and the other thing with vintage is when you get somebody else's skin cells in the.
Ah.
Okay,
I
I'm
can
gonna
look
take
at the
this off now.
scratches. Yeah, you could sort of clone. So I always think of that Gattaca film or whatever with Ethan Hawke, where he has to get the nail clippings and stuff and put it in his keyboard. So, but yeah, you're right. But and Ryan, this is like these Rolex bracelets are very hard to get
Yeah,
off.
I'll never take it off because
Yeah, and one of the interesting things, I don't know if people know this with the date just, but I was going to review this watch with Mikola at Man Cave Leather, channel sponsor, made me a strap for the date just. So I was going to review it on this and then review it on this brown leather strap, gorgeous black brown leather strap. But on the inside of the lugs of the new date just, and apparently a lot of the other Rolexes, there's a ridge, and it's literally like a razor blade. So I put the strap on and it cut into the leather. You can't put leather straps on these new watches because there's a ridge where the bracelet kind of attaches into on the inside, and it's like razor sharp on the inside. So, yeah, so I couldn't have it on the leather strap. So, but actually, luckily, the speed timer is also 21 mil, like the date just is. So it's on there. So awesome. Let's add Pete in. Pete, you heard the call. Mark was agreeing with you about Tudor, and I said that Pete's woken up straight away now.
Hey, morning.
No,
Good morning, Pete.
Good morning, all. Sorry, I didn't. Did someone say something about Tudor? I literally have just woken up a little while ago. I've been hovering in the background for about a minute, trying to get my stuff to work. It's 4:50 a.m. here.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining the Christmas stream at that time in the morning on behalf of
Yeah.
my channel, our channel, mine and Andy's, and Sam's. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Mark might have woken you up, Pete, because he said he was agreeing with you about Tudor, and I thought that might be that suddenly, subconsciously, you would have woken up.
Well, you a Tudor buff?
Tudor being
Are you a Tudor
unable
buff?
to do new designs.
Is Pete a Tudor buff? Is he?
I could.
Not quite. Quite the opposite.
Anti-Tudor. Is he anti-Tudor?
No. Pete wants to like Tudor, and he's not angry with them. He's just upset.
There you go. FXD. Love it. That's what you want. F the world. FXD. That's what you want. Sorry.
So we were doing watches that we wish would have been released this year. Mark, did we do you already?
No.
Did you?
No. And I will say the Omega Globemaster GMT. They need to have one. They've got an annual calendar. They've got a time only, but they need to have a GMT.
Okay, so I thought the Globemaster, is that the one that's got the Earth in the center of it?
No, that's their world timer. This
Okay.
is a Globemaster. I'll turn my
Oh,
light off. So it's their
Well,
pipe hand dial.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
So my webcam's playing awkward. So it's the pipe hand dial, and this is the annual calendar. But they need a GMT.
And is there a vintage? Did they do it in a
Oh,
GMT?
the range has been around since the 60s or the 70s, I think. It's been around a long time. That the Globemaster and the Constellation range, been around a long time. But if you can do an annual calendar, and you have a watch called a Globemaster, it's supposed to be for travel. Make it a travel watch too.
Yeah, because I immediately thought when you said that of the it's an Aquaterra, isn't it? That's got the
globe on it. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen that. I know where Todd, who's who normally joins us, Seiko Todd, he's seen one, and I saw one in person as well.
I've seen one. Yeah.
They are stunning. That world. I'll just show it up on here so people know what we're talking about. But yeah, it's a real beauty watch that they've done that with the globe and the time zone. So you're thinking something like this, Mark, but maybe not.
Well, you have the pipe hand dial.
Mm-hmm.
Just add the GMT complication to the existing watch. Don't mess with it. It's already elegant. You've done the annual calendar. Take the annual calendar out and put a GMT in.
Okay.
Just make, the annual calendar is great. I shall wear mine on December 31st to see the month flip into January. But make a GMT, make a Globemaster GMT.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's a great pick. Andy, did you do yours yet? Watches that you would have liked to have seen?
Gosh, I didn't know. That's a good question, Bo. I'd like to see a GMT Joker. So using, a purple motif, purple and black, on the GMT bezel. I think that'd be quite cool.
Okay, so like half purple and half black on the Rolex
black.
GMT.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I think that'd be quite fun.
What a lot of watch companies keep trying purple, don't they? It seems to. I mean, Christopher Wall's just done the Belcanto in purple, but it seems like very much this year was green, wasn't it? I mean, for a lot of companies, but purple seems to kind of come in and.
It doesn't stick, does it? To be fair, I don't know if purple is a colour what. Yeah, it doesn't seem to do so great, but I'd love to see it.
Yeah. Go on, Ryan. What was your? Is there? What did you do? Oh, you did Tudor sub? Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Pete, putting you on the spot here early in the morning. Is there a watch that you would have liked to have seen this year?
I'm trying to think. Yes, there is. I would have liked to have seen Tudor Pelagos, continuing an evolution of what the Pelagos was, not following an evolution of the Black Bay. So take the Tudor Pelagos, slim it down by putting in the smaller movement with a GMT function. So have a Pelagos GMT that's not big and fat and 15 something millimeters thick, with keep the blue with an orange GMT hand. That's what I wanted from Tudor, and have it look nothing like a Rolex and have it look nothing like a Black Bay.
Okay, and still you would have kept the titanium as well.
Absolutely, definitely love titanium. Best material for watches. Put the date at 4:30 in the best possible place, and we're good.
Although you have to pick your grade of titanium if you want a highly finished watch. Grade 5's kind of hard. Grade 2 can get the curves.
2's fine.
Yeah, 2's fine.
Yeah.
Or you can be really brave like Blancpain and do a highly curved, highly finished watch in grade 23 titanium and then charge $15,000 for it instead.
Exactly. If that's what you want to do, that's what it's going to cost.
Yeah.
And then I'll go. I think I did this on my show. This might be a cop-out one, but I think I did this on our show a couple of weeks ago, which is I would have liked to have seen a spring drive Seiko, but in a turtle case or the Willard case. I think spring drive should move over now to, because the Prospex LX ones, there's just some of those I don't. I love the idea of spring drive technology. I'm all in on it. But the divers that they've made, there's just nothing that's made me like save that little bit extra or push for it. And I would like to see, I mean, make it its own thing, maybe make it out of titanium or give it that highly polished finish. But I'd love to see a spring drive movement make it into a more, maybe a classic design, I guess.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Cool. I feel like John, you mentioned another topic that we were going to do afterwards, and I've completely forgotten what it was. But actually, Pete, do you want to do your best watch of the year and worst watch of the year?
Oh, I can't separate my best and worst. I can separate my best and worst. I can't separate my two. I can't separate my two best. I actually did a video on this one, and I did my top 5 video. So I had 5, 4, 3, 1, 1. So my two bests were the JLC Polaris in green and the Breitling Super Ocean 44 in bronze with the brown. I bought them both. So it's and given that I bought them both, you know, I sort of, so that's very much my favorite watches. And I figured that if I actually spent my own money on them, that definitely gets you up the top of the list of favorites. So they're my 2 best watches. Worst watch of the year. Yeah, I've done this before, but I think 4 people here won't have heard it before. For me, it was the Tudor Black Bay Pro GMT. It's a watch that broke my heart. As you said earlier, I want a Tudor, and Tudor keep turning their back on me. And that was Tudor Black Bay GMT was the watch that, it's like when you meet some girl and you want to like have a relationship with her. You go out to the bathroom, you come in and you find her with her arms around another guy. That's the watch that did it for me. Where Tudor said, Pete, we hear you. We know you want us to be original and interesting and new, but we're with Rolex now. And
so true.
Yeah. So hopefully there wasn't a lady called Trudy that broke your heart all those years ago.
With a Rolex.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's probably. I don't think there are too many bad watches out there, but that was a watch that, like, not just the watch I didn't like, but what it said, and it turned me off an entire brand. So I think that wins the coveted prize of worst.
Yeah, Matt H is actually agreeing with you here. He says, he thought maybe a green 42 millimeter Pelagos, but he does agree that the 39 seems to be more of a Black Bay than a true Pelagos.
What about one real quick, Sam? What about the challenge, the Rolex challenge, the 50 millimeter there? I don't know if anyone brought it up, but I just thought of it. I just did, and I was like, that might be up there with one of the worst ones too.
Oh, really? You got worse?
Yeah, in my mind.
Yeah, it's interesting, wasn't it? Because I joked with Mike at Christopher Ward, because they released them both at the same time, like his titanium watch and then the Rolex. I was joking that he kind of overshadowed the Rolex release. But yeah, I mean that is a good topic. What are people's view on that? I can't quite. I mean, it's like a concept car, isn't it? That it looks cool, but would you drive it? I don't know whether.
Mm.
I mean, they'll sell them, won't they? They'll probably.
Sure.
There's probably a waiting list
Oh.
for them.
Be waiting list for it.
Yeah, I wonder if there's
I'd like to display it if I ever. I mean, I wouldn't buy one, but if I was gonna buy one, I'd have to display it because it would. I have small wrists, but it would. I mean, it looks like, a clock on the wall on my wrist.
Yeah, it's a collector's piece, right? Because it was inspired by the Rolex bubble, which again was not a practical watch to wear by any means.
Sure.
But it was more about tech and innovation rather than being a watch for everyday wear. So I think it's more of
arguably it was more about, oh no, Omega have a deeper diving watch than we do.
Sure.
Also probably being realistic.
And it's there's no technology or innovation in it. It's just brute force engineering. Do more of the same we've always done. It's just oh no, Omega went deeper. It's just like forget it.
It's so dinky with a few of the cheeky wrist shots of it. Yeah, it was. It's a beast, isn't it? I know a few have popped up on the. I know I've seen some on watch forums where people have gone in and tried them on, but
I mean, you really need to be an offensive tackle in the National Football League. Wear one,
it's a collector's watch. That's it. It's not a watch to
that
wear.
Looks ridiculous, even on that bloke. And that looks. I don't know. That looks ridiculous. That picture there, that just looks.
Yeah.
No.
It's a safe queen, isn't it?
Yeah. I reviewed Frogman. I was all about wanting a G-Shock Frogman, and I bought the 30th anniversary one because I really like the look of it. But when I got it, I was not feeling it. It wasn't that legible at all. And then I made a video about it, and somebody in the comments said, "Oh, you're missing the point of it. It's a collector's item." And I never thought about having a G-Shock as a safe queen, really. I mean, I know they go up in value, but the whole purpose of them is they're a utility, aren't they? I mean, G-Shocks are supposed to be, especially the Frogman, where arguably it's got to have a clear screen so you can see it, while you're diving or whatever. Yeah, so Ryan, you're going with that was one of the worst releases of the year.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get off topic, but
no. Hey, we've got time for tangents, time for Tickers tangents.
I have a suspicion that it's almost a bit of a novelty watch, and so it kind of came and went from our memories fairly quickly.
Sure.
And I think the other thing was it at the moment it was released. I think it was within a week, if I remember correctly. In the week that their response to Omega, because it was, I agree completely with Mark. This watch was conceived the week that Omega, broke their record, and then because it takes about 3 years to develop a watch, and it's almost exactly 3 years since that first Ultra Deep. So you can almost you can imagine they've gone into Rolex and said, right, how are we going to respond to Omega?
Mm-hmm.
And then they've come out with this, they've released it, and it's almost like that week Omega was thinking, 3 years from now, Rolex is going to try and take this record and they're going to announce something. What are we going to have? And so Rolex have come out and said, yay, we've built this 50-something millimeter deep sea that no one needs and no one can wear. And Omega has just gone to a completely different place and said, yeah, we got a chiming, we got a Sonnery speed timer, Speedmaster. No one's ever done this complication before. It's going to be $300,000. Dropped the mic and just walked away, leaving Rolex looking very much like, oh, I didn't realize we'd moved on.
And they made that box the Omega made that box as like the perfect sticks for the watch instead of the green plastic box. Yeah, they're like, no, this box actually is the perfect acoustics for this chiming watch. Steve, if you want to join, just the links in the description. But he said the Super Mario tag tourbillon. So this is it. I think this one. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I'm a little bit. I don't remember us talking about this one, but it's certainly a crazy design. How much were they knocking this one out? Did anybody else see this when it came out?
25? This made quite a splash when it came out. a $25,000 tourbillon that features cartoon characters. I quite like it. It's Tag is a really interesting company doing something really interesting at the moment. It's carefully listening to all of us in the watch community and saying, I don't give a rat's what you think. I'm going my own way. People sort of say Tag doesn't listen to enthusiasts. They ignore enthusiasts so carefully. I can only imagine that they are actually listening and saying, no, I will not give you vintage Hoya reissues day in, day out. Screw you. I'm embracing my Tag history.
Yeah, I think what's scary as well is that the original Super Mario Brothers is older than the current CEO of Tag.
Yeah.
It was released before he was even born. Probably the first 3 games were released before he was born. So it's quite. So I mean, I guess to him this is vintage, which is scary.
Yeah, actually, that's an interesting topic, which probably would require more people to get prepared for. Certainly me, but it was something I noticed the other day, which is I think one of the greatest risks to a number of brands is that there are 20-something sons and daughters of the brand owners being installed as CEOs. They were running through, I think Hodinkee ran through something like 7 brands that the CEO is like a 20-something and his first serious job is CEO of a company.
Yeah, I think they have I don't know if this term's worldwide, but I know in the US they call them Nepo babies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm just going to add in. I'm going to add in Mike. Hi, Mike.
How you doing?
Welcome.
Happy holidays.
Yes. Yeah. Happy holidays. Welcome to the show.
Mike.
Oh, mate, how you doing?
Hey.
I'm all right,
How are
mate.
you?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm all good. We're all good.
I'm hyped up on candy, whiskey, and way too much cheese, but it's what Christmas is all about.
Exactly.
I'm just on the whiskey.
Definitely,
I'm just
yeah.
on the whiskey. Yeah, forget the other rubbish. Just the whiskey today.
See you.
Mike, welcome. We were just going through. We were just besmirching the new Super Mario Tag. But as you're new to join us, first of all, what watch are you wearing? And then we've got other questions that we've been going through that we can ask you as well.
Well,
And
before we
I
get
have
to
to
that,
drop,
just
so
have to
thank you
say
all.
today-
I'll try and be back on later.
All right, Mark. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
I just played
Cheers,
with
thank
my
you. See you later,
kids,
man.
Yep.
Super
Joe.
Mario Kart racetrack, so all very exciting Mario stuff.
Awesome. So what watch are you wearing? Oh,
The new left-hand drive.
oh nice.
Ooh,
Ceramic.
nice.
Ceramic.
No. This is the left-hand drive. It's a DLC case. So
Okay.
this is the one that it's a weird one. It's you see here. It's got the crown on the left side. It's got a helium escape valve, GMT Pro Diver, so 42 millimeters as well.
Oh, that's
So
great.
this watch will be released in the US on the 1st of January, and it's going to be with a really, really cool partner. But because of the conversation that happened, the European partners, James Porter and Grimaldi in Italy. James Porter's in the UK, Grimaldi's in Italy. We'd already sent them the watches. We told the guys in the US that we can't stop that. It's already happening. They said, fine, but the majority of the watches out of the limited edition set will be in the US. But to finish the year, it's basically the best of what Zodiac can be, in my opinion. And that just came out just a few days ago, and that'll get better and better. And you'll see more of that on the Zodiac social media feeds in the next few days.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, awesome.
Exciting.
Well, Mike, we've just done our best watch releases of the year and worst watch releases of the year.
Oh.
Have you had? What do you think was the best watch that was released this year, and one that you maybe not worst, but one that you didn't care for, perhaps?
I've got two. I'm going to not do Zodiac because that's pretty obvious on me. I think the most, and I think I don't know what you guys have said because I've come in quite late. I think the most impressive launch was the Swatch watch. I think that was the most. I think that was the most impactful time to do what they did. I'm also one of those believers that it told the story of the Speedy in a positive light, and it opened it up to a new audience. I thought it was a bit of fun. I didn't care so much about waiting outside of stores, so I didn't. But that hype created hype within our industry, and I really enjoyed that. So that might be a little controversial, but it's how I felt. And then I also was a big believer of Christopher Ward's. What was the one what was the name of it? The one that had the
Bel Canto.
The Bel Canto. Yeah, I thought that was really impressive for the money and for the way they've kind of gone through the last few years, and maybe a little bit similar to what we did with the left-hand drive. I think that's the best of their capabilities for the money. Completely different, but I also really got to know the teams really well out on the road. So yeah, I thought those two were great on the independent, on the big side, but they really impressed me.
Well, first question. I mean, are we going to see a bioceramic Zodiac?
We'll leave that to the fossil group to do stuff like that. But
okay, and then next question was the one that either the worst watch release or one that underwhelmed or one you didn't care for?
Do you know what? I think if I'd have asked me a year ago, I had my eye on, especially during COVID, on the entire industry and that kind of light, because I was out of it for the first time in 15 years. But now being back in with Zodiac, I think I've kind of filled up that glass half full. And I've tried not to go anywhere near the negative side of things. I thought overall it was a really positive year for a ton of brands. And you look at people like Fortis or Formex or Vertex, these smaller independents with good names, good histories, kind of stepped up. And if you were looking at some of the bigger boys out there, such as Rolex and Tudor and Omega, they just did quite similar things than what we were used to. That might be my biggest disappointment, that there wasn't anything that made me go, oh, wow, that's something to follow. It was more of the same. And there's also, you can then go to a complete tangent of the ever-evolving, changing story and style of Breitling. And you think about what that brand means and what George Kern's always changing and always doing. It's something to always keep your eye on. So I've definitely more on the positive side of things. The underwhelming side would be the big boys doing more of the same.
Yeah. We just did the Rolex Deep Sea Ultra or whatever it's called. Saying not that it's the worst one, but it was just a bit over the top, I guess.
Yeah, no need for it.
Sam, can I jump in and ask Mike a question?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
I need Mike to answer a question on behalf of all watch enthusiasts.
Sure.
And as a company who's just made a lefty watch, you're in a position to do so. Who's it for?
Well, we had, and this is completely honest, we had a really, listen, you can do all the different answers that are quite PC, but we had a really, really good ambassador call. We've got one called Andy Mann. He started off Sea Legacy. He's a National Geographic photographer, and he introduced us to his mentor, Paul Nicklin. And so we were talking to him about what he needs for his diving, and this was bells and whistles. So this came from his type of mentality, and Andy and that diving elite community. And they just basically said it's more comfortable, it's easier to wear, it's more user friendly. Can you do it in this color? Can you do it in the GMT? Then Paul got a bit of a deal with Rolex, and he went off to be their ambassador. But the conversations had started with the best of the best, in our opinion, in terms of that diving world. For you and I can't really reach the crown because of how I do it, but it is a little bit more comfortable. It is a conversation. I think in the everyday world of things, most of what this watch world creates, we don't usually use it, such as moon phase or chronographs. So it's basically, have you bought it for an aesthetic? Have you bought it for a style? Have you bought it to chase, that unattainable way of living like Paul Nicklin and Andy Mann does? That's how I would look at it for Zodiac. And, what Zodiac's been for the dive community with the Seawolf, and I think for many, many years it wasn't brilliant, but what that history means, what this watch actually does now is kind of show the best of this modern part of Zodiac, and also making a conversation. It might not be the easiest to use if you are you use your right hand for it, but a lot of people who have left-handed might find it easier, but the divers for comfort, there's a load of answers, but at the end of the day, we listened, Pete. We really did listen to the best of the best.
No, I agree with you that it is a much more comfortable way to wear a watch with the crown sort of, I'll say, up, pointing towards your elbow.
Right.
I'm disappointed you made this watch in that configuration.
Why?
Because I'm a lefty and I wear all my watches on my lefty, and so you just made it worse for me.
Well, we'll have to just keep on working harder for you, mate.
So
Well, I'm a lefty and I wear it on my left hand. I'm left-handed. I wear it on the correct hand.
Correct.
I'm a
yeah, so
lefty as well.
I wear it on. Every watchmaker ever will tell you that you should never try and wind or adjust your watch while you're wearing it, and it makes perfect sense then that the crown should be made more difficult. The engineer in me says, therefore, what you do is you engineer it so it's harder to do, and you put the crown away from the hand.
Right.
So that's how
you're quite similar to what I'm doing in terms of the cars that we drive and where we sit on that side of the car, on that side of the road. At the end of the day, it's just putting the gears in a different position and you sit in a different place. It's all what you're used to, and what everybody is used to right now is wearing it on your left with a right-hand crown. But I think there's room for everything, and this is the first time that we've done it. And I did Scottish watches a few weeks ago, and it came out yesterday. And we were going through all the watches, and we had a bloody big list of the watches it came out with this year. But one of the lines that I said to Ricky was, I just love the fact that our last watch was not just another color, or it wasn't just doing, what people are used to with us, which we'll carry on doing because it's fun and they're inexpensive.
Yeah.
But when it comes to doing something innovation wise, I thought it was quite good that we finished the year like this.
No, I think it's great because my dad was left-handed, and my dad would wear his watch on his right arm. And, he would have always wanted something like this. So I think there are lefties out there that want that, and he would have loved that. So
it's definitely a conversation piece. I mean, like when I got an old English car that I brought to America, and every time I go to Starbucks, people always ask me, what the hell are you doing sitting over there? Now I meet my watch people, it's going to be, what the hell are you wearing this on this wrist for? But that's what we're in this room for. That's what we do. We just all conversation, right?
Perfect.
Yeah. I mean, were they originally designed for? I thought the left-hand crowns were originally designed for divers, so they didn't bash the crown. It wasn't for sort of accommodation of different orientations of wrists. No,
it's just all about. It's like early Jaeger. It was that you flip the dial to protect it from the polo ball. It was never done for any of the things we do today. I mean, it's all got an origin, but that's the idea: is protecting what keeps that watch going. So that was the idea at the start. Right now, we just got a chance to do. I mean, this was in the works for 3 years. We didn't know that the big crown was going to come out with something quite recent either. But I think when it comes out in the US, it'll get a little bit more play. But we sent a few over to Europe. It's done really well. But yeah, it's all conversation, which is what I love. And we can all moan about as well with this industry. But it's why we're here.
All right, guys. Well, I've got to head out. I'll jump on later. And thanks for having me, Sam.
Cheers, Ryan.
John.
Take care, mate.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Sam, I just thought of another. I think you said I had another topic. Yeah, I think you were going to say that you were going to ask what watches we're looking at getting in the next year.
Yeah,
so that's what you came up with that.
Yes, yeah. What watches are we looking to buy next in the new year? What have we got on our list? Who wants to start? And Andy, do you want to start with that one?
Gosh, where do I start, though? That's a tough question.
How long will he keep it? That's the next one.
Well, that's another question altogether. But I'm a big Cartier lover, and I'm thinking I need a Santos, just a classic Santos in the collection. Yeah, I haven't. I've tried some on. I really enjoy them. I just need to scratch that itch, I think now. So I think that'd be the first.
I've never been drawn to the Santos myself personally, but I mean, because to me it's like a real 90s watch. It reminds me of like real sort of 90s design and stuff like that, which I suppose is kind of coming back in fashion now. But, yeah,
it's just I guess it's my thing. Like I'm wearing like the little. I've changed again. I'm wearing the little 70s tank now. But yeah, I just love Cartier. Yeah, so it's just one of those things. But I'd like a Santos, I think, just to complete the 2-piece collection from Cartier, and then. Yeah, after that, I don't know. We'll have to see.
Would it be like the two-tone? Are they all two-tone? Or are they...
No, they have... I think I'd go for the plain steel. The one with the invisible clasp, so like the butterfly clasp, so you don't see the bracelet. Because it's the one where it's got like the Cartier badge, which is a bit older. and it's notorious for actually falling out the logo, which just
Really?
looks cheap after a while. So, yeah, I'd just go for a nice stainless steel one, no gold, cream dial, and I'd be quite happy with that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Who wants to go next? Do you want to go, John?
Yeah. Okay. There's three I'd really like. I'd like a 70s Tudor sub. A nice one,
Okay.
like Andy had. They're creeping up in price. I'd also still like a No Time to Die. Still like that watch. Some people hate it. Some people hate it on the bracelet, but I love it on the bracelet. And I'd like a Speedy, Hesalite Speedy, the one in the box where you get all the rest of the straps with it as well. Get a big box, and you get the bracelet, you get the NATO strap, and you get the Velcro strap as well.
Best box in the
one of
industry. Best packaging, best experience on boxing a watch. I love
Amazing. It. I've been looking at them earlier on eBay. There are a few, and they're amazing, aren't they? That big box, which is it's amazing. It's an experience every time you get it out. You keep it in the box. I mean, if I had it, I probably wouldn't even keep it in the watch box. I'd keep it in that box. So every time you do it, you undo that big box. And it's just it's amazing.
We just moved house, and I just found all my boxes for my watches, and I just looked at that watch and that box, and just give it a little wink. I said, "I'll see you again." Like it's one of those.
You've got one of them. You got one of them, have you?
I do, yeah. The Hesalite. It's one of those ones you kind of have to have if you're a watch guy. In terms of like,
I know. I do need to. I mean, out of the three, I don't know the No Time to Die is going to be. I don't know they're going to stop making it and it's going to become collectible. I mean, it's still quite a lot of money. I don't know, but I think the Speedy would have to be the first one, the one in the box. Would have to be the first one out of three. Definitely.
Yeah, I had an Omega, an X33, so would have been from the 90s, and at that time, those boxes did not last. I mean, they were like flocked, and that all came, and they all fell to bits, and the glue all came off and everything. So they were like self-destructing the boxes in the on those 90s Omegas. But Pete, have you got some thoughts on what's next on your list? You had a good year, then. Really good year this year.
I did. I had 2021 had a couple of watches that were delayed, and so they came into 2022. Like I ordered them the previous year, but they didn't turn up till this year. And then I had a complete surprise dropped out from nowhere that I didn't see coming. So yeah, I ended up having quite a big year. Next year is going to be much slower. I need to buy some other stuff as well. So I think I'm actually thinking I might try and keep it just to like 2 watches for the whole year. One of them is I've got it on good information that Breitling are coming out with a new aerospace this year, probably with a new manufacturer movement, quartz anti-digi movement just for them. So I'm saving my pennies and putting that aside because I think that'll be. I've made no secret of the fact I love what Breitling's doing and I'm all in on it. So I'm just presuming I'm going to like it.
What is it about Breitling that you're loving? What is it? The aesthetic, the story, the direction, the marketing?
Actually, it's the magic combination of all of those things, Mike. And in fact, it's funny. You just touched on something that sort of is an issue for me. You said you love the Omega box and think it's the best in the business. I hate the Omega box. The Omega box really gets in the way of me warming to that brand. It's Breitling. A lot of people don't like what George Kern's done. I don't think any CEO has worked as hard, perhaps, except maybe for Tag to annoy its user base. But I'm all in on this, sort of casual, inclusive, accessible, easy to get, sustainable, we're having a good time here kind of brand. If we make a watch, it's going to be available to you. And I like I've actually kind of liked that. For example, the Super Ocean, I had that down as one of my favorite watches of the year, the new Super Ocean. I like that they said, you know what, people don't dive with our watches. Making 500, 1,000 meter, 2,000 meter dive watches is silly. Let's make it, it's 300 meters, it's a solid diver, but it's thin and it's casual and it's easy to wear and it's fun and all of those things. So they did the same with the.
But are you a purist on the original Super Ocean or the one that we're used to over the last 20 years compared to the aesthetic? Now, this is not me. This is just the questions I see from the community. Is the thing that I'll find, I'll go back to Zodiac, is all the colors. Some people can get a bit confused with it. And I'm like, oh, the orange one or the blue one. I'm like, look at the hands, the numerals, the case. You see Zodiac. With the Super Ocean and some of the different things that George Kern has done with, say, the Navitimer and all these different brands, is they changed a bit too much but kept the name the same. That's my confusion with it. But it's interesting to see where it's going.
I think the Super Ocean is an interesting one because there isn't a classic Super Ocean. Like I've still got the previous version Super Ocean.
Right.
But then the previous version of the Super Ocean before that was quite different again. And the previous version of the Super Ocean before that was quite different again. I mean, take the Super Ocean Heritage, the Super Ocean Heritage 55, this one, and the previous version. So there's 4 that have been in fact, 3 of them are in the catalog right now, all called Super Ocean, all looking quite different to each other.
How many SKUs do you think that is?
They've actually got remarkably few SKUs.
Right.
Because if you look at like the Navitimer, for example, it comes in 4 sizes and 3 colors in each size, but that's really it. So the Navitimer is like 16 SKUs or something. Right. Whereas take the Speedmaster, for example. I won't go down that rabbit hole.
That's a whole tangent. That is.
There's over 100 watches that have the speed time in it. That have the Speedmaster name because I counted them once for a video.
Yeah. So for me, it's. But then take all of that stuff, like as I said, casual, inclusive, fun, all that kind of. This is luxury to me. Idea in a brand which has got fantastic heritage, which has got fantastic history, and is not horrendously expensive. I'm not going to pretend they're cheap watches, but they're not horrendously expensive. And yeah, I just like it. And there's none of the games I hear other brands forcing people to play. Right. When you want a Breitling, I ring the boutique. They say, hey, look, Pete, that's probably going to be about 3 months away. Would you like it? You say yes. They say, okay, fine. Keep in contact with us. You will get your watch. And they will do whatever it takes to make sure you get your watch. And yeah, that's just how you're supposed to treat customers.
Do you know what I like about Breitling right now? Watches aside, I mean, we can all have our own opinions, good or bad, changing or not. I think what George Kern's doing is really changing that brand and molding that brand into something really quite exciting and fresh, which is good. I think then the purists can get a little bit, what are you doing? I'm not quite sure. But if you just take it, you walked into a Breitling store today, it looks awesome. The branding's great, the colours are awesome. The displays for Christmas just make you feel like you want to stay in there. The motorbikes, the brick. And there's a lot to be said about that they kind of know that identity. And that when you walk in there, it's not showy with a bit of bling. It's a bit of luxury that's quite attainable and you want to sit in there. I think that's a really, really impressive thing they've done.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you talk about like the purists. It depends on who you think a Breitling purist is.
True.
I mean, the Breitling, if you get inside the Breitling like community, and you look at there's a civil war going on and people wanting to save the winged bee logo, and people saying that the bee with the wing and the little anchor over it is the traditional Breitling logo. If you don't have that logo, it's not a real Breitling for them. But then that's only 30 years old.
Yeah.
Those are the people that don't like the new direction. People that were with Breitling before the Schneider era, like the old collectors, the people that collected the old Transoceans and those sorts of things, they seem to be really loving this new direction.
Because of what
They love and also because it's going back to like the reintroduction of the Premier lines, going back to like the 1940s Daytoras, the top times that go back to like those sprints that came in under Willie Breitling. There's a real they're reaching past the Schneider years and going back into actual Breitling family years.
So would you argue, I know this has gone into a tangent on this one, would you argue that this is maybe misplaced, that people think of it as George Kern doing George Kern? George is actually looking at Breitling as a purist and bringing it back to where it should be.
Right, it's difficult because I don't think George Kern, from what I understand, is a great watch guy. He likes watches and he runs a good watch company, but I think it's him seeing that he wants to maximize the size of what Breitling can be. He clearly wants it to be, one of the top 5 watch companies in the world. And I think what he's done is he's looked at the last 20 years of Breitling, so Breitling back through to the mid-80s, which is the mid-90s, which is kind of the Breitling that people remember, and said there are real limitations on that. I can only make that brand so big. And then he said, but Breitling has 150 years of history. If I use all of that, then I've got a much bigger field to play with. So I think that is probably where it's coming from. Okay. Then you lay on top of that him very much. This is probably, this is the part that's very specific to him. I think he's now saying, okay, so I want to take all of that 100-year heritage and overlay that his ideas of new luxury, casual, color, freshness, all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a combination of a couple of things going on.
Really interesting. I mean, there's 700 watch brands out there, and you could have 100 hours of content with each of these types of conversations. But I mean, I'm very interested to see where it goes, and it's nice to hear a new perspective. Thanks for that. That was great, Pete.
Yeah, we've got a question for you, Pete, in the panel. But before that, Steve, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Whoop, whoop. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Kwanzaa.
Absolutely. So Thomas Burnett's asking, Pete, what were your thoughts on the Ice Blue Dial Navitimer B01? And I think it's this one.
Yeah, I love that watch. I saw that in real life.
Nice. I love that.
Yeah, it's really nice. Some people don't like the watch because they've made it a bit simpler. The biggest, again, Mike, people within the Breitling community, people really don't like it. They think it's dumbed down because they removed the tachometer.
Right. But it cleans it up and more legible for everybody else. But
it cleans it up and it's more legible. And if you want to get really historical, it follows the trajectory of the cosmonaut, right. Where they remove the tachometer. No one needs a tachometer in space. So it's got precedence. I like it.
That sounds like a movie quote. You need that at the bottom.
Yeah, aliens.
Nobody needs a tachymeter in space.
That's right. Or conversely, you need to radically change the scale.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Cool, Steve. You came in. You came in at the point we were talking about best watch of the year, one that you didn't care for, and then one that you think should be released next year.
Yeah, well, I heard Mike's comment earlier about best of the year between the Moonswatch and the Bel Canto. Totally agree. I think that's tied. They're both tied, and they're I think they're tied for different reasons. Obviously, the Moonswatch, I think did something that nobody thought anyone could have imagined. I mean, it got the watch collectors interested, but it got the general public interested. And I mean, that was just incredible. Just to see the amount of interest there. I mean, I had people reaching out to me that are not watch collectors saying, "How can I get one of these watches? This is amazing." So whether you like the watch or not, it really is irrelevant. I mean, just
did you get one, Steve?
What that watch did for the industry is incredible.
Steve, did you get one?
No, and I don't plan to buy one either. But I mean, I just think it's such a cool thing, and honestly, you know, I posted about the Super Mario Tourbillon. You know, my big issue with this is I think that Tag Heuer is going in the wrong direction. You know, when you're talking about a $25,000 timepiece, that's rarefied air for most people. And I honestly thought, you know, you have Super Mario Brothers. You saw what Omega did with the Moonswatch. Why not do the same thing? And you have all these different characters with Mario Kart. Why not do the exact same thing with Tag Heuer and you know, have this affordable timepiece with all these different characters that you could really get, you know, kind of crazy and funky with, and have it be more approachable in terms of, you know, trying to get more people interested in your brand. So I thought this was really a huge misstep for them. Like I don't find the design all that appealing, and I think for that sort of price, you know, it's got to be something really, really special, and it just didn't grab me.
When I look at that with the Mario Kart and the conversation, the points you just made, I'm trying to put my thoughts into the right way. When you and I, when we were all a certain age, with the first Super Mario Brothers or the first Super Nintendo playing Mario Kart, we may be at an age where we can afford something that's stupidly expensive, or we're at a certain point of our life where 25 grand might not be, you know, everybody's $1,500 or $150. And I think that conversation, maybe for that type of watch, for that type of clientele, we go back to when they were doing the Black Panther with the Hublot and the Audemars Piguet, you know, those purple ones. I forget which brand it was. It was the same kind of conversation where it would never touch me or resonate with me because it could never afford it or think that it's the right thing to do. But when you look at brands like Jacob & Co. and you look at some of the different Richard Mille collectors, this is a really inexpensive toy for that type of person that could resonate with it. If you were going to do what, say, Swatch did with the Moon Phase, I think it still had a good enough price point, $300-400 with taxes, that you knew you were buying something. If you were going to do the thing that you just suggested, Steve, that would be something that Fossil might buy into and license. And that would just be for a bit of fun that you could do. I think this is a statement piece for that, to kind of show luxury is not just about diamonds or bling or movement. It could also be a bit of fun. I do then go back on the point and say, I think it's not quite right. I don't think it quite suits it. But I can see where they were thinking or why they were thinking. But I mean, there's right or wrong. I've not ever liked Tag since my first ever watch was a non-chronograph Carrera, and it was brilliant. It was absolutely, and I wish I'd never sold it. But I think what they do with the Carrera story and some of the aesthetics nowadays are a bit too big and bold and chunky. But there's a market for so many different palettes and tastes, and the Mario conversation for that one is just not for me, and I'll never see one, and I don't care if I do, but I get why they did it.
You're kind of leading me in perfectly, because you know you're talking about the non-Carrera models. I feel like Tag Heuer and Heuer in general, kind of in the 1970s to early 80s, their design language was so incredible. And I feel like there are so many models like the Tag Heuer 1000, the 1500, the 2000, a lot of really great designs from the 70s, 80s, and 90s that are just waiting to be re-released. And I really wish that Tag Heuer would take a step back and look at some of these fantastic designs that they have available in their archives. They don't have to be perfect one-to-one reproductions, but I really think that, you know, they had something really great and they can have something really great again. So that's something I'm still waiting to see from Tag Heuer. So I guess that's one of the things that I wish I had seen this year. The other thing I would say, and maybe this is just being a jaded collector, is I just want to see more variants. I want to see, you know, funky designs. I want to see different materials in terms of cases, you know, or dials, you know. And I think obviously Zodiac, you guys did that this year with the meteorite dials, but you know, stone dials, or you know, different types of case materials. You know, nobody's done a fiberglass watch in many decades. So I feel like, you know, there's an opportunity for brands to really sort of branch out a bit and try some different things, and not just try and recreate a Submariner or, you know, chronograph every single time, or GMT, right? There's got to be more options out there. Otherwise, I think it's just going to get stale and people are going to get disinterested.
Did you look at, or did you see, or did you have an opinion on the re-release of the Link from a few years ago?
The Tag Heuer Link.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I thought they did everything you said there. But it kind of got overshadowed with all the stuff that they do with the big Carreras and the Mario Brothers kind of conversation. But that Link was awesome. I was very impressed with it.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to jump in with a prediction video I haven't released yet. I reckon this year is going to be the year of the Tag Link. We're going to get an all-new Link. And I reckon it's going to go back to the 80s style. If you look at what Tag are doing, is everyone else has gone back to like the mid-century, and they don't have a mid-century modern. Heuer does, and they occasionally dip their toes in there, but Tag has said they're not going to be a Heuer reproduction company. Their history starts in the 80s. And if you go through what they're doing with their watches, with the exception of the Monaco, I've got to always put the Monaco at one side. That's the one Heuer that's allowed to get a run. If you look at what they've done with the Formula One, you look at what they've done with the Aqua Racer, you look at everything else that's going on in Tag at the moment, they're going back to the 1980s and giving us the 80s. And I think the Link in the current collection is a kind of boring, nothing saying anything, generic.
Yeah.
It could come from anyone. But the new one, I think, will have all those kind of evil Miami Vice. They'll really embrace it and take it for a spin.
But you know what was so special about that model, though, is that you could see someone from across the room and you would know instantly what model watch it was just because of the bracelet. That sort of bracelet design. I mean, I'm speaking from my generation here, but that was like a watch to, attain, right? We saw these people wearing these watches and like, oh my gosh, this guy has a Link, when
if there's
$100 was a lot of money, this was like a dream watch for me. And so, I think like Breitling with the Chronomat, right? They brought that back as well. And that's, to me, that was another watch of that era that, people aspired to own. I really think, the time is right to really do something special with the Link.
It was a Jason Bourne watch as well, wasn't it? The Bourne Supremacy, the Bourne films. I think he had a Tag Link. I think that was his watch in there.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. I was going to say, I don't get to talk to people from the industry very much. So Mike's here. So I'm going to say, Mike, if there's 2 words I can please ask you never to have in a brief for a design.
Oh, here we go.
Timeless and versatile. If someone can just like never say those words again, or just say, oh, you mean boring.
We have we have a bit of a different palette, I think, within the brand right now. What we just released this past year showed it. We do have a couple of watches that are coming out next year that are from our back catalogue that celebrate a certain time, which would probably go into that. I'll just make sure the copywriters do not write that down.
Hate those words. I think, on the point that Steve was raising, I think that timeless and versatile drives generic design. And as so many people have been lauding, this is a great one watch. I've got 52 watches under my bed next to me right now. Why do I care about versatile? Why do I care about timeless?
Yeah, this whole industry is especially for brands that we're talking about today, it's for the collector community. They don't want one; they want to have variety. I completely agree on that one. But no, your point is very well made, Pete.
In fact, Mike, we've got a question for you from Thomas again. Could you see Zodiac releasing a diver/chrono? I don't get the genre myself because I don't think that you would use a chronograph underwater. A timing bezel maybe, but many brands make them.
Keep your eye out next year.
Oh, it sounds like the return of the red dot.
No. That's the 90s. Go back a bit further.
Okay.
It's a really, really. We've got some really cool things, but it's the only part of the collection that's not existing right now. Next year, the whole brand, the entire line, by the end of 2023, will have the STP movement refined. There's a few changes going into that. But we are bringing in a chronograph. We are bringing it in. We will buy that movement in, and if it goes the way that we think it's going to go, we'll develop STP for a chronograph. But it's the era of the chronograph, which is quite exciting to show you. So I'll leave it at that. Most people who know Zodiac will kind of know what would come, but it won't let you down, that's for sure. But I think that because of the thickness of that type of case and the way that the dial set up and the way you'd use a chronograph, I mean, I never would use my chronograph like that for a dive watch, especially unless they're screw down crowns or screw down pushers. But the aesthetic kind of marries into two worlds when you see it. So I think you'll like it.
Chili Badgers, we're going to get in an argument here. It says no diver watch should have a date complication. End of. I vehemently disagree. But
because of symmetry or for the viewer?
Yeah. What are you saying, Chili? Just because it's a diver watch and they're using for its utility.
Sam, you've got an issue with any watch that doesn't have a date. You will not buy one. That's your thing, isn't it?
That's true.
I'm actually on board with Chili Badger there. You know, like a true dive watch would be in your kit bag with everything else, and then when you get to the dive site, you break out your reg, your BC, your tank, you get all your gear ready, you get your watch out, you set it, you put it on, you dive. You don't need to know what date it is.
No, you're not going out for 24 hours. You're back that night to check the.
That's right. And then when you get back, you take all your kit off, you put your dive watch away with all the other dive kit, and you put your proper watch on.
And pull your iPhone out and check the date. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you check your dive computer.
No date. FXD, proper dive watch, no date.
I will say to you, Sam, what I just talked about does not have a date. So I'll sign you up for one. No worries.
He won't have one. He won't have any watch without a date. Samuel.
I'm going to change his mind when he sees it. It's so much nicer.
Yeah. On the other hand, any proper tool watch has to be quartz.
Oh
no.
Come on. Not throw a grenade in there and just walk away.
No way.
That's right.
No, not a chance. Not having that at all. No.
There is. Yeah. Every real tool watch, if it's got a mechanical movement, it's just jewelry, and cosplay.
Right, okay. So
it's laughing.
Why does it have to be quartz? Let's answer this question. Why does it have to be quartz? Why?
I'm big into quartz.
Okay, because a tool watch. You don't care about aesthetics at all. You don't care about value. You don't care about it. Lives in a box. You pick it up. You give it to the person that's going to do it. That's going to do the thing. And then when they're done, you take it off them. You put it back in a box. You close the box, and then it's done. And then the next time someone needs a job, you open it and you give it. A tool watch is a watch design. It's a tool watch for me is defined by a watch that you would buy for someone else that they get to keep, that you are buying it. So the money is coming from you. You're giving it to them so that they can do the job that they need to do. And as a result, you're willing to pay for it.
I've never heard that definition of a tool watch. The definition of a tool watch is you have yourself as you're like a builder or something, and you just put it on and you just go out and do your daily job.
I would say, and that builder then convinces himself that he needs a Rolex and he calls it a toolbox, a tool watch. No, the tool watch is the watch that builder buys for his apprentice because his apprentice
never
keeps
heard
turning
that
up
one.
late.
I never heard that one in my life. I know what everyone else is. We can have a discussion on that. What's everyone else's definition of a tool watch?
That's because every single watch collector in the world lies and says, I want to buy a $10,000 watch and I want to convince myself it's a tool. Therefore, my two-tone Rolex is a tool watch.
I disagree. A Rolex, an Amiga, a Tudor Black Bay could be a tool watch. That ain't a $10,000 watch. That could be a tool watch.
Yeah,
I
disagree.
That is an ultimate tool watch. I'm sorry, the Marine Nationale can use that. That is a tool watch. And
the Marine Nationale do not use that. It is by the way, that's just a special forces cosplay watch.
Okay.
The
Do you
National-
know? Okay,
National-
hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Do you know about the two dial? Do you know about the two dial? The dial with the 2-line dial for it. Do you know about that?
Yes. And today, all of those guys go diving with G-Shocks. A G-Shock is a tool watch.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
If I go out to a Special Forces firing range today, they are all wearing G-Shocks.
Richard. Okay. Do you know? Do you know what the British forces use?
They'll probably use G-Shocks.
No, they use
Yeah,
the
they use
CWC,
the citizens.
SBS,
No,
or they use CWC or SBS, or they use a Holton professional.
they'll get
Guaranteed, that's
issued those. They'll get issued those, but
They're
all of the
issued.
RAF guys that come through my unit are wearing G-Shocks
The SPS, you could,
or
SBS.
Garments.
Oh,
I've seen plenty of pictures with SBS guys using CWCs and Holtons. I've seen them.
Mechanical
I
or
know
quartz?
people. Sorry,
well, they are. Yeah, the quartz.
they are
Yeah.
quartz. Yeah, they're quartz. They're quartz.
No,
Both of them.
I just see G-Shocks everywhere. Every
Yeah,
pilot I deal with
they use
G-Shocks.
CWC and they use Holtons as well. 100% they do.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, Pete. That I think a tool watch, if it is a tool, then that quartz might be better. I mean, I like quartz chronographs quite a bit because I don't know, because of that romance. If you are timing something, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. There's probably very few professions now that wear a watch. I mean, a diver, but they would have a diving computer, wouldn't they? If they were.
I'll give you my 2 cents on why.
Yeah, please. Yeah, go for it. Yeah,
I completely agree with you. I think if you are today looking at, going to have a tool and you need G-Shocks and Garmin's or Apple Watches at some point, because it's there, it's accurate, does its thing. But you go back to the time that we love with watches and where Speedies and Rolexes and Submariners come from. Yeah. Even Zodiacs, when you were looking through Vietnam and Korea, all of them were analog. All of them were used as tool watches. Today's day and age, there are other options after the quartz crisis. And I just think that because of the way the watches are now built, they are better than they were back then. They are just a little bit more refined in the tooling, the teeth, everything. You can now rely on a lot more than maybe what you could have back then. What I do think that for a couple $100, you've got a watch which is purely accurate within that G-Shock, Seiko, Citizen range. I don't think it's as clear as that's a tool watch and that's cosplay or that's jewelry, because it comes from something quite pure. And I completely agree with your point in terms of just pure, this is the list of what it does and this is why. But I think with watches, it's more than just that. There's a little bit of romance to it and where it comes from.
Yeah,
I completely agree. I think I own 2 of my 50 watches of quartz, so I'm not. But I suppose I just own it and say I buy those things because I'm reliving all of that time.
There you are. Yeah, about. You've got to look at it that way.
But again, I suppose, and that's just jewelry for me.
Yeah.
And I just own it and say, yeah, that's fine. I don't wear any other jewelry. Watches are my jewelry.
I go back to the car that I brought over from England. I brought a Land Rover Defender. It's an old one.
Beautiful.
It is a bag of bolts, but I love it. And what it was used for in the north of England for 20 years was an ambulance going over the mountains and doing the amount of work that it's for. I take my kids to get ice cream in it, and I think I'm a badass. Like, look at it that way. I love what it meant. I love what it did. And I'm not going to use it that way, but I've got it to say something about me. And I think that's a really good analogy that I'm using.
But I think the Defender's a great analogy for maybe what we were talking about with Tag, where the Defender was such an icon, and then the new one, they've kind of, I don't know, it just doesn't still have the same romance as the old Defender.
I went to the Jaguar Land Rover dealership recently just to ask about a certain thing that's broken of mine, which I need to find a part for it, obviously. But I parked it up next to the brand new one, and all of the people that work in the workshop came out to look at mine. And I thought that was a big telling point about and it literally has rust coming off everywhere, but it means something to me and also to them because they know where that new one came from.
Yeah, and it's amazing in the US. This is one thing in the US when I was looking to buy a car is those Defenders are very valuable in the US, whereas in the UK they're pulling them out of ditches and stuff, aren't they? Like farmers' fields and things. Whereas in America, the Defenders really really well covered. We've actually got a pretty good question that came through. So Fernando says, "I'm shocked that nobody except Grand Seiko is focused on blending quartz's unbeatable precision with more traditional mechanical movements. Why is that niche not a wider industry focus like Swatch?"
Well, who's going to repair them?
Great point. Yeah,
I mean,
and
I don't know if any, and Mike, you might know better than I would, but I know that most watchmakers, that first off, they don't want to touch anything electric or electronic, and the spring drive movement is very specialized, and so it's not something you can send anywhere to work on it. So I don't know who would work on such a thing outside of Grand Seiko.
They're not hard. They're not that hard if they're done the inexpensive side, but that's the difference. You've got to really invest to do what GS are doing. And they've really invested not just time, effort, money, they've also invested marketing to make sure that quartz is not a taboo word or a cheap word. It's something of quality that's done in the right way. When you look at maybe what Zodiac did a couple of years ago, we had this one watch called the Grand Rally, and it was a really good design, but it has a really, really inexpensive quartz battery. This means that whole brand that we want to build and we're now trying to build rests on a price point of a couple $100. And I would probably say this for a lot of the brands, is that they don't know how to do that lower end right marketing wise to make it justified with where you can then spend the rest of the money. To Pete's conversation of, it's probably going to be more accurate to have a quartz, but it's a $5 battery. And why are you going to spend a couple of grand on this watch? It's not about that. But if you are going to do what I think Seiko's done brilliantly, is you can have the 5, you can then have prospects, you could then go up to Grand Seiko, and that quartz conversation is done really well. And it really is up to the brand. No brand right now, especially in the Swiss world, because of I think maybe what they all got hurt with back in the quartz crisis, is going to invest time and money to do that like the Japanese have. That's my 100% opinion.
No,
yeah, I think the only two brands I see in the Swiss that are leaping out to me that have embraced quartz to any extent and done so in a way that I think is sustainable and they can build on is probably Omega and Breitling. Yeah, I think both through their kind of Omega through the X33, the Skywalker, and those watches. Again, if you're going to issue a watch tomorrow, an Omega, it'll be the tool watch. It'll be the X33. And Breitling I think we're going to see their professional collection will only ever be quartz. They had their designer on the other day who was on this whole transparency kick that they're on. They're pushing their staff out to go on all sorts of podcasts. So their chief designer, Sylvain Berenon, was on a blog to watch. And he was being asked about I think it was the Formex spring drive or spring loading thing where you can, it's more comfortable and it's also like shock absorbent and everything in a mechanical watch. And he was incredibly dismissive of it. He just said, if you want to do a proper professional tool watch, it's quartz. Anything else is just stupid. That's what our professional line is for.
I think it's a really good point, though, that it's something that they're leading, but I do think there's a bit of fear in the industry, not in a nasty way or a patronizing way. I just do think that there's a lot of people, I think we'd be included in that we don't want to go backwards in a perceived way, that we are then going to put a battery in, because you really have to invest a lot.
I think one of the things that really holds TAG back are those, and Longines in the collector's mind, are those $1,000 cheap quartz watches that they sell, that they have in catalog.
It's the genius of Seiko, isn't it? The genius of Seiko is that you can get your first mechanical watch at a non-existent price point, and that's where the brand starts. And after that, the complications just get better. And then bang, they go, right, here's a quartz, and it's the best you're going to get. I mean, it really is just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, that Breitling Super Quartz that I had one of these B1s, and you're right, Pete, if they bought out another Annie Digi, I probably wouldn't hesitate to buy, because that Breitling Super Quartz is awesome, thermocompensated Super Quartz movements. But that's the problem with them, isn't it? Because that B1, one of the reasons I had a couple of them, and one of the reasons that I moved them on was that if they do, you can pick them up for $1,000 or whatever. But if they die, that movement it's just a rip and replace. I don't think they can actually repair that. Any digi movement.
I don't know if those movements. I know they're serviceable. If they're repairable, I don't know. That's probably the great unknown. Is will there be a collector's? In 50 years' time, will there be a collector's market for quartz movements? Because can they be serviced? Do we? Maybe this is where NFTs have a place. It's like if you own the NFT for the watch, and that watch, like the bananas that's taped to the wall, it doesn't matter that you replace the banana. You own the NFT, therefore it's the original watch, even though it's got a whole new movement in it.
Yeah, maybe they'll do. They'll just pull out the inside of watches and put smartwatch components inside, like they do with the old Apple Macs. When yeah.
Well, Tag Heuer, they wanted to do that, didn't they?
Yeah. I think I remember the early adopters of that Tag Connect. I'd love to find somebody and interview them on the channel, because I believe when they first released that Tag Connect, they gave everyone the option after a year to buy a mechanical movement to go in it. I might have made this story up, but I'm sure at the time I remember them.
You see, it was true, but I never heard any follow through either. So I'd be interested.
No, I'd love to meet somebody if anybody knows anyone who actually opted for that, to have the mechanical movement put in the Tag Connect. I think that would be quite an interesting story. But we before Steve joined, we were doing a round the robin on watches that we were hoping would be released next year. I think we did Pete, but Mike, I think we were just about to get to you about a watch that you would hope would be released next year, or something you've got your eye on, maybe.
Honestly, I'm just blinkered with what's coming out. I've literally started to develop Zodiac's 2024 stuff, so I haven't even looked at what could come, and that's literally just because of what I've put myself under this last year. It's been brilliant, but I haven't looked. What I do like is that when you get to do the shows is like what Zodiac does, you get to see things a little early. So, I mean, I saw some of the early ones from Christopher Ward at Windup or Vertex, hearing what's going on down. I still like the independence after all the years of being with maybe a little bit more of a louder brand. So I'm still up for discovering, but have no worries about buying something else this year because of what I'm going to be doing. I just know I'm going to be like the kid in the candy store buying my own sweets. So.
Get an eye on your own supply.
Yeah. I do want to, Sam, just before we move on, can I just?
Yeah, please.
It's my wedding anniversary tomorrow, so I'm going to get my ass beaten if I do not leave soon. But I just wanted to thank you and Tea and Tickers and Pete and the Red Bar, all the different people that have been a part of your conversation. You've made this year brilliant for me, and I know tons of readers and listeners and viewers. But I just wanted to wish you a happy new year and thank you for all that you guys have done for us this year. It means the world.
No, thanks, Mike.
Brilliant. Yeah, great. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, excellent.
We'll see you again, I'm sure. We'll do it properly next year as well. But if you need anything or anybody needs anything, I'm not too hard to find. Just jump on Instagram. But I'm going to go to the wife and the kids and go and eat some more cheese.
All right, Mike.
All right, happy holidays. See you all.
Yeah.
See you, Mike. Cheers. Thanks, Mike. Cheers. See you in a
bit. Steve, you're up then. What have you got your eye on for next year? I think,
yeah. So I mentioned about the Tag Heuer, the stuff that I would like to see from them, but no, I mean, I guess one thing I've really been looking for, and I heard you guys mentioning earlier about purple watches. I've really been wanting to find a purple watch or something with a burgundy dial, and I feel like those are two colors that you just don't see a ton of options. You're seeing more now than you did a couple of years ago, but there's just not a lot out there. And so I'm still kind of looking for that perfect watch to coordinate with outfits, or just to have something a little bit different.
Yeah, because was it on your stream, John? Did Muhammad Ali, was that a red dial Moser he had, or was that
red?
More...
Yeah, it was like a red. It was a red. It was a red. Definitely red dial. Yes.
Okay.
It's his favorite color because he has a red car as well.
So what, Steve? What brand do you think should do this burgundy dial?
I don't know. I'm kind of open to it, but I would be lying if I said Grand Seiko wasn't one that I was thinking of, and because they have the ability to do such incredible dial work. And I think they actually just released one that is burgundy. So that's one I might have an eye on. But yeah, you kind of want something special, right? You want something that makes an impression, but also something special to you. And I know for myself, I tend to accumulate. I buy pieces and I think I like them, and then once I own them, I wear them for a while and then I get rid of them. And so, I want to try and find more models, more brands that really resonate for me and hold some sort of a value there besides just looking really cool in a watch blog, and maybe I only wear it once or twice a year. So I guess those are the things that just kind of go through my mind. Is I'm just looking to be, I think, maybe more impressed, more wowed. I think that's a big reason why that Bel Canto was such a unexpected delight for a lot of us, right? Because I don't know that anyone was really expecting it. I certainly hadn't heard of anything. I don't know if you had, Sam, but I mean, that really just came out of left field, and I feel like, wow, that's something really exciting and new and different, and it's at a very approachable price point. So yeah, I think I'm kind of looking forward to whatever the future holds in terms of new complications or new models or new colors or things like that. So
yeah, I think you're right. The Bel Canto came sort of left field, but I went back and watched a previous interview I'd done with Mike, and he had dropped a hint that there was something big coming along. But I always thought, because there's a Fairs collab, isn't there, coming out? And you have to be a member of the British Clock and Watchmakers Association in order to get like a first kind of, first shot at it. But I think I think you have to join that in order to get the email through for it. So that'll be an interesting one. But Andy, have you got any burgundy dial watches?
Oh, good question. Actually, the Cartier, right? What I am wearing is technically burgundy, I'd say.
That's a great one. That's a great one. JLC came out with a really nice reverso and kind of a oxblood and burgundy, and that's absolutely stunning. But gosh, I don't know about you, Andy, but I kind of feel like I have to be really dressed up sometimes to wear these fancier pieces. I don't know. Do you feel like you can wear kind of any watch with any outfit, or do you feel like, with this Cartier, like you have to be a little bit more dressed up?
Oh, that's a great question. So I had this discussion actually with some of the guys at Red Bar, actually Barcelona, and a lot of the guys agreed that we were saying maybe the Cartier tank, and I know not everybody will agree with this, is probably one of the best watch designs ever made. Love it or hate it, purely on it kind of goes for it's non-invasive on your wrist. It's very sleek. You can wear it all day. You can sleep in this watch. It'll never bother you. And also getting back on topic, as in, the dial and the color. Like now I'm just relatively casual. I'd happily wear this, no problem. But I could also put on a tuxedo and it also will look great. So it's kind of never too underdressed, but never overdressed, these Cartier tanks in particular. As in terms of how a reverso would look, I think reversos maybe look a little more dressy than the Cartier tank. But yeah, like this particular watch, I wear it for any occasion, really. Not sport, of course, but for just going out generally, I'm happy to wear it dressed up or dress casual. Yeah,
that's confidence right there.
Yeah,
I actually think that's the trend. That's going to be a trend of 2023 and forward. Sort of a trend for the last 10 years has been dressing up sports watches. And I think the trend of 2023 and forward is going to be dressing down dress watches. I think you're going to see people selling more and more dress and dress adjacent watches to people wearing, within ads, with people wearing T-shirts and cargos and denim shirts and hoodies and all that sort of thing. I think that's the fashion trend moving forward. Because one of my favorite expressions is every door swings both ways. As soon as you dress down something, that implies other things can be dressed up. I don't think there's anything that really goes with Sam's jumper, but
I'll get a tie.
Wrapping paper. Yeah.
Rolex and snowmen.
But no, I think that's going to be moving forward. I don't have anything as I don't have anything as dressy as the Cartier. Cartier is doesn't quite have a vibe that sort of fits with me. But I do find with my dress watches or my dressier watches, yeah, I'm quite comfortable wearing them with anything. I don't feel any need to be wearing a suit to put them on.
To wear it, yeah.
Tim, I have to drop in a second, but I did have one question for everyone here because this is another topic that I've been kind of struggling with. Would any of you spend, say, $1,500 or $2,000 on one of these titanium Casio G-Shocks?
No.
Ooh,
that was easy.
You know what? I actually keep looking at them. I honestly,
I think they look super cool. I think they look amazing, but at the same time, do I really want to spend that much money on a Casio G-Shock? I just don't. I don't know.
Do you know what? I keep looking at the square one, and I keep looking at the. So you're talking about basically. Well, these are actually $3,000, aren't they? This is the titanium. They're using different.
There's some with like a digital camo pattern that I've noticed, and a few other models as well. But I mean, I think they look really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big boy, of course, that they've released is the one that's made by the I'll see if I can find it on here, but that's made by a chap who I believe makes samurai swords or whatever, and it's $8,000. It's an incredible I'm not going to be able to find it now, but they released a G-Shock. It's about $8,000 and it's made by a craftsman who makes watches makes samurai swords and stuff like that. So it's really let me just see if I can find it here. I won't fish around too long for it, but it's an incredible watch.
There's one up near
That's
the top.
all etched and engraved, isn't it, Sam?
Yes. Yeah, it's did you spot it there? I didn't see it. It's like $8,000 or something. I think that maybe even Scottish Watches might have got their hands on it, but I won't. I'll actually do a proper search for it. I actually like them. You know, the $3,000 ones. The only thing that bothers me with them is actually the hands. The minute hand seems a bit too short. Here we go. Sorry. There we go. Here we go. So it's $8,000. Yeah.
It's a lot of money, though, isn't it?
It is. It is a lot of money. And it's. I don't think there's. It's the same. I guess it's the same movements as the other in the range. So this range typically are in the. This is like 2,600 range, but yeah, this one's a. And I think actually, if we go back, I don't know how many was made, but featuring stunning techniques of master swordsmith.
I think we lost your audio, Sam.
Sorry.
Now you're back.
Oh, sorry. Yep. What happened? So it's crafted by a swordsmith.
Wow.
I mean, is it really? The idea of it. Nobody. I'm not convincing anyone here, am I?
I'm not sold on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a Casio guy. I'm not a G-Shock guy. I'm probably a little old. I'm older than anyone else here. I think I'm old enough that these weren't my first watch. Casio and G-Shock weren't my introduction into watches, so I don't have that emotional bond. But at the same time, I just, these G-Shocks were handed out to me when I was at work, along with safety boots and high-vis vests. I've got a couple that were issued to me. I don't feel anything special about them. They're just watches. They're just tools.
Tools.
They are tools. The fact that these would be bundled up, put them in plastic bag along with my safety boots and high vis informs my definition of what a tool, and that the taxpayer bought them for me. It informs my definition of what a tool watch is.
And Pete, were they just bog standard G-Shocks, or do they have any special, any of the RAAF, no inscription on the back or your number or anything? No.
No, and it was a different one every 6 months. It was just whatever that was being issued.
Oh, so they just were expecting them to be destroyed based on the work that you were doing.
Yeah, they just got destroyed, and then you'd come back and get another one. It would be different.
Yeah. Yeah, because I definitely grew up with G-Shock. I think the first G-Shock was 85 or something. So I remember my first watch, and I loved all that. The shock absorbers on the brace, on the inside of the rubber thing and everything. I mean, who knows whether it was ever practical, and people would drop them off bridges and stuff. And it was, I remember them being really cool. And I had a G-Shock for quite a while. In fact, actually, Andy, I broke it on a beach in Ibiza.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I had the battery. It wasn't broken. I'd actually had the battery replaced in it, and I think because you have to use this silicon grease on a G-Shock to get the sealed, and I don't think they put that on it. So I went in the sea, and that was kind of the end of the G-Shock.
Wow.
I died on a beach in Ibiza along with my dignity,
like most.
Yeah.
Mine, guys. Thank you very much.
Oh, cheers, Steve.
Oh, nice to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Cheers, Steve.
Take care.
Yeah, we'll have a revolving cast of people coming in and out. Well, so we did. What did we do? We did watches, best watch of the year, worst watch of the year. We did watches that we would like to see come out, and then we did watches that are on our watch list for buying this year. I don't know. Maybe we should talk about because I've not really bought any vintage watches this year, and I'm kind of like a little bit. I don't know. I'm still a bit concerned about vintage, but I know both of you buy vintage, don't you? Vintage,
big time.
Do you think the market got so big the last couple of years on vintage that it's hard to get into now, or do you think there's still deals to be had?
Ooh, there's amazing deals to be had if you know where to look and you know the right people.
Yeah, I don't know what Andy. I don't know that Andy has vintage watches, but I don't know which ones. I think there's two different ways of being a vintage watch collector, and I think one is the serious Eric Wind. I get box and papers, and condition is everything, and I need that's one way of being a vintage watch collector, and I think that's really hard. I think that's getting harder and harder and harder. If, on the other hand, I'm totally the opposite, and I know people like Eric Wind will be dismissive of my vintage watches and would call them not vintage at all. He just calls them old. I don't care about box and papers. I don't care about authenticity. I care a little bit, but like an atrocious redial will frustrate me. But I'm not tracking down every part and making sure it's all lines up. If you're just like those kind of older watches, then yeah, I agree with Andy. There's so many great watches out there. There are literally billions of them, and they're just waiting for you.
Yeah, I mean, Scottish Watches had they did a show with the Bangalore Watch Company, and Nicholas from Fears was co-hosting, and they were talking about that the Indian company HMT made 15 million watches a year or something like crazy. Like one of the most prolific watchmakers in the world was the Indian HMT. But what we got a question for you, Andy, was so where do you look then for vintage? Is it like cars where you're trying to look for like the barn finds, like perhaps people who've inherited watches and or watches that have been stored in a drawer and nobody really knows what they are? And
yeah, so it's difficult. So I'm very fortunate in the situation I am in here, that I have a network of people who are, let's say, situated quite well in the vintage collecting world. So normally I get watches what they find, and then they offer me these watches at quite a nice price. So I've been very lucky. But I know a lot of the watches they source are generally from like house sales. So when people don't quite know what they have. I don't mind saying, like, regarding the Rolex King Midas, which I've just recently acquired last Tuesday. I won't say the exact prices, but this was again found in a second-hand shop, and it was way under the label what it should have been. And luckily, my friend knew it was my style of watch, and he made a little bit of profit on me, but left some profit in that watch for me also if I ever do want to move it on. So it was a fair deal. But yeah, I think again, he does this full time, but it's just having an eye, I'd say, for knowing what to recognize, do some research on vintage, so you know what a good vintage watch is. But I'm totally with Pete. Like, for me personally, box papers, don't care. I'm all about, has it been polished? That bothers me more than anything else. I'd rather it just be as authentic as, for me, authentic is the watch has had a life and it hasn't been messed with during that life, as in terms of a completely different movement inside or redial. And GLC, I've seen some horrible JLCs where it's been painted back on and it just destroys the watch, for example. So
yeah,
yeah,
I've had that. I've had a watch which was, the guy was really happy to send me every photo I asked for. They were excellent. This guy must have been a killer photographer, because the photos looked brilliant. But then when the watch arrived, it had clearly been, like, the dial had been repainted by someone using his foot. It was just awful. So I think, and when I went to go back to him, he'd vanished. So lesson learned, very early on in my watch collecting journey, that one.
Yeah, I got burnt on I got burnt on a vintage Breitling, actually, a B1 that had the insignia on it of a RAF core, and somebody had taken, I found out later, somebody had taken alcohol to it to try and clean the dial, but alcohol dissolves lume on watches, apparently, isopropyl alcohol, and yeah, it was a real mess.
Yeah. So I suppose my advice is, where it gets tricky is there are literally billions of these watches out there, and I think you can't be an expert in all of them, and you can't have an idea of what you're looking for. So I think my one piece of advice to someone who wants to get into vintage would be, pick a brand, pick a style, pick something, and have a sense of that, and have a sense of what that should look like and what it should wear like and how that would work, and sort of lock yourself into that. Then what you'll find is, as you start using people like Chrono 24, like I use Chrono 24 a lot, but because I've got a little box around the kinds of things I'm looking at, it's always the same. It's always the same sellers. It's always the same dealers. And then you can start building kind of a network of, okay, so these are the guys that are consistently moving product. These are the guys who don't move product. That's always a sign for me. A guy who's got 50 watches, but I come back 5 months later and he's got the same 50 watches for sale. That's not a good sign.
And so Andy,
someone put it. And someone put something in the comment I'd completely agree with. Japan. Buy from the Japanese. Super honest about condition. Everything's almost always in good nick. And it's generally about 10 to 15% cheaper than anywhere else. I buy a lot of watches from Japan.
Yeah, I know Seiko Todd does as well, doesn't he? He buys a lot, because apparently they're really keen on keeping things in very good condition. But I mean, Andy, I was on the vintage side, if you're gonna get into vintage collecting, do you have to really have like a good watchmaker that you trust, or do you have to have like a network of people to help service or authenticate watches? Or
it's a good question. It's hard because I've gotten into the vintage collecting due to already making contacts in that world.
Yeah.
So I haven't had to experience it. Actually, I did maybe once. The first luxury watch I ever bought was a JLC Memo Vox.
Oh, yeah.
And this is before knowing anything, so I didn't even understand to check millimeter. I just thought that looks a cool watch. That's a man's watch, and it comes and it's 32 slash, if I'm lucky with the crown, 33 millimeter memo box. And everything what could be wrong with it pretty much was. So that was a lesson learned. But I think always have a reference would be key. If you're not fortunate enough to have a network, certainly like a great example is Red Bar, right? Wherever you may be based, get into a Red Bar, meet other collectors who maybe have better knowledge, and build relationships with people who can help you in that sense. But I'd say always have references. It is key. So don't jump at something. And normally, if something looks too good to be true, it probably is. So just do a lot of checks first. Don't impulse, I'd say.
Yeah, and I suppose a question to both of you then is there any brands that like vintage that you would avoid? Because you always hear about, everybody talks about Universal Genève being an incredible watch brand when it was alive, but also that they are quite difficult afterwards because they were in-house movements, so it's not like off-the-shelf parts. Is there any brands that you avoid because they're, even though you love them, they're just impossible to service?
Gosh, Universal are so hot right now. They're really, really hot. Especially gold polaritors, right? They're crazy right now. The prices are going up, but as in terms of having them repaired or serviced could be complicated. Again, I'd probably say chronographs will probably be the worst, right? If it's not if it's an in-house chronograph, then that could cause you some troubles.
That's actually the watch, which is I'm teaching you. You were asking earlier, like, what's the watch we might buy next year? I'm right on the edge of perhaps buying one of the first generation Breitling chronographs, Breitling auto chronographs. I think with the movements that they shared with what was it, Hoya and someone else, some American brand, I can't remember which one it was. Buren. So I'm right on the edge of that, but what Andy just said is what holds me back. I've got a couple of vintage manual wind chronos. They're relatively easy. Pretty much anyone can work on those. But those early auto chronographs, that I want one. I'm afraid of it.
So we've got Jack's here said, and Jack, thanks for watching all this year and being active in the live stream comments. It says vintage collectors need several watchmakers: the economical, clean and service only guy, the generalist repair guy, and the manufacturer specialist. Don't know if you agree with that.
That's probably true. I think you may end up there. So far, I've only used the first two. I haven't needed number 3 yet.
James Duffy says, I have a good watchmaker willing to overhaul any 3-hander for $250. Availability of service part dependent, of course.
And that's absolutely true. I mean, let's not overblow. And if you're looking at something like a JLC Memovox, which has got the alarm function, that's going to be tricky. But at the end of the day, people have been making Swiss lever escapement watches for a long time. There's only so many ways they can go together. And things have got more complicated, not less. So most people can look at those old watches, take them apart, put them back together again, perfectly fine. It's parts that are the trouble.
Yeah, because I guess essentially then you'd have to cannibalize a watch, wouldn't you, in order to... I know you have to do that with all fountain pens and stuff where you can't service them. You basically have to have 2 and then cannibalize the other one in order to get the parts.
Yeah.
But
there is generic parts as well, I think, available, or you can have custom parts made depending on, I guess, how valuable that piece is, right? Is a price for everything, but everything can be remade if it's been made before as well. So,
is that right?
Yeah,
people are like to remake it.
Yeah, definitely. I think rather than a Frankenstein, you can have custom parts of a watch made, but you wouldn't do it for something what costs you, £800 or something, unless it was going to put the value up to a different point.
Yeah, in fact, you I know it on the Seiko community. I know Spencer Klein, who's one of the big Seiko restorers, had the one of the plates made. I forget which watch it was for, but there was always a defect in Seiko watches where one of the pins didn't have a jewel on it, so it would grind actually into the metal, and they remake the plate with the extra jewel in it to. So I think it might have been on some of the original divers or something. Somebody will know in there. Then we got another question saying, how do you feel about collecting retro watches, 80s and early 2000s? I mean, I love my Breitling B1. I think I've been looking at the tags, the quartz tags that look a little bit. They've got the Rolex Mercedes hands on them, but I quite like vintage because I would like a birth year watch, but I was born in early 80s, and that was the quartz era. There's, unless you go Rolex, there's very few mechanicals that are aware that I would consider a right size for my wrist, or a bit larger. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that is a collecting zone. There's a number of people who are specializing in, I think they call them neo vintage watches, particularly of the 80s and the 90s. That's kind of an emerging collecting zone for people. Probably not many people have pressed into the early 2000s yet. But yeah, there's whole Instagram sites on people that do just 80s and 90s stuff. I think it's an interesting time because it's when mechanical watches started turning into jewelry, and so you look at those watches and they're a lot more ornate. They're a lot more and they're a lot more ornate in a very unique style. not timeless at all. They scream 80s.
The early 2000s, straight away, I thought of this Jacob & Co. watch, and they still sell this one. But this was, everybody had this one. I remember all of
this was hip hop, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everyone had this one, and it was just
horrible.
Yeah, this is what I think of in sort of early 2000s, that kind of Britney Spears era and stuff like that.
5 batteries as well to power that thing. It had 5 batteries. How crazy is that?
Yeah, or 5 individual moves. These are each of the crowns, aren't they? But you're supposed to be able to. I wonder how many of the actual owners ever had it set properly. They're still $6,000 there for the. Yeah, they were crazy. Oh, and actually, that one's got the time zones printed on it, so you don't even get a choice of which one to.
You just stuck with it. Yeah, it's like an icon, arguably now, though, right? It's almost like that whole rap scene. Anybody who was anybody in the rap world was wearing this, so maybe it's a future collectible. Love it or hate it.
Well, yeah, I went into in Gucci, they sell it. I don't know if they still sell it, but there was a hip hop. I forget who it was. There was a hip hop guy in the 80s who was basically bootlegging Gucci, putting Gucci on hoodies. I think they were all doing it, weren't they? And then Gucci actually hired him to make, only a couple of years ago, make the actual hoodie with the Gucci logo on them, and they were selling them. So it's kind of like come full circle. So you might be right. This might be the hottest watch in a couple of years. Yeah.
Who knows? But I think touching on that though, especially on the 2000s, kind of early 2000 pieces, they're your future, high value pieces. I'd say if you pick the right ones, it's just that getting the right pieces, what you think will move. Like it depends why you're choosing these. If it's choosing it just to as a hobby, or if you're looking for something what you could make money on in the future as well, or something to pass down the family, what could be valuable. Everybody has different reasons, right, for getting into the hobby. But
I was watching it. It's funny how I often watch like car stuff on YouTube, and it's funny how the car world and the watch world work very similar. And I was watching a YouTube video on a guy who's got a barn full of the Figaro cars. I forget, was it a Nissan Figaro? The ones that look like they were 1950s cars. But he's got and he bought them as soon as because in America they have to be for the emissions or whatever, or for something, they have to be over 25 years old. And this Figaro, the first issue of them, has suddenly become 25 years old. I'll get a picture so everybody knows. But he went big on just bought as many as the Nissan Figaro, it's called, and he bought. I don't know if you remember this one, Andy. Do you remember it? It looks like a 1950s car, but it was made in the 90s. Yeah, he's got literally this is probably his barn, and because he's basically storing them, thinking that they're going to be the next big thing.
Wow.
Just how quirky they were, because it's all of the looks of a vintage car, but obviously with the modern, they got aircon and all sorts of stuff. And
I think, and in fact, I'm sent. Well, one of these is not a great insight, because I think they've been making a bit of a splash. But I think there's a number of brands that were kind of big during those early 2000s that they've got stuff around that you can pick up quite cheaply that might be interesting moving forward. The two brands that spring to mind would be Frank Mueller and Chrono Swiss. They're very, very 2000s brands, and Frank probably missed the boat with Frank Mueller. I mean, they're back doing collabs with Bamford and really they're clearly picking up on that themselves and trying to drive it. But brands like Chrono Swiss, I think, could be worth a look if you can stomach their aesthetic.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. So I've seen a few in the vintage circle I'm in. I've seen a few Chrono Swiss pieces going around, but every time I'm offered one, I just can't get past the name. I don't like the name at all.
It does. It does always make me think, and this is again showing my age. It makes me think of Innertech, and those sorts of horrible corporate names. For those of you who aren't aware, Innertech is the name of the mythical company from Office Space. The nameless, faceless, generic kind of thing. And Chrono Swiss is kind of in that.
So these are what you'd be looking at for sort of a vintage Chrono Swiss. Yeah.
Look, they are great pieces. That's the thing. It's just, who are they? I don't know. I guess it's how deep down the rabbit hole do you go? It's just a brand I personally don't know a great deal about, but I do see them circulating.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you see them circulating. I've just thought, I was just thinking, like, in theory, what is a brand that was kind of big, was kind of iconic of that era, is still kicking around, therefore can sort of, I think that's one thing that does help if the brand is still alive, helps with those reintroductions. It's like we've seen with Icopod, becoming really big again. There's another example.
Yeah, it was funny because somebody shared Sunil, who's a big supporter of the channel. He shared an article today, and this is thinking of the early 2000s watches. He shared it about Armani are actually going to release a proper watch, and I remember, because these were huge in the early 2000s, weren't they? The Armani watches. They were fashion watches, quartz watches, and I know loads of people that had them. I don't think I ever had one, but they kind of captured that. Yeah, they were. A lot of people, my first watch was my watch before I wore a CWC watch, but before that I wore a Diesel jeans watch for a long time. I think when I was like 17, 18 or whatever. But yeah, and you wonder whether, especially with this Armani watch, whether they can ever shed that sort of, ever shed that fashion watch, because everybody did. I mean, even Gucci does really expensive fashion watches. But do you think that would there be a watch that would draw you to a brand like that, like Hermes? Or I mean, Hermes makes some great watches, but like
Hermes
Armani or...
Yeah, I think it's hard. there's a part of me thinking I can't see what Armani would do that would make me want to buy an Armani watch. But then on the other hand, if you'd have asked me 5 years ago, did I ever think I'd be buying an Hermes, I would have said absolutely not. But now there's a couple that I really like. I think one of the keys is I don't think it's really hard to get past a bad history, and I'm not sure. And someone else would have to remind me. I don't know if Hermes ever did any real rubbish that would still be lingering. I don't know if Louis Vuitton ever did any real like rubbish watches. I mean, Louis Vuitton, by the way, unbeknownst to us, are quietly walking around selling $250,000 watches. They just don't put them in the catalog. They just go straight to, preferred buyers. So,
yeah, you're right.
I think places like Armani and Gucci are really going to suffer by from the fact that there are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of really terrible watches out there with their name on it.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're right about Hermes as well. I mean, it's only the association that they're so heavily known for, like their handbags and shoes, aren't they? That it's that. Because I thought about that with when Mont Blanc was relaunched. I kind of was wondering where that was going, whether that was going to be like a fashion brand. But they seem to have done it pretty well, didn't they? Buying that actual, that Swiss watch company, and then sort of going back to basics and recreating them. Because even Ralph Lauren's tried to make some very upmarket watches, hasn't it? I think.
Yeah, I'm going to touch on Ralph Lauren. Some of the finishing on their dials is absolutely superb. Like, they do some amazing pieces, but nobody knows about them in the watch world so much. But it's really difficult, as you say, right, with a brand association. But like, they're producing some serious watches, yeah.
But again, Ralph Lauren is a really good example of the problem here, in that their best stuff is excellent, their worst stuff is terrible, and the only brand who's allowed to get away with that is really Seiko. If you're a designer, if you try and cover that whole market, I think it really does it puts a bit of a cap on how high you can go.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because you definitely think about that with some of the brands that, like, especially fashion brands, where you see a lot of them in the outlet malls, don't you? It definitely changes your view of, like, Ralph Lauren. For me, I wouldn't consider it as a luxury fashion brand anymore, because it's the staple. Certainly in the US, it's the staple in all of the discount malls and things like that. Same with Tommy Hilfiger. Tommy Hilfiger at one time was considered a luxury brand, I guess, but now they're very much. So you wonder, and Armani has outlets as well, and you're starting to see other bigger brands crop up in these outlets. So it will be interesting to see if Armani can. They'd probably have to win an award, wouldn't they? Like a GPHG award or something along those lines, or have something that's truly an iconic design, because that one isn't really an iconic design, is it? You could mistaken that for a couple of different watches.
It's pretty standard. Yeah.
Oh, actually, Bill Kay's saying that Watch Chris has an awesome Ralph Lauren in his collection. I'll have to ask him, see if he'll send us a photo of that over. Yeah. Awesome. Welcome back, John.
Thank you.
You're refreshed?
Yes, suitably. Eaten and a brew. Yeah. Hold on.
We're just finishing off this little section. We were talking about 80s to early 2000s watches. What do you think? And then also Armani have released like an upmarket watch, and do you think they'll ever shake the stigma of the fashion watch?
Armani, no, I think Armani is just a crap fashion watch that you're getting malls and stuff. So no, absolutely not. 80s, 2000s watch. What happened to 90s then? Just 80s, 2000s, 80s to 2000, yeah. Well, the G-Shock's always going to be in there, isn't it? That's always iconic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always, you know. But yeah, that was the age of quartz. So unlike you, so if you've got a birthday in the 80s, you're stuffed really, aren't you, for a decent watch, unless you go really high end.
You know what? You've just reminded me of a watch that I would definitely buy from, and I have bought. I've had a couple of them that I would buy from the 90s. And if you're into like moon stuff or whatever, if you're into NASA, it's this Timex data links. They're essentially there's only obviously loads of watches have been into space, but there's only a handful that NASA actually ever authorized, and this was one of them. It was a conjunction. Yeah, it was a conjunction between Timex and Microsoft. And essentially, this, can you see this thing that looks like a fisheye at the top?
Yeah.
Essentially, how it works is you would put the data into a computer that had, remember the old CRT displays?
Yeah.
You would put Mark's back. Welcome back, Mark. You basically put the data into an application on these old CRT TV things, and you'd hold the watch up to it, and it would flash a barcode. You can't do it with LC. You can only do it with CRT TV, CRT screen.
Oh, right.
Frequency,
Wow.
but it would flash a barcode, and this is a light sensor that would then the data would transfer. So they used it for like multiple alarms. You could have your calendar and stuff like that on there, and it had like a great I'll have to try and find the advert, but it had like a great advert where there's like I'll have to find the advert, but it was that was a watch that I think if you're into space, because they did several versions of it. They even did they did like full metal ones.
So how much did you go for then? I mean, at the moment, those starting prices.
Yeah, 44.95 on there. Right. Another one 74.99. But this is actually a proper. It's like the first smartwatch, and NASA used it extensively.
Yeah. What did it go for? I mean, what will that price creep up to? Will it a few hundred quid? I mean,
that one's a buy it now. That's in Australia for $99. Wow. So buy it now. Yeah.
Wow, that is cool.
Yeah, let me.
Reminds me of a Tamagotchi or something.
Yeah. Yeah, all those like video game watches. Let me see if I can. The advert's it actually did a really good job of the advert. I don't know if oh, actually, my video I think I'm like the only one to ever do a video on it, because it was one of those things where. When you start out watch collecting, you get really passionate about wanting to, preserve some watches for eternity. But let me I'll just show you I'll show you the advert, and it actually shows you how the thing works. So I'll just keep the volume. So essentially, you've got this application you're typing on your computer, and then you type like take the dog to the vet, and then see how it flashes, and that's it. It transfers the data like that. So. Yeah, that's it. That's a true.
Right. So it's the calendar then. Dog to the. Oh,
it's a great
wow!
Yeah, see how it flashes the barcode, and that's it.
Yeah,
that is a great. Remember, the Apple Watch, you had to put it on its little stand or whatever, or the other ones you had to put them in. Yeah, it's a real icon of the 90s and early 2000s. So
wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark, we were talking about we started off talking about vintage watch collecting, and then we went on to somebody asked whether would we look at any watches from the 80s to the 90s to early 2000s. So do you collect vintage stuff, Mark? Or?
Not really. I have some vintage pieces that are heirlooms, but I prefer the modern stuff these days. It's just I like modern design, modern use of materials. Why would I buy a watch that could fall apart? And I just don't have the expertise or the network to make a sensible buying choice.
Really? No. Well, come on. I disagree. I mean, look at that. That is a 1966 Omega Seamaster 600. Not wrong with that. That ain't gonna fall apart anytime soon. That is 1966. That's as old as me.
It's a freehander as well, right? So
yeah, beautiful. Absolutely, that is amazing. That watch is amazing.
Because that was Omega's watch for a long time, wasn't it? That was the Seamaster.
Yeah. From 19 from the 1950s on until they decided to go James Bond with it in 1993.
I have a pre-Seamaster here, actually.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Yes.
So this is the Amiga Bullseye, but it was. I don't know if you can see that. There you go. It's got some crazy patina, but there you go.
Oh, that's crazy.
This was the first. Yeah, the first Seamaster apparently when I did research. Before it was Seamaster.
Yeah, because they've re-released a couple with that small seconds, haven't they? I just watched that new the Knives Out sequel, Glass Onion, with Daniel Craig, and he has one of the newer Omegas that has the small seconds on it.
I was going to say I can beat those. I'm not sure. I can't really. There's a 1920s Alpina, still working absolutely fine. The movement inside it was actually designed to be what they called a school movement. So a movement that was so straightforward, so simple. It was used to train watchmakers on. And now, 104 years later, it's a $200 service. And any watchmaker can deal with it.
So over to Mark again, as in, what did he say? I can't remember the exact wording. But
he likes newer watches because they're easy to service and repair and stuff.
Yeah.
And I like the designs better too. But if we're going to see who's got the oldest watch,
here we go.
This is a pre-World War I pocket watch.
Ooh,
There you go. Wow, excellent. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. So
still runs.
You've got that and you collected that. I mean, so you do like old stuff, don't you?
Oh, it's an heirloom, right?
One of my great aunts passed away, and
that is beautiful.
It came to me.
Yeah,
I do like the occasional pocket watch.
Yeah, is it blue hands as well?
Yes, the hands are blue, but I doubt they're blued.
Yeah, I wondered why the pocket watch didn't come back in fashion recently because of Peaky Blinders. Because everybody's like in the UK is wearing the hats and the flat caps and the long trench coats and stuff, aren't they? But Peaky Blinders was just as famous for them having the Arthur with his pocket watch and stuff, and when they're tanking the bombs and stuff. Like spoiler alert, but when they've got like their pocket watches.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I've got a Smith stopwatch here, which is built just for that. So it's not actually a proper pocket watch, but it's a stopwatch, and it's issued as well, and that's what it's designed for.
Yeah, I've got an actual one that I bought back from my parents when I'd inherited from my granddad. I've left it in the UK at my parents' house, but I'm sure it's got a radium on the hands. I don't know what you kind of do. I don't know what you kind of do with an old radium watch. My video's frozen. Sorry, everyone.
Just don't lick it.
Yeah.
I was going to say, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question of the panel here?
Yeah,
who here thinks a smartwatch is a watch?
Yes, I think so.
If you're doing what I am, like, would that count as double wristing? Am I wearing two watches?
Well, apart from the bad taste of double wristing. It's a watch.
Okay, so I think everyone grudgingly said yes, every smartwatch is a watch. Then what I would argue is every one of you carries a pocket watch every day.
Oh yeah, because of the
okay, old... yeah, that is.
It's just a pocket watch.
Yeah.
That's I suppose I can see where you're going.
Zero difference.
Yeah.
And how often? To be fair, how often do you wear a watch, but then second check it anyway with your phone just in case you think it's not keeping the correct time?
Oh, nobody can admit to that.
I do it all the time. And what's even bizarre for me is I wear a smartwatch on one wrist, I wear a mechanical watch on the other wrist, and I'm always wearing, I wear the smartwatch 24/7. But if I want to check the time on my watch, I will always compare it to the phone. I'd never. I don't even think of the smartwatch. The smartwatch for me is just a fitness tracker. That's all it's for. I forget that it tells the time.
Yeah.
So I'll wear it sometimes when I wake up in the morning and I'm walking around wearing just a smartwatch. I will ask people what the time is because I forget that it actually can tell the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to add in JJ. JJ, thanks for joining us.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on.
JJ.
Good morning. Good afternoon, I should say, over here. I don't know where you guys are, but maybe nighttime, right?
Yep.
At least some of you are at night.
Yeah, 8 o'clock in the evening here. We're the
Right.
latest out of everybody. So yeah.
Yeah, and 9 in Barcelona. Yeah.
There you go.
So it's only
Thanks
afternoon.
for having me on.
No
Yeah,
problem.
absolutely. So John, what's the plan now? Are we going over to JJ's link, or are we going to?
I think JJ. I think we'll stay here, possible. I think JJ's creating a stream, so hopefully he's told.
Yeah, no, I didn't make a
guys,
stream or anything. I was just gonna hop on one of you guys.
Yeah, can we stay here? So you right? Happy to
Yeah,
stay
yeah,
on?
I'm absolutely fine. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if you can insta a load of people, you want to bring a load of people on, JJ, and of your guys, it'd be quite good if you know anybody who's around.
Yep. I just dropped Sam's link in my WhatsApp group.
That's cool. Yeah, jump on. Excellent. So I think
Few of
Sam's
the
got a
guys
few
are coming
questions for JJ, haven't you? General questions you've been asking everybody, haven't you? Regarding
hopefully there's some softballs, you know.
Oh, they are. Yeah, they will.
Before you start, I have to go. It's now 7 in the morning. My dog is wide awake and is demanding I take her for a walk, or I'm just going to get mugged on screen.
Yeah, you don't want that Christmas present.
Yeah.
Brilliant, Pete. Great to see you, man.
See you, Pete. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Great to meet you, mate.
See you later, man.
Well, John, if you don't mind asking the questions, I might need to. I've been live streaming for 3 hours now. I just need to have a quick little break.
Right, you see Nippo. All right, I hope nobody goes in the back room because I can't let anybody in the back room.
No,
so
I'm just
keep an eye.
Yeah, I'm just going to refresh my water.
All right, okay. So first question was, what I remember, JJ, watch highlight of the year. Not your particular watch highlight, but generally within the watch industry, what is the thing that amazed you about the watch industry in the last 12 months?
For 20, I think you have to give credit to, and I know this is probably a controversial take, but you have to give credit to, the Moonswatch craze. No,
yeah,
I don't really think any other watch made, whether you hate it or love it, Quartz, you want to complain about Quartz, no watch has made an impact like that watch. I mean, people were lining up for days, pretty much killing each other for them, So
and still are, right?
Yeah, still are.
Talking about it, still queuing for it.
Yeah, I got to give a shout out to my man Toyota Mo. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Toyota Mo.
Yeah.
He hooked up tons of guys in the group. He had a hookup, and he was getting them left and right for everybody. Really helped out. I got 2 of them from him. I got the Mission to the Moon and Mission to Mars from him. So,
wow, yeah, I queued 3 weeks ago and I couldn't get one. So I tried, still queuing. The flippers are still queuing at the beginning to try and get them and get in and chucking them on eBay for 600 quid. Right. So still can't get one.
And I think it did a lot for the industry, bringing attention maybe to younger kids and a more affordable, $300 range, bringing some awareness to even what is a Speedmaster, and what and start to get into that, that range of watches, maybe be interested in actually getting a real Speedmaster and, so on and so forth. So I think Moonswatch really kind of blended and added to the watch enthusiast community for sure. Other highlights for me on the high end, I say I think AP doing the 16202 was pretty cool. Refreshing that very ancient JLC movement in there into an in-house, but keeping the 30 mil classic Genta design. That was really cool on the high end. And I'd say mid-range is actually your watch I'm wearing today. What I think is a dynamite piece for 4400 is the Pelagos 39.
Oh, yes, you've got a lot of love for that in the community, isn't there? There's a lot of love for that in the community. Absolutely.
It's a classic, already.
Yeah, I really have a hard time, and usually I could pick something I really don't like in a watch. I really have a hard time with that one. I would say if I had to choose something, maybe I think the diver's extension wasn't necessary because they kind of have the glide lock in there already. They could have made the clasp a little thinner. That would be my one, and that's like really, really being nitpicky. But ultimately, I think it's excellent. Some people prefer the 42, which is fine, but for me, those are the 3 highlights of the year.
Wow. Okay, and
also another cool one. One more. I have one more. Tickers. I have to mention I think the reissue of the Star Wheel by Audemars is a really cool one.
Yeah,
too.
you
Yeah.
touched on that earlier. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, if you had to pick up what watch did you expect or would have liked to have this year by somebody that they didn't bring out? You know, if you saw like somebody advertising it, you know, coming soon, what did you expect? Which never happened. Anybody?
Ooh, you know what? I'll pick maybe a little obscure one, but I really thought IWC was going to reintroduce the Angenour for the anniversary. You know, whether last year or the beginning of this year, like I really thought they would jump on the integrated bracelet craze and, you know, do an updated Angenour. I think that would have been really cool, but I think they kind of dropped the ball on that. You know, and I'm a fan of IWC, but how many, you know, chronos are you going to put out? It's like kind of the same. You know, they had an opportunity to do something a little different, and they didn't. So I'm kind of a little sad they didn't do that. That would have been cool.
Wow. And I think finally, to catch up with all the questions that everyone's had, any in particular, what your next year, have you got anything particularly you got your eyes out for, what you're looking to get next year?
I do. Excuse me. Sorry if I'm looking at the phone. I'm just dropping the links in other groups I forgot about.
Oh, fantastic. Love it. Yeah. Well, that's
you know what it is, Tickers? You told me we were going on your channel, so I've been promoting your channel all week, and now I'm getting messages.
Sorry.
Why aren't you on Tickers? So I'm just dropping the link.
Sorry, my fault. We kind of just...
It's cool. I'm just dropping the Sam's link in the other groups they're looking on your channel for the it's all good. What was the question one more time, Tickers? I'm sorry. I kind of
sorry. Yeah. What are you expecting to get next year? Is there anything particular you're looking out for next year to get yourself?
Well, I think my collection is kind of like I'm really kind of set with it. So unless something really special comes my way that like I can't resist, I'm kind of set for now. But I have a few. They're kind of heavy hitting pieces, and I know this is probably not going to gel with most people, but they're really all I'm after right now. I have a request in for the Meteorite Pepsi at my AD. If it comes in, I'm not buying it on the secondary. If it comes in at retail, you know, I'm going to make the move for it. I've also been on the waiting list at FP Jean for about almost 3 years now, and I'm scheduled for sometime in 2023 to get the Octaloon. So hopefully. Excuse me. Hopefully that doesn't fall through. But other than those two pieces, I really, I would like to add, a Royal Oak at some point. But these are all like, you know, super expensive pieces for me. So it's like I'm not obviously going to be able to get all of them. So we'll see, you know, what comes my way. But if something special like that comes up this year, that'll be the one I go for.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Miguel, thanks for joining.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Miguel. I run the SoCal Watch Reviews channel and podcast, and here I am, Sam. Amazing, you've been doing this for 2 hours. Jesus, man, what's going on?
We're into it. We're into the third hour. John, this is John's fifth over 5 hours. John and Andy.
Holy
6 hours almost. Yeah.
Props.
Yeah.
I hope you get a nice gift from Sam. Sorry, Sam.
my idea was just to bring people who know about other people's channels, but not necessarily would go on. Just get collaboration. Like JJ, he doesn't come on the Tickers channel very much, and I don't go on his because of the time difference. So I've got him out of bed.
Sorry, JJ. Look, you got Captain, you got GMT. Look, they're all Tickers. They're all saying we were on your channel waiting for you.
Oh shit! Sorry. My apologies. Please get them all in. Get them all over here, can you? Sorry.
Yeah.
Apologise.
The Christmas turkey, and you're all around mine for dinner now.
Yeah, Mr. GMT. Sorry, it's called Tickers Casual Hangout. So it's like Tickers channel, Casual Watch Review, which is Sam, who's the top left corner. Wave, Sam. Wave to everybody. Yeah. So, and then of course JJ for Hangout. So it's Tickers. It's like Tickers Casual Hangout. That's what it is. So do apologise. So we're just sharing the love for the for the community. That is what we're doing.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. By the way, guys, appreciate it.
It's great. Thank you for coming on. Appreciate it, man. Because you keep yourself to yourself. You don't always go on a lot of other channels, do you? To be absolutely honest.
No, not really. I kind of just stay on my own. You know, once in a while I'll pop on another channel, but I'm open to it. You know, it's just tough. I do this just for fun. You know what I mean? So it's not like
Well, we all do. We all do. We all got jobs here. We've all got full time. Sam's got full time jobs, and so have I. So we're all doing it for fun and just for the
So you know how it is.
community.
Limited availability. You know.
Of course. So Miguel, good evening. So what's your story then? What have you got on at the moment?
Yeah, so I got a Rolex Explorer 114270. Here you go. Unpolished. This is from 2008. That's how I'm going to keep it, right? It has all the scratches from the previous owner. I've had it for a few months now, and there's a video on my YouTube channel. So I heard JJ's story as I was coming in. He's talking about Rolex and FP Jordan. I'm like, wow, heavy hitters. Congratulations, man. And that's the beauty, honestly, of this hobby, that we all come at it from different angles, right? So whether you're rocking an Invicta, Seiko, whatever it is, we're all in this together, right? Wherever your journey takes you, that's just you, right? That doesn't make you better than, that doesn't make you less than. And that's kind of what the video about this watch was all about. Growing up in Mexico, really having nothing, man. I never even thought I was going to be into watches, and then let alone have a Rolex, right? For us Hispanics, the word Rolex, it's such a big name. And actually, here's a funny story. We just had Christmas, right? We hosted Christmas, had a few people, and somebody brought up this watch. I had it on. I shouldn't have had it on because people were like, "What is that?" Right? It's a nice watch, and I was hesitant. I looked at my wife, and she just kind of said, "All right, well, tell them what it is," right? And I said, "It's a Rolex," and they're like, "Wow, isn't that really expensive?" And this, and I was just like, "No, no, no." You know, it's almost like I had to justify what I had on my wrist because, you know, you hear people's struggles, and here we are around the table and people are talking about, I don't have money for rent and the government is screwing me over and this and that. And here's this guy wearing a stupid Rolex. And it's like, for me, it's not about Rolex. It's about the aesthetic. It's about so many different factors. And that's what I try to explain to them, right? And I actually talked about my Seiko, and I was like, I have a Seiko and I absolutely love it. And it's not super expensive, and it's not about the brand. And I know for you guys, the perception is this, but for us watch people, it's completely different, right? So anyway, I come at this a little different, and I should have worn something different, but whatever. It is what it is. I love this watch. And to me, it's not about the brand. It's not about, oh, look who I am, or look how I made it. Screw that. I don't care. What really matters is that we're all here. What's in here, and what's in here is really what truly matters. But that's what's on my wrist, a Rolex Exploore. Sorry, guys.
No. It's funny because I've got Rolex here, then Seiko, and like a Garmin. So it was.
There you go.
I did my Miguel. You might find this funny, but I did my state of the watch collection.
Yeah, I have yet to watch that. So
yeah. Well, I really upset some people because I've got it down to three watches that I wear, and I've got 3 that I inherited, and then 1 swatch that I keep. So people got one guy accused me of being a fraud for being a watch reviewer and only having 3 watches that I wear, and it's kind of implying that, well, how can you recommend watches that because mainly this year I've been doing Christopher Ward, and you have to send them back anyway, so it's not like it's I'm buying them and turning them around. But I thought that was quite funny. I'm like, well, isn't the goal? I think the goal is, I don't know. My goal has always been to have like a smaller collection, but ones that I wear all the time. That's just the direction I come at it. But I thought that was
that shows amazing restraint. I actually watched your video on the state of the collection, and first of all, I was cursing you because I was like, oh man, now maybe I need a Garmin to go to sleep. It's like another watch in the collection. But no, I think that shows amazing restraint, how you can have appreciation for so many watches. And like, I know I had mentioned some high-end brands before, but I have plenty of, Tissot PRX and Seiko Alpinist, and there's plenty. I enjoy the broad spectrum of watches from, $300 to, $100,000 in watches. I could appreciate them all for what they are, but I think it says something that you can appreciate them all, but not have to have them, like to really hone in on what you want to wear,
Yeah, it's like I was likening it to movies. Like there's some movies that I really love, but I don't necessarily want to watch them every single day. Maybe Total Recall I could watch every day, but other than that, I think that might be the only one. But yeah, no, I really, I think I just like. I think, Andy, were you talking about this before, where I like having watches and I like owning them and experiencing them, but I don't necessarily keep them after that. I'll have flip a watch no problems. But there's some watches, and I've never regretted selling a watch. There's one watch that I regretted selling, and it was a CWC, and from a long time ago. I had a mechanical CWC. That's the only watch I ever regretted selling. But other than that, I don't. I appreciate them for what they are. Maybe it's a silly money thing to do, because I think some of the watches I could have kept and probably sold them for much more. But it's just one of those things, isn't it? I don't.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you. Yep.
You know, we say a lot of times we copy. You know, Bruce Williams. You're familiar with Bruce Williams?
Yeah.
He says,
on the show.
Yeah. He says, you know, I collect watch experiences. So we kind of like goofed on it a little bit, but it kind of does make sense, right? You just want to try it out, and you don't necessarily need to keep it forever, but you want to get the taste for it. You know.
But it's
to know what it feels like
when you fall out of love with a watch, I find, because I tend to keep mine, and then you realize 3 or 4 years down the line that you really just don't want to wear something anymore.
Yeah.
It's about 4 weeks
totally for me. Totally fallen out of love with it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. So what I found is when I started my watch collecting journey before YouTube, I would hoard all the watches, right? But what happens, and I think Sam could attest to this, as you start kind of working with companies and you get freebies, right? You get so many watches that you kind of objectively look at these things, right? And I've been accused of the same, Sam. People say, well, you highly recommended this watch, how come you don't buy it? Or how come you don't keep it in your collection, right? And it's like, well, I look at my wrist as almost like real estate, right? And we only have a limited time on this earth. How long, I have no idea, but I want to make sure that whatever I wear on my wrist, I highly enjoy. I look down and it just puts a smile on my face, whatever watch that is, right? So I don't have time to be trying out all these watches, because I kind of have to do it for the review already, but almost also because we are running a YouTube channel, it becomes kind of like a job. So then you look at these watches and you don't connect with them, you know, on the same level. And also I would say this, it feels very different getting a free watch versus you actually putting your money out and buying something. That actually hurts, because you're like, okay, wait. Now I got to look at it from a financial aspect. Am I going to get my money back? Am I not? With things you get for free, it's like, I don't care if I take a loss. I got it for free anyway, right? So it's interesting. And I think people need to realize that us as like people in front of the camera, it's different than a regular collector, right? Because we just go through so many different watches and we see so many different things, and we do have opinions because we see different materials, different finishes, different everything. You could have 3 watches with a Seiko NH35 movement and they're all completely different. So
yeah, and I agree. And so somebody actually made a comment about that on my thing, saying, well, you kind of recommended these watches. I was like, well, actually, if you watch back, I haven't actually recommended anybody. Somebody buy. If you asked me, I would tell you to buy a Christopher Ward. If you had a limited budget and you wanted to buy a watch, that's what I would tell you. But when I review a watch, I could do a better job of it, as always, but I don't recommend people buy the watch at the end. I'm just like, look, this is the watch. This is how, this is some of the pros and cons of it. But I tell you, you're right, Miguel. I bought that Frogman. I talked about it earlier, and that one, when I received it, I did not like it. And that review was, that hurt. That hurts, that review, because you're like, oh, I actually really thought I'd like this. But yeah, but I think the other thing as well is, we don't have to go down a tangent on this by any means, but when I was reviewing micro brands, there was only a few micro brands that I would review, because I really believed in what they were doing. But as you know, there's an email every single day asking to review a new micro brand watch. If you wanted to just churn through them like that, you could literally be doing a review every single day of a new micro brand watch and just churning through it. But I was quite, I think I know you are as well, quite selective about which ones that you will, with the ones that you think are going to be good value, like Phoebus and Boulder and Veya and Rise and all of those that you've seen the product and it's quality and it's. But anyway, that's
well, and I'll be honest with you. There was a new company, I actually have it right here. They reached out to me, right? And the cool thing about what I've been doing is I've been trying to pride myself in bettering my videography and photography. And I've been fortunate enough to be hired by Christopher Ward to take some of their images, and by Uncle Seiko and just Formix and different brands, and it's awesome, right? Because I don't get to keep the product, but they pay me for my services. So this company, Canopy Watch, and it's all packaged up, but it's a nice little diver. They reached out to me and they said, hey, how much would you charge us to do this? And I gave them my fee, and they're like, that's a little over our budget because we spend a lot of money on these things. So I looked at their brand, I took a little bit of time, and then I noticed that they were super supportive since like way back. They've been liking my stuff and they've been commenting, and I was like, you know what? I can't, it's not all about the money. I'm like, send me one of your watches, and they're like, you could get to keep it, right? As payment. I was like, okay, cool. I was super impressed. Brand new company. Nobody's ever heard of them. And they're still struggling to sell watches because I'm not Teddy Baldessar. I'm not Adrian Barker. I don't have tons of views or whatever. But you know what? When I reviewed this, my passion was there. And I was like, you know what? I'm doing this not just for the watch, but also for the guys that started this up, because they have so much fire in their heart and they're so passionate that it's like, hey, if you help me, I'll try to help you as well, right? So yes, I am very selective when it comes to micro brands, but like this one, nobody even knows who they are. Probably you guys didn't even know who they were. So Canopy Watch Company, pretty nice watch for what it is. Salida movement and all that. So, and really nice guys.
I'm gonna have to put like a paid promotion thing here now, aren't I?
Oh, God. Sorry.
So anyway, JJ, this is your this is we're in your section here. Is there any topics that you had that you'd love us to have a chat about?
Well, I'm actually enjoying the whole hearing about the behind the scenes, like, you know, how you get asked to do, because I don't personally have never been asked to review a watch. I pretty much just live stream and we just kind of chat with the fellas. So I guess it's different format, but I've never been approached to like, you know, promote a watch or review a watch. I think is a more appropriate term. But I'm curious about, have you ever like gotten I see him, in my opinion, I think you would turn it down if you were so disinterested, but have you ever received a watch and you're like, oh my God, this is total garbage. I have to just slam this. I don't want people that watch my channel to ever make the mistake of buying this. And do you ever like feel guilty when you have to do something like that, or do you just kind of just avoid that?
I don't know. I mean, I've done. Yeah, I mean, I have. I can't remember a watch that I've really slated but I tell you what I have done. I've sent watches back straight away. If somebody sent me a watch and it's not what the renders look like, it doesn't happen very often, to be honest. Or if it's a prototype, or if I just get it and I'm like, I can't. There was a watch, and I won't say what it was, but they made this incredible porcelain dial, and they put almost like they not glitter, but they put like fine metal so that it shimmered. It was a porcelain dial that shimmered in the light. It looked sort of like a metallic car,
right? And
I got it, and I was like, wow, this is really good, but I just couldn't think of a way of making a video around it. And they were kind of, it was one of those things where I actually said to saying, look, I'm really sorry, I'll pay for you to send it back, but I just can't think of how I will spin this into a video. It's great, but the rest of the watch was kind of like generic looking. But I've sent quite a few watches, returned them without even, and I've not put them on Instagram. And I'm no hero. It's just that I was like, look, I can't, like you said. Watch I get actually, thank you very much. Somebody just sent a super chat.
Jesse, yeah, good guy. He's a member of my WhatsApp group as well.
Yeah, no, thank you very, very much for that super chat. I guess. Do you want to answer that question in between? What's your favorite?
I want to ask JJ what's his favorite NATO strap color is. He's kind of he knows I hate NATO straps, so it's kind of a little thing. I guess.
Triggering.
If I had to pick one, I'm not a fan of the nasty NATO. I just don't like it. I don't mind the single pass that doesn't refold, but if I had to pick one, I would go with like an olive drab green. I guess like a military.
Oh, you hate NATO. We'll have to have a discussion about that.
I just don't like the way it refolds on my wrist. I'm not a NATO guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I know Tickers.
I'm not a NATO guy with you either.
I feel like Tickers is going to give me a 10-minute FXD speech now, but
what mute is
don't mention Patek on the NATO. That's the worst. That's a whole nother debate.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for the super chat, Jesse. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I remember I put my date just on a NATO, didn't I? And you nearly fell off your chair. Just going back to that. Yeah, I've sent them back. But to be honest, and I'll be a little bit on it. I'll be probably more honest than I should. Well, more honest than I should be. But I stopped predominantly reviewing micro brands on the channel because first of all, there's quite a lot out there, and there's some really good. The ones coming out of Singapore, out of Hong Kong, really good, like Phoebus and stuff like that. They're making some amazing watches, but I let people know because the problem with doing a micro brand review, and I think this is the perception of people that make micro brands, is that they'll send them to YouTubers who will review them, and that's their marketing. But it doesn't work like that. I think a YouTuber has to be part of a marketing campaign like Instagram and Facebook, and where they've got an actual whole marketing strategy for taking the watch to market. Because I've done it before where I've reviewed a watch where they've only sent them to YouTube reviewers, and they unfortunately they never do well. But my channel isn't big enough to. It's not like just one more watch where he can really make or break a brand by the way he reviews it. For somebody to watch I've got a core audience of like 600 people that will watch every single review that I do. But to get to that, the 7,000 or 8,000. I mean, I reviewed this the other day and it's like 100 and something thousand. It has to be a watch that people are interested in. I can't create the hype. I can be part of the hype or help move the hype along, but I can't generate the hype for a watch. And that's what I've said to a lot of companies. I've said, look, is it just YouTubers that you're sending these watches to build the hype, or is this part of a marketing campaign? And oftentimes I've just agreed to do a review for Nevada Grinken. Actually, they're just sending me a watch. I'm sending it back. They're not giving me a watch because I think that they are marketing quite heavily, and I think I can jump on that hype and create a review that works within amongst their other. So it'll selfishly promote my stuff, because people will be searching for their watches because you're starting to see Nevada Grinken all over the place. So I don't know, Miguel, is that kind of, how do you feel about that?
So JJ, let me kind of piggyback off what Sam is saying. So I'll tell you how I go about it, but let me address 2 comments that people left on your video. Number 1, I hope Whole Milk, I hope your reviews disclose that you are being paid 100%. There's always a paid review thing that I always click, always 100%. And just to let you know, I'm not getting paid money, I'm getting paid the product, right? So I get paid money when I take pictures and make reels for companies, but that's not a review. That's just for them to use.
That's a marketing. That's freelance.
That's just marketing, man. That's just my little thing on the side, me doing my thing. That's just for them to keep. And another one, Watch is 63. A review isn't a real review if you are being paid to do it. So yes and no, I disagree. So Teddy Baldessar, right? He does phenomenal, right? So you would argue that it's like, hey, the guy, he shouldn't be doing that because he's selling the watches on his website. So he's not, if you really pay attention, he's not saying, yes, buy it, don't buy it. He's just being, kind of overviewing the whole thing.
Yeah, he's very analytical, right? His approach, he just gives you the specs.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Doesn't influence you, kind of.
Exactly. And that's, if you watch my videos, I'm very transparent. I'm like, I try to be objective, and at the end, what I've been trying to do is giving you the pros and giving you the cons. The companies have no say in what the hell I say or don't say, and I've had companies email me and say, hey, you need to do this and you need to do that, and I just don't reply. I just say, hey, thank you, but that's not the way I run my show, right? Because to kind of answer your question, JJ, what I do when a watch company reaches out to me, the very first thing I do, I go to YouTube and see who's reviewed the watch. And I watch a few things, and you could tell, right? Based on what they say, based on this. And I go to Instagram, check out the pictures. And me as an artist, that's what I call myself because I take photography and videography. I see myself, okay, how am I going to shoot this? How am I going to film this? I'm more concerned, to be honest with you, on the aspect of the artistry of how things look. I know I'm artsy, whatever, but the views, whatever, and the sales, I'm not in their sales team. I'm not there to sell watches. I'm just there to take cool pictures, cool video, and see if I could talk good about it. So I've had some instances where the watch just doesn't look great, and I've seen some reviews and people kind of bash them. So I'm like, why, if I already know this is going to be a negative review, why put myself in that position, right? I just don't want to. It just doesn't make any sense, right? I've had Sam, what's the name of that company that does a bunch of fashion watches? Not Daniel Wellington, not Movement. That other one that sells them for like a lot of money.
You don't mean? Yeah, I'm not sure. You're not thinking about
company. They have like an Italian name to their.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
Pagani, right?
They're like a fashion company. They reached out to me so many times, and I politely declined because I'm like, yes, I could get 3 watches for free, but for what?
It's like Vincero or something.
Something like that. It's not that one, but it's another one.
Vincero?
It's not Vincero.
No, it's
man.
Filippo Loretti you're thinking of, maybe.
But it's one of those, and it's like I already know that I can't stand behind that. Here, I'll show you something. Wolf Notch. This company reached out to me, right before Christmas. They're like, "Hey, can you do a review of our watch?" It took 1 second. It took 1 second for me to see their watch and go, "That is trash. I don't want it." But I had somebody in mind, and I still have yet to give it, that may like this. It's a teenager that in my family that I'm like, yeah, that'll be a nice gift. So I said, tell you what, I'll take some pictures for your Instagram, for your social medias, and I'll do a 15-second reel. Let me keep the watch, but I'm not going to review it. They're like, cool. So there it is. I asked, what movement is this? They're like, it's an automatic movement, dude. It's like, yeah, I know, but what movement is it? They couldn't even tell me, right? So this is not great. My wife goes, this is a piece of crap. Why did you agree to this? I said, because it took me 20 minutes to take the pictures and do a little reel, overall like an hour. And I got a free watch to give to you, one of your cousins. Yay, it's a win-win. He's not going to know. He's going to think this is a cool $300 watch, which it is. They sell it for $235. Do I recommend it? Absolutely not. Would I review it on my channel? No. But that's the behind-the-scenes stuff. I got this watch for pictures and video.
Yeah.
So
I've actually, out of all the watches that I've been sent over the years, I've given more away than I've sold them. There's because you're right. Sometimes have somebody in mind. I'm like, oh, I bet they'd really like it. And also because it's like I'm like the gateway drug dealer. I'm like, oh, do you like this watch? You know,
you're the pusher, right? You're the pusher.
I'm the pusher. But yeah, it's somebody did. Brandrew here said spaghetti scametti, which is you know.
Yeah, no, it's not that one.
Yeah. So this is Ben from Ben's Watch Club, who's
awesome,
a big fan of his channel. He's really helped me over the years with the YouTube stuff. That was his scam. He made that brand to just show how easy it was to make a fake Italian brand, didn't he? And he had actual watches printed with spaghetti scametti on the dial.
Really?
He did. It was cool.
Yeah. He doesn't.
Yeah.
See, to me, it's a slippery slope, I would say, because I mean, you guys are doing a good job of balancing. It seems like you're putting a lot of thought and, you know, your viewers, goodwill towards your viewers. But I'm sure there's people who are just like, this is strictly business. This is my job. I feel like personally, I would probably be a little softer on a review. Not intentionally, but just because it didn't hurt to pay out of pocket for it. Like if I pay for something with my money, I'm going to give a little more. I'm going to be a little more tough on it, I think. But also, I agree with what you guys are doing, because ultimately you don't want a negative vibe on your channel, right? Like people say, oh, every watch you talk about, you're recommending. Why don't you own them, right? It's like, well, I can't own everything, and I like to review watches that I think are cool. Like maybe you would like this one in particular. I don't really want to necessarily do reviews on watches that I'm bashing all the time, because who wants to watch a review on a crappy watch that I don't want? Like it's just bringing bad vibes, bad energy to my channel. So I get that. So it's kind of like a slippery slope where you really only want to kind of review something that you might want to say something positive on. I would imagine.
You know, actually, you reminded me of what I did do a review for a company where they sent me a prototype watch, and I didn't give them I gave them an honest review of what it was, and they actually, and I only ever did this one time, but they actually asked me after I posted it to take the review down. Wow. And I actually did do it, because they were like, everything you've pointed out is stuff that we already know about the watch, and we're improving it for the second one. So they said, can you take it down? And because it was a prototype as well, and they'd actually decided after seeing the review and giving it to a couple of people that they're like, we need to go back and redesign this watch big time. So they actually went away. So I was like, yeah, it's fair enough, because if somebody
put them out of business, huh?
I know. There's a couple that
should have never contacted Sam.
The thing is, this is the thing, and that's only ever happened once to me. But I know other brands. I know there was one that I think just one more watch reviewed and he was. You know, Jody's always like straight down the level, and he's like, this is absolutely garbage. And the same company had reached out to me, and that was, I don't think that watch ever released, and not because of him, but I think that's the good thing, isn't it, of YouTube. We can give you a sense of what is, because I'm always like, is this good value for money? Is this a good value for money brand? And I'll be honest, I'm always honest. And I never, at the end of my reviews, probably similar to you, Miguel, I just finish it with like, look, this is my opinion. Let me know what you think. I'm never
So
like,
two things. Filippo Loretti. I looked it up. That's the
yeah,
name of the company. Filippo Loretti. So they've just been sending so many messages.
Well, they send a contract with it. That's the problem. They say if you say yes, because
you sign a contract.
Yeah.
Yeah. And another thing, have you guys heard of a company called About Vintage? They're all over Instagram. About Vintage. They're fairly big. They've been around for a little bit. And I agreed. I mean, their watches look very nice, right? And it was this nice little package for like $700. It came with a watch roll, a NATO, rubber strap, and a stainless steel bracelet. I'm like, that's a pretty good looking watch. It's this neo vintage look kind of diver. I got it and I was so excited, right? It came from the Netherlands or something like that. And immediately I opened it, took it out, and the minute that I put my hands on it, I could tell that it was cheap. I was like, oh no. And they're all over YouTube, right? Everybody talks so good about them. I was like, what did I get myself into? I did my research, what I always do, and I am not impressed, but what am I going to do? I can't send it back. They're in another country and whatever, right? So I'm like, it took me a while to try to figure it out, but I'm like, I just cannot recommend somebody spend $700 on a watch with a Miyota 8000 series movement, and it had a ton of downfalls. Lume was terrible. The fit on things were not great. The NATO felt like, seriously, like a $2 NATO from China. I was like, these people are clearly ripping off the community, right? Based on aesthetics, based on their marketing. It's beautiful, but the watch itself is not great. So yeah, sure enough, it wasn't a great review, but I didn't bash them too bad because it had a good aesthetic. And I sent the link before releasing the video. I said, this is what I'm going to say about your watch, and this is the title. Don't buy this watch, or I forgot what it was. But it's to get people to get to watch the video as well, because they need to be informed. And they were cool about it. They took 2 weeks to get back to me, and they were like, we completely understand, and I don't think we'll collaborate again. But I just couldn't sell myself, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know, man. The watch is still there. Believe it or not, I try to sell it to somebody for like $250, the whole kit, and they just don't want it. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing I love about live streaming, where like I get to bash so many more watches freely. There's like a bunch of people on, and it's like, someone will show, what do you think of this? Oh my God, it's garbage. And like people will pile on, but you don't feel as bad because it's not like a standalone review. It's kind of just in the moment. People are watching it, but like it doesn't happen all the time, but I feel like it happens way more often than a standalone review. Like I remember, I see somebody in the chat brought up Dave Portnoy, and it totally reminded. That's like the last one. We just totally went off on the brick company for about an hour, just how we did no research on the watch market or what people actually want. He actually made a case. He's like, but they told me the automatic wasn't as good as a quartz because you have to set the watch, and I wanted to make it easy. It's like, you spend 4 years making and developing this product, but yet nothing about your target audience, and like that was the last one I remember bashing, and that was pretty fun to do.
Yeah,
I found I must have written, I think, about 100 Instagram reviews of watches this year, and it's getting hard to tell most of them apart now too. So I can't tell whether they're good or they're bad anymore, particularly Seikos. But then you see, well, that's just another Seiko, or whether it's great or not. But there's a lack of diversity, I think, and some of the if you look at some of the retro divers, how many retro divers were there that were based on a 1953 Blancpain this year? I lost count.
Right.
Yeah. You're right. It's funny because JJ, you said before, like the negative, you don't want to be a channel that's totally negative, but it's funny because my most negative reviews are the ones that do the best, and they're usually like opinion pieces. So I did one on one of the Seikos that was released last year that I thought was too expensive, and I said that. And then I did one where I said I didn't like the Seamaster, the one that was the Spectre one, that with no date on it. Is it? And then but the one that gets the most views, it's one that I made real early on, like 6 years ago. It still gets comments almost every single week. I made a video on Shinola, and I went into it from the angle of all of the court stuff that they went to, because they're the only watch company into history to be sued by the FTC. It went into like why they're based in Detroit, because they did like market research to find out, which areas people felt most passionate about in America. And at that time, Detroit was in a lot of had a lot of issues, and they picked Detroit. They didn't go there on like a mercy mission.
Right.
And all sorts of stuff. And I went all through it, and all of the links are there, the news articles and stuff. But still to this day, people get upset about, well, I really like it. And I'm like, yeah, but it's still an overpriced watch. And the whole premise of what the brand's built on, if you research it, was all a marketing technique. It wasn't this crusade to bring watchmaking back to America and bring watchmaking back to Detroit. But that's still, so those are the three probably overly negative ones that still get quite a lot of views as people that are drawn to that. But you're right, if you made a whole channel like that, then
I think adding a little spice to your channel is definitely a winning formula, right? People love, especially if you're generally positive when you go off on a watch. Everybody wants to, I mean, you go to like guys like Archie. Archie's he made a career out of just bashing watches all the time. But I wouldn't want a generally negative channel. I think sprinkling them in here and there will get you good clicks because it's not something you do often, and it'll make people laugh and they'll get a little excited about it. For sure, it's definitely good, especially when you want to, like you said, call out someone who's, purposely doing this type of stuff, and you want to shine a spotlight on that. I think that definitely draws some attention as long as you do it right. You got to sprinkle it in here and there, I think.
Yeah. Whole Milk actually put Shinola at least have some original designs. Well, when I made that video, they were copying Timex watches, so at that time they didn't. Anyway, so that was quite a good topic. Just seeing if there's anything else that's come up. JJ, did we do a wrist shot of you? Did we do?
I think I might have given a small one. I got on the Tudor Pelagos 39 today.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
I tell you, this is one of my favorite watch. This is probably my favorite watch release of the year. I know a lot of. Let me see if I get a good.
Need to cover your face.
Yeah, cover your face, JJ.
That's it. A lot better.
I love it. And then we did that as a joke because Red Shovel did that as a joke, didn't he? Covered his face.
Yeah, no, but it worked.
That actually worked.
I hear the uglier you are, the faster it works. So I don't know. I'm pretty ugly, so we'll get there. But
yeah, I got to review one of those Pelagos. Well, I got to review it, but I had to do it in the store. I've got a friend who works in the Tudor boutique here in Orlando, and he said, "Hey, I've got one of these in. Do you want to look at it? It's a customer's one." And I managed to get it was shots on my phone and stuff. I made a video of it. I went in a couple of weeks ago and he said that's the only one we've seen. That one that you got to see is the only one.
I deal with two ADs in general most of the time. They have different brands, so I go for different things. But there is some crossover, and they both have Tudor, right? So I've been asking them since like the day the news broke. Hey, when this comes in, I want this watch. I want to try it out. I figure worst case, if I dislike it, like I didn't want to say maybe. I'll definitely take it. Give me whenever you get me one. I figured worst case, I would just put it on eBay, whatever, get rid of it, win or loss a little bit of money. Usually, Tudor in the beginning, the first like 6 months, right, there's always a little premium. Then it always seems to come back down. So I figured I couldn't get too hurt either way. So I said, definitely get me it. Between the two of them, this was the first one that either of them got.
Wow.
And I got it like last week. I know some people like one of the guys in our chat got it early on, maybe like 2 months ago. But they said like they just did a bad job of they promoted it, they put it out there, and they just have no product yet. I'm sure they'll all be coming down, down the line. They'll be pumping them out, but there just aren't any right now. He said I have a full list of people waiting for them. He had like 35 people waiting. And he's like, I remember you asked me like the first day it came out, so I'm calling you. And
Omega seem to have the same problem with some of their models as well. The Green Seamaster they released in March. My local boutique has seen 2. They haven't seen an Ultra Deep yet.
The Aquaterras, one of my ADs just got an Ultra Deep today, first one.
Yeah,
just got it.
And then a lot of the other things.
Aquaterras, they don't have any of those with the terracotta and all those colors.
A lot of the watches that they launched in March just aren't coming through the system either in the US or even in Europe. So there's watches you want to see like that Green Seamaster. I'm not necessarily going to buy it, but I want to see it just in case I do want to buy it. And they go, oh yeah, we've had 2, and they've gone straight to customers who pre-ordered and deposit. Sort of the ADs and the boutiques are getting frustrated.
I wonder why. Do you think that's still supply chain stuff, or do you think it's they used to. I mean, you used to see a lot of Omegas on the grey market, didn't you? Like Joma
Yeah.
would always have Joma shop would always have a healthy selection of Omegas. So I wonder whether they're
they
trying
did
to
have
the market.
they did have the effort to cut down what was released onto the grey market. Omega pulled out of most of the Caribbean because of the discounts.
I think
so.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the popular models, the new stuff, seems to be particularly slow.
I think this is a strategy. I think they're trying to follow Rolex formula a little bit, pump the watch up before it's even ready, get the buzz going. Everyone's going into the dealer. Hey, you got this? No, it's waitlisted. We don't have it. It's waitlisted. This way there's no discounts. Everybody's just happy to get one when they get one. See, the fine line is though, let's say like the green Seamaster, for example, you put it out so long ago, the buzz, by the time you put it out, the buzz is already dying down, and then nobody wants it. Like, there's a fine line where you got to get it out,
Yeah, I mean, the Omega boutiques have been cracking down on discounts for years. If you're lucky in the US, a 5 or 7% if you're lucky. And for the popular models, nothing.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, it was funny because this Rolex that I bought was a brand new, this is a new dial configuration for this year, the mint green. And I only waited like 4 months for it. I thought I was going to wait for quite a while. It seems that supply chain seems freeing up. But that Seamaster, the 300 with the green dial, Dave at Scottish Watches, he joined one of our live streams and says that's one of his standout watches from last year. He says the green is like amazing in person.
Yeah.
So
I'd love to see it in person because I do like a Seamaster, but just can't see it. But then, Omega, you can still buy watches they released 6 years ago. Brand new
ones and stuff. Yeah, there's the Olympic rings from the not from London, but maybe the one after Rio with the.
I picked up a Speedmaster Rio, brand new, 6 years old in a boutique.
Well,
it went wrong because it had been sitting around for 6 years, but it was brand new and had to go back to service.
Yeah. It's interesting because I wonder this about. I thought about this about Rolex for a long time, and maybe Omega to a certain extent, is that a lot of people, especially Rolex, a lot of people have got into Rolex, I think, through like knowing like their father or uncle or somebody at their work had a Rolex, had a date just, or the same with the Omega, that the Speedmaster people, engineers knew people that had them. And I wonder whether now that watches have got so expensive that they kind of miss that generational gap where a lot of people are like, oh, just my father never had one because
it was my father's Omega that got me into Omega.
Yeah. So you wonder whether they're kind of thinking short term with this supply chain, or whether they know better than anyone else.
Well, Omega in particular took the opportunity over COVID to cut their production. They went from about 810,000 down to about 600,000 and don't seem to have started ramping production up again.
Because they've only got like 7% of the market, haven't they? I think Rolex is like 28% of the market, but Omega's like number 2 with 7% or something.
Yeah, and then if you look at the rest of the Swatch group, they're much closer. But as a single brand, Rolex own it.
That'd be interesting.
I got a question. Since Rolex really took off through COVID, I mean it was up before that too, but since like the real takeoff and like now the market's come back down, what other brand do you think had the most significant rise and fall, like from the wave of Rolex? I would say like in like the Breitling, Cartier, Omega, in that range, not like anything higher up. I would say something like more like in that range.
Cartier, big time.
Which one?
Cartier, Tudor, certainly,
yeah. Well, Cartier was what came to mind for me. I think.
Well, you mean you think they got hyped up, and then now perhaps there's a lot more watches?
No, for me, Cartier is not falling. They've risen, but not fallen. I don't think yet.
Right, like I think they caught the rise off of the Rolex hype. Like you started seeing Santos going, waitlisted over retail. I'm like, what is going on right now? It's a beautiful watch. I like Cartier, but it just it's something like I've never even seen. And obviously it's come back down to somewhat of a decent level, but not like a tremendous crash as like the more hype watches have. But I think they got I think they got the biggest push. I see James in the chat is saying Grand Seiko is also could be one, but I'm just curious what you guys think about that. Is there any other like mid-level luxury brands that you think got a significant push that really impacted them?
Yeah, one comes to mind for me, but just before I say it, Ari G, thank you so much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ari.
Well, you also have to have a brand that could afford the marketing when sales were down, so that you can spend money in a difficult environment.
Yeah, I think Vacheron comes to mind for me. I think Vacheron really saw quite the uptake, didn't they? Of people, they seem to be quite sought after. I think during COVID, I remember a lot of people talking more about them.
Maybe also Gerard Perregaux. They're trying, particularly after they've gone independent, and we'll see how that works for them.
I think all those integrated bracelets really got the push though from more like the Nautilus and the Royal Oaks, and then it was like, all right, we can't afford either of those. Let's go for the overseas. I have an overseas. I think first of all, it's a beautiful watch. It's just as good as any of those, but they seem to be the forgotten one. They did get pumped up with the craze, but they came back down like super hard. Thank goodness.
Right?
I didn't purchase it during any type of craze like that, but yeah, I could see Vacheron did get a huge push with that whole integrated bracelet style on the higher end. I would say. I mean, at one point that watch is what, like 22,000 and change. I think for the blue for the overseas, the 3-hand. And the blue dial at one point, I mean, you saw them listed at like 60,000. Now you could get them under 30. It was quite a ride for a year,
Yeah, if you're left holding the bag on one of those, although you wonder whether those ever sold, did they? I know I joined a live stream with Roman Schaaf, and he was saying that basically all those high dollar Daytonas were just being traded between dealers at that price. He didn't actually sell one to a punter at the 60 grand or whatever it was, for just the steel one or whatever, because they went up quite a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of that was B2B, just horse trading back and forth and moving product. But, people were definitely paying. I mean, maybe not, I remember with Daytonas as well, like almost 50, 55 listed on the high end. But I'm sure people were still paying high 40s, close to 50 at some point. Like, to me, it's like if I missed the train on that watch, I don't know. There's no FOMO for me. I'm just like, all right, I guess I'm not getting that one until things change again,
I was reviewing Daytonas. I live in Orlando, in Florida now, but I used to live by Miguel, SoCal, and near Bob's watches were like literally around the corner from me. So they used to let me go in and film them. And I was filming Daytonas, and they were selling them at $23,000, and I was like, "Wow, this is crazy! This is double retail." Little did I know that if I'd managed to put something together, I could have sold it for double that. Only 2 years later than that. But
it's always hindsight, right?
Yeah, Andy, do you think because vintage got a real boost during COVID, didn't it? Do you think that's settled back down?
Not really. No, like I guess if you look at current auctions, like Paul Newman's, I think have settled a little bit now. Pieces like the Cartier Pebble have just gone. Like that's another one jumping on the Cartier train. But if you look at vintage Cartier and modern Cartier, it's going crazy right now still. But I think in general, a lot of the hype vintage as well as the hype modern has cooled off a little bit, maybe just from like the coverage we did over at Tea and Tickers recently. Over like at the Phillips auctions. But yeah, I think it's still a lot of market demand, and I think a lot of people have got personally turned into vintage because there's a lot more accessibility there now. So even though its prices are up, it is more in general. You can access some pretty good watches for great prices still. So I think the market's still quite big. Yeah,
I think vintage is one of the biggest beneficiaries of the boost because they have, like you said, some of the more hype ones have come down a little bit, but in general they've stayed up pretty good. And I think that's also true for some of the high end independents. And it really comes down to scarcity, right? Now, Rolex had some artificial demand. It's and I love Rolex. I'm a Rolex fanboy, admittedly, without a doubt. But people start to realize there's so many of them out there, and that's why you see the prices come down so hard. Whereas, let's say higher end like FP Journe or Richard Mille, like those watches, and I know Roman had done something with Marco recently where he was saying that actually held up the best since the drop from the peak, like Richard Mille hasn't actually lost as much. Vintage is not really my field. I can enjoy the aesthetics, but it's not something I wear, or it's just too much of a minefield for me. I don't know enough. I don't have like that, like anyone to help me, like, figure out what's what. So I just steer clear, but I could appreciate for what they are. But I think that's what it really has come down to now. Like the more, when you start seeing the more scarcity, like people who are making 800 watches a year, or or a couple thousand, they're kind of staying up because they're just too hard to still get.
To get, yeah, that's fair. But yeah, it's interesting times, isn't it, at the moment? But yeah, vintage. I think the vintage market for me, I guess I'm really into the vintage market. So for me, I think there's a lot more excitement in there at the moment, and a lot more opportunity to get great pieces. But also, it is cooling off a lot more in the general new market as well. So, but the supply is still there. The supply issues is still there, right?
Mm-hmm. Just want to say thank you to Mr. Ghost. And who has a really cool vintage collection, vintage Rolex collection that I saw? Watch Eric. You guys are familiar with Watch Eric?
Yeah.
I was down in Miami, and I went to meet up with him for a couple hours at his shop, and we were looking at just his watches, whatever he's selling. He's like, "Oh, I want to show you something cool." Opened up his box of all vintage. He had a Ghost Sub, he had a Berthier, a GMT, a bunch of different stuff, and he also likes a lot of the gem set, like day dates and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
But he had a very, very cool, like neo vintage, I would say, more Rolex set. I was pretty impressed by that. It was definitely, like I said, I wouldn't probably wear those a lot, but I could definitely see someone like appreciating the art of it and just having it together in a nice collection like that.
Yeah, actually, we've got a question coming in about, I don't know whether any of us are the experts here, but on the micro brands. So Fernando's saying, do micro brands really make any serious money? Why do these companies get started? Mostly industry by insiders, mad collectors, or cash? And when do they know they deserve your support? I don't know what you have to define a micro brand, wouldn't you, really, to start with? But I think a lot are started by enthusiasts, or you get a lot started by people that are marketers. Yeah, Kickstarter. People that know marketing.
A lot of them start Kickstarter. They get the money up front. For those who are not sure what Kickstarter is, basically you pay the money up front, and then you kind of build the watch. So that's how a lot of them do that.
Yeah.
I think you want to see really who's behind the brand, right? Are they enthusiasts that really got together and decided to put something really cool together and reach out to case makers and movement makers, and build a watch? Or is it just someone like who said, hey, I'm going to tap into the watch market and create a marketing buzz and push out just whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the one I think, well, I mean, there's a lots that are set up by enthusiasts, but I think the one company that went above and beyond setting up the micro brand was that Renbach one, where they got the old Soviet Russian rocket that had been to space. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've heard of that brand, and they basically bought the rocket. They hauled it out of some field somewhere in Russia and actually cut the dials out of the rocket casing. Wow! It's actually, and they videoed the whole thing, and it was quite interesting. I've tried to get them on the channel before, but that's one that I think of. They like fully committed to this one idea and then kind of went for it, which I think is pretty good. But yeah, I know there's the trend certainly in the UK sort of scene is that they prefer to be called like independent watchmakers rather than micro brands, because I think micro brands is sort of small batches, like we're going to make one watch and then it probably won't come back. But where there's people that have got consistent, because Fears only make a couple of hundred watches a year. Yeah, it's like small batches, but they have consistent models and stuff like that. Whereas, there's but there's a lot of value in the micro brand sector, as well. You can get a lot of watch for your money if you know what you're doing.
Is Ming still a micro brand, or are they beyond that now?
No. It seems like
how do we feel about Ming? Yeah,
arguably with their pricing, they're beyond micro brand.
Right. I think that's kind of what where in the beginning I was interested, but now I kind of like where the pricing has gone and everything. It's kind of lost a little bit of interest for me. I see Swiss in the chat brought up a pretty interesting brand. If you guys are familiar with the Furlan Marie,
Yeah.
I think that's pretty interesting, and you could see like the enthusiasm in a watch like that, watch brand like that. I wish the case sizes were slightly larger, but some interesting stuff coming out from that brand.
It's what's the other one? Is it Baltic also? What are going crazy lately?
Yep.
Like they
Yeah,
just
Baltic.
recently did the chronograph and just
Well, they hit it big with their micro rotor watch as well, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. But before that, they had the were they using SOPROD movements in that GMT? They had a GMT that did really well, and their earlier ones. You've reviewed the Baltics, Miguel, have you?
I actually bought one. I haven't gotten it yet. The MR01 with the micro rotor. So still yet to see it. And I actually have a little bit. I just don't want to say too much, but I do have a little bit of insight as to the whole micro brand space. I've been doing a podcast for almost 3 years. I've had Monta on, have had just Fierce on, have had a lot of people, and we talk behind the scenes. They give a lot of information, and about right in the start of COVID, I wanted to start a micro brand, right? And looked at the whole thing. I talked to Nicholas at Fierce. He gave me some good advice. Spoke to just different people, right? And the reason for me personally, why I wanted to start a micro brand is number one, because I didn't want to do my job anymore, right? I was like, I don't want to just do my job. And I love watches so much. I want to do that. And also, I love all these watches, but I want to design something that's going to speak to me and something that I think brings value to people. Once I started looking into the prices, man, I was like, all right, in order to start a micro brand, I need at least, with marketing, with everything, at least like between $120,000 $150,000 to create like a 350 numbered, or 500. I think it was 350 watches, right? That's it. You, for $120,000 with marketing, with everything, that's kind of what you're getting. Each watch with a Miura 9000 series movement, stainless steel with a bracelet and just cool stuff. I wanted a diver, of course. It was going to run me, my price was going to be about $250 a pop. With the box, with the instructions, with everything landed, my price was going to be about $250. So that's because I'm a small guy, right? So I was looking at these guys selling them for $600, $700, $800. I was like, okay, that's a good margin in there, but also something you need to consider is the return rate, because Nicholas from Fierce told me that. He's like, look, whatever you price your watch at, be careful, because you will get some returns. You will get people losing, changing their mind. And also, you can't control all these movements. Sure, you're using a Miura 9000 series and they're great, reliable movements, but with a badge of 350 watches, unless you're regulating them in house and all that, then you're going to have some watches that are not going to work. Consider that, right? So long story short, I couldn't do it. I couldn't come up with the money. So we looked at Kickstarter. But the problem with Kickstarter is that there's so many watches out there that how do you compete with the crowd unless your watch is badass, kind of like Studio Underdog, where that guy made something that's so different, so new, so fresh.
Yeah,
that
I'm
people
going to
go,
mention
wow.
him.
Yeah, absolutely. But his
he,
design,
he regulates all his movements. All his movements are regulated by somebody else. So he gets them from whoever he gets. I can't remember. Or
no, they're the Chinese.
The Seagull
movement.
Yeah,
Seagull movement.
yeah.
That's right. But he gets them independently regulated by his man before they go out. So his tolerances on that Seagull are a lot better than he should be, which is pretty good. So
yeah, but something he's not saying, or maybe he is saying, is how much money he had behind him, right? Because it takes. I spoke to an investor, right, and he's like, "Well, how much money are you bringing in? Because this is how much we're bringing in, and is it going to be successful? Right? You have your YouTube channel and your podcast. What is the risk?" And I looked at it, and honestly, I was just like, you know what, I kind of backed out. I was like, it's too complicated, right? It's too much money, and you got to go all in. You just can't kind of half do it and kind of half not do it. And also having your own YouTube channel, it's kind of hard to promote your own brand because you come across very biased. And I know a lot of YouTubers, but again, it's like a lot of them wouldn't just do it for free. I mean, I am their friend, but at the end of the day, they will probably want to watch. So now instead of 350 watches, now I have to produce 450 because I got to give 100 of them away, and it's a lot of money, right? So to answer that gentleman's question is like, everybody has different motives as to why they're building a micro brand, but I could tell some people are just in it for the money. They just want to make a quick buck, but other companies really genuinely want to create a legacy brand, right? And they're in it for the right reasons, right? And every single person is different. Like Fierce watches, right? His story is completely different. Nicholas his whole grandpa and grandfather or great grandpa started a company he didn't even know. Then he kind of, discovered that. That was amazing. That's beautiful. And then you have somebody like Max Buser, right? And BNF. He used to work somewhere else and everything. Now he's not a watchmaker, but he's a genius. He's like the Steve Jobs of like the independent world, right? He has ideas, he knows how to connect people, and that's valuable as well, right? So why people start micro brands, it could be a number of reasons. And like JJ said, I believe you said that you need to know the people behind the brand, and that's huge, right? Because if you believe in their story, or they're like vintage collectors, and you're like, man, they really know what they're doing. They know what the best aesthetic or the best whatever it was from each brand, and they're just kind of meshing it all together in an affordable package, Baltic. You buy it because you're like, man, I'm getting something that looks vintage. It looks amazing, but I know it's reliable. It comes with a warranty. I know it's going to work, as water resistance. And for a lot of people, getting the kudos from the community, getting that respect. And I know respect, everybody poo-poos on every brand, but for the most part, you tell somebody I have a Baltic, they go, oh, wow, that's cool. That's a cool watch, right? As opposed to saying,
into the Scottish watches guys, we did a sort of brand tour of New York over the summer.
Oh, cool.
And, just looking all the boutiques.
Yeah.
One of the guys had the Baltic, had one of the first batches of the Baltic.
That's cool.
And so we wandered into the Vacheron boutique, and the guy who was talking to us noticed this Baltic and went crazy. He's going, mine hasn't arrived yet. Mine hasn't arrived yet. So he was like, that totally sort of lost the whole conversation about what Vacheron was saying for 20 minutes because they were looking at the Baltic.
But that's the cool thing about a micro brand. It's almost like an exclusive club. Like if you know, right? And it gets to the point where, like a Ming, right? JJ was saying it lost the allure of like, oh, it's so cool, and now it's kind of mass market where it's kind of played out now, and it's like, do I really want to be
Halios? Is Halios still in business? Because they were the micro brand.
They were the darling, yeah.
And whether he was ill, I don't know what happened to the guy, but they seem to have disappeared off the scene now.
Yeah, I think it's definitely difficult to. I think it would.
You're right. It's sustain if you're a one-man band.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is. I know I speak a lot to Ryan and Reagan over at Veya, the two guys who set up that company in Venice Beach, and now they have got. They're trying to get as much of the watch assembled and made in the US, but just some components are impossible, like the mainsprings and stuff. And they really struggle with it. I had a good conversation with them because they're priced really well, the Veya watches, and they sent me watches in for review in the past. But I really believe in what they're doing. And it was funny because they put a lot of effort into design and stuff, and then they were kind of all the money that they earn, they pull back into watches. And it was funny because we're having this conversation. They asked me about Brew watches, and they were like, how come Brew is doing so well? And I think Brew was like another darling micro brand, isn't it? I know they're in New York, so Hodinkee really sort of captured them, and they've got that like quirky design to them. They're quartz watches, and they seem to be a bit of a darling at the moment. I've not. Miguel, have you seen a Brew, or JJ, have you seen a Brew?
No. Never seen one in person, but you hit a really good point, Sam. It's almost like the brand ambassadors, right? So let me try to reiterate this or break it down.
Jonathan Farrell of Brew,
right.
The brand, and he's a very nice guy, and the watches are nice, but he became part of the brand.
Yeah,
there is no Brew without Jonathan.
Right. Well, I guess you hit a really good point, because there's a lot of good micro brands out there, really good looking watches with great specs for great money, but also it's the people you associate your brand with. And Sam, you hit the nail on the head. They associated themselves with the Hodinkees of the world, right? The who else that they partner up with? The Grey NATO, right? So the guys over there at the Grey NATO doing big things, and they have big numbers, right? A lot of listeners, and it's kind of like a cool little, like, oh, if Hodinkee's recommending it, then I gotta go with that brand. And unfortunately, and I've spoken to brands, I'm like, how come you don't promote it in Hodinkee? And it's like, they want too much money, we can't afford it, or we don't know anybody on the inside of Hodinkee that will get us a story or give us a little bit of like a shout, right? So that's why I think Brew is very different, man. I mean, the Tourneau style shape, You don't see that very often, right? Back in the day. Now, obviously, with the popularity of Cartier and the different watches coming out with that style of shape, I think is becoming a little more popular. But yeah, Brew watches is definitely different. So
yeah, I'll flash it up here if anybody's not familiar with Brew. But they've got that, and they even use Mecha Quartz. They use a Mecha Quartz, but thankfully they've took that ridiculous 24-hour dial off. Yeah, and then I might as well. I'll have to. Now I've mentioned Veya, I'll have to show Veya, but I'm a big fan of this brand. I like them ever since the start. They made quartz watches to start with, and now they've got this the whole design of the thing with Veya is that they're the only brand that will that guarantees the water resistance. Like if the water resistance of these watches fail, that they actually guarantee it. No other watch company will do that, and it's because they come from that surfing kind of they were two surfers and they came from that surfing thing. But yeah, they made they sent me this in for review, which I really was taken by. It's based on that Jaeger LeCoultre. I forget which one, but there you go.
Well, I quite like that.
Yeah.
What was the one called that you showed before? The square one?
Which one? Brew. Yeah.
Watch. Oh, yeah. That reminds me of that watch reminds me of Watchfinder just did watch Main, MAEN, and it has it's not a chronograph, it's just but it's similar aesthetic to that square shape. It kind of reminded me of it a little different, but these are pretty cool. Actually, I saw that one on the end. That's the one I've seen before.
Yeah. So you mean Main, this brand?
Yeah. I think Watchfinder just the square one, the Manhattan.
Yeah. So I backed. Speaking of Kickstarter, I backed. They're called the name is actually Mayen. It looks like it's Maine, but it's Mayen, and it's named after, I believe, the ship that brought settlers to one of the ships that brought, I think, Dutch settlers to New York when it was New Amsterdam. So they based it on that it's named after that ship, I believe. But I backed them for a Kickstarter, and when the Kickstarter came, there was a couple of issues with it, but you felt more like it was because their supplier let them down, but you could tell the quality even then. So I bet you this is fantastic quality watch.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I just found it interesting recently that came out on Watchfinder. There's been quite a few. I feel like everything goes in like cycles, right? And like lately, like the $600 market has been a popular topic to cover, on different brands. But it's interesting to see different watches at different price points, what they can offer you at that price, right?
But I think the whole Kickstarter way of launching watches is fascinating. I've backed 3. First one, the campaign was successful, but the watch was a month late. Okay. Second one, campaign didn't get funded. You get your money back. The third one, the watch is a year late and I haven't got it yet. I'm not sure I'll do another Kickstarter.
I've done 2. I did that Mayen, and it came, and there was a few little issues, but you could tell it was because it was a Kickstarter one, and they actually, bizarrely enough, people complained about the loom on the hands, and they offered to send a new handset out to people. If you could get a watchmaker to fit it, and then I backed at Walbrook. Who have you guys heard of Walbrook? It's basically
I've heard of it. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
So this is one where it's all about because microbrand, it's all about a story, isn't it? It's all about having a story, and Walbrook, essentially, they were an old brand that were known for this watch called the Walbrook Skin Diver, which is this watch here. And it was I actually bought one to review I bought the new one, bought one to review it. And their thing is that Neil Armstrong, in his personal possessions when he passed away, when he gave to his brother his possessions, was one of these. It was called Douglas. Walbrook was, it's a French brand. Walbrook was in France and Douglas was in the US. It was a Douglas Skin Diver. So they based it on, look, this is the watch that Neil Armstrong probably really wore. So they built the brand around that. And when the watch came, unfortunately, they used that Miyota 8000 series, which I'm not like a fan of. I mean, it's noisy. You can hear the rotor going in it. But yeah, I actually the watch was really cool. I actually had somebody replace put a 9000 series Miota movement in it for me, Chris, who I do the podcast with. But yeah, they're another little micro brand that keeps they've got their design language, and they just bring out similar watches, and they've been going quite a while now. So yeah, I was glad that they've got all this. This was their sort of classic that they started out with. The Douglas Skin Diver.
Very nice, guys. I have to cut out. I really appreciate you having me on. Thank you. Sorry, I only had a limited amount of time today, but I appreciate you guys having me on. It was a really good chat. Hopefully, we can do this again sometimes.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
All right,
nice
thanks
JJ.
everybody. Take
Cheers,
care,
man. Everybody, join JJ Hangout channel. Go and give him a visit if you're not aware of him. So look out for JJ. Just look out for Gentleman's Hangout, and you'll find him there. He'll on YouTube regularly.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Take care.
Cheers.
Take care,
JJ.
Awesome. John, you're in hour 6 now, are you?
I know. I'm happy to wrap John. You are. It's up to you. I'm happy to. I'll stay on as long as you do, Sam. But it's
how long have we been going? We started at 4 o'clock, right?
Sam's is 4 hours. Sam's been going 4 hours 13 minutes.
And we went 2 hours before that, right?
We had to, yeah, 6 hours,
so
13 minutes we've been going. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, to trigger another topic, if we want to keep going.
Yeah, go for it.
Well,
go for it.
It's not a new topic, but it's touching back on what Sam was talking about, you know, I can't remember the brand, but where they used like some Soviet, you know, rocket to build the face of a watch, the dial of a watch.
Yeah.
And I know there's other brands out there, right? What use is one what's using parts of the Titanic, I think.
Yes.
Is it Roger Dubois? Or,
yeah, it's a bit triggering with people, isn't it, with that? Yeah.
Well, how do you feel on that? Do you think it's a novelty, or do you think it's cool to have a piece of history in your watch? What's your guys' feeling on that?
I think it goes in and out of fashion, doesn't it? Christopher Ward used to do the art metal watches where they take part of a Spitfire, part of a Messerschmitt or a BF 109, etc. And it seems to go in and out of fashion. But you've got to get the rest of the design right, otherwise it's still going to fail. It won't sell itself just because you've got a piece of, say, the Titanic in it. I think you have to get the rest of the design right to make it work.
Yeah, because that watch was a rusted element of it, wasn't it? It was in. I think producer Michael's got one of these. The actual bezel.
Dubois, or Dubois, I think something like this. Yeah.
And Braymont did it with a part of Stephen Hawking's desk, I think.
Yeah, and they did another one as well, didn't they? Braymont have used other elements as well in their watches, but. Yeah, actually, I didn't know they did the part with Stephen Hawkins. Let me have a look at it.
I mean, I know some people will go for the watch if it's a Spitfire, and one of their relations, you know, used to pilot Spitfire and stuff like that. People will go for that, but there are other people in the community who just think it's an absolute marketing BS. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to get people in. I mean, you know, the people don't have any time for it, and there's like William Wood who do the fireman's watches, and a lot of people love them, but a lot of people just think it's BS and think it's just making money out of, and it doesn't mean anything. You know, it's
I think. Sorry, Andy.
Yeah, go on, Sam. I was just going to say Zero West as well, right? Is that another brand? I think from the UK.
Yes, another watch that triggers a lot of people. I know people who love them and buy a load of them. A lot of people do, but there are people who beat on them mercilessly and say that it's just absolute, you know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I don't mind the idea. I tell you what, whilst you're talking about this, I've just remembered one Braymont that they released, and I thought it was ridiculous. I'll find it while you guys are talking about the parts. But it's
yeah. Well, a correction on my side. Watch It's Brian's just corrected me. It was the Roman Jerome. I think it is what did the Titanic DNA. I remember it was producer Michael watch. That's how I learned about that. So I mixed the brand up.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw one in the mix here, and this is so Braymont did this collaboration with Ronnie Wood from the Rolling Stones, and he apparently he's an art. Well, he is an artist. I shouldn't say apparently. He is an artist, and they got him to make dials. So what he did was when he was on tour with the Rolling Stones, in his hotel room, he was making these dials, and I bet you they thought that they were onto a winner here. But when you see them, they just I don't know. It's just maybe I don't know much about art, but it looks like a child has done this with like a Sharpie. You see, these are like, and they were knocking these out at. These were really expensive. So each individual dial is a different, a different hand painted dial by Ronnie Wood. But I'm not sure I could really feel the love of this one.
Yeah, no, that's pretty horrible. Yeah.
So was this Rolling Stones like circa 2000 what, or
no? This was I think this.
Drug-induced 1970s Rolling Stones. After you just
this was properly. This was only a few years ago. It hasn't even got a picture of Ronnie.
It's pretty recent, isn't it?
Yeah. It was the last 2 or 3 years. No, I think pre-COVID. But yeah, if you look at them, 38,000, and they only made 50 of them, and I bet you there's 50 still on the website. Do you see that? That was 38,000 flashed up at. I mean, look. I mean, they must have. I think he only did 50, but there must be. I mean, they're not obviously not flying off the shelves, are they?
Well, it's because he's involved. It's 50. It's because it's 30 odd grand because Ronnie Wood is like
extremely niche. Extremely niche, yeah. But I think it's also stuff, for me, going back to the one what uses parts of a Titanic. Like normally for a lot of people in the watch world, when you buy a watch, it's to represent some kind of success, right? Or some achievement in life. Do you want something what failed miserably attached inside your watch? It's kind of interesting, right?
I'm most familiar with the Christopher Ward art metal watches, that they seem to have struggled with every single one they put out. One of their, and whether this is rumor or legend, but one of their worst selling limited editions was a watch with metal from a Spitfire based on a fighter pilot called Aldear. Those things hung around even in the sales for at least 5 years or so. No one wanted them.
Oh no, she's got one. I know a friend of mine who's got like 20-something Christopher Wards.
Yeah,
I remember he's got an Aldear. I know he's mentioned it before. He has got one.
But I think the last one sold out this year.
Oh, right.
It took them ages.
Why do you think that is? Well, first of all, I would think if it was part of a Spitfire, I would think of, did they destroy a Spitfire to make it, or was it already damaged? Was it like crash
already junk? I think.
Right.
although with any of these aircraft now, they will rebuild them from scratch. If you've got one or two pieces, but especially effectively the vehicle identification plates, they can rebuild them from scratch.
Well,
yeah, I wouldn't be. I don't know would I be drawn to one. I like the idea of a meteorite dial, but because I also like the aesthetic of it, and not necessarily that it's from that. The fact that it's from space is cool, but I like the idea of a meteorite dial just because it does look cool.
Yeah, it's different that though. I think that's different, right? Because that's something cool what's crashed out of space, and it's a unique kind of material to use on the watch. But some plane what crashed in a war so many years ago, or some famous racing car, I don't know. For me, it doesn't quite appeal to me. I see it as a bit of a novelty.
It's a gimmick.
Yeah.
You're right, because you'd want the actual thing that it came from, that to be preserved, like the racing car to be actually preserved.
Yeah.
Instead of
I think
torn down.
A lot of watches they put these things in aren't very good designs either.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be right there, because I managed to find that. So it's this one, I think. So this is like the bezel, I think, is rusted out piece of
the Titanic one. Yeah, this is a one. Yeah.
So I wonder how they actually got that metal, because I know James Cameron's been down there, hasn't he? So, or whether it was,
I think it's from a specific piece of the Titanic which they somehow acclaimed or paid for, or however it works. But
I mean, that's what $33,000 as well.
I don't understand why you want a
This-
piece of a disaster stuck on your wrist.
Yeah, if it was like a piece of the Hindenburg or something.
Yeah, it represents failure, right, and death. It's not like it's something to be nice to be associated with. I don't think.
Yeah,
Opinion, but...
No, I agree with you. It wasn't. It's not a. You're not celebrating the thing that it came from. It was.
Yeah.
Arguably, because there's still people trapped down there, isn't there? Or at least their bodies are there. Yeah. It does. It does. I suppose that would feel weird for me as well. I don't know whether I'm not drawn
tragic.
To
yeah, it's a bit strange, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just see if there's any other comments coming back. Well, what about? I mean, is there any watches made from different materials that you've got on your radar? I mean, I think one of the best Omegas that I ever reviewed on the channel was the grey side of the moon watch that had the ceramic case, and I've always
lovely.
Yeah,
that's lovely.
I think the problem is that they're really expensive now. Unfortunately, they were expensive back then. I think actually I got it reviewed at Bob's Watches because at the time it was the dark side of the moon. Everybody was after the dark side, and then when they brought out the grey side with the rose gold elements and stuff, it was incredible. One of the best one of the best Omegas that I've ever reviewed in real life.
And then they had the white side of the moon as well.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're all the same size. I've tried them all on, but the white side just wore me. It just, it had so much presence. I didn't matter.
Yeah, and that was another. I'm trying to find the one. That was another meteorite dial one as well. I'm actually trying to find the one on Chrono because they had a meteorite dial as well as a ceramic case, but the only ones on Chrono are just the ones that had the grey dial.
But the grey side, I've tried it on a couple of times and it's lovely, but always at expensive now.
Not finding it. Oh, here we go. Here it is. This one with the meteorite dial and then the rose gold hands. Yeah, this is for $15,000. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh,
it's got this. The case is, although that case looks like it's steel there, doesn't it? But it's ceramic.
It's ceramic.
Oh, that looks steel, doesn't it?
Actually, it looks titanium to me. It's got like dull grey titanium.
Yeah, I don't think that's a grey side, Sam.
Is it?
The grey side has a greenish grey case.
Okay, have a look. What material is that? That says case material, ceramic. It does say that.
Ceramic men's watch. Yeah, I think it's just a really bad photo of it. Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
In the top left-hand corner, there's a regular grey side.
Yes. Yeah. This is the regular one, and then this is the one with the meteorite dial.
They also make some Planet Ocean ceramics as well.
No, one of the weirdest ones one of the weirdest Omegas that I ever reviewed on the channel. Let me see if they've got it. Probably murdered the spelling of that. I'm almost certainly have. Anyway, it was a Michael Phelps one. They had a Michael Phelps limited edition one. But it was a Planet Ocean ceramic. Oh. No, they haven't got one. Come on. All right, then. Just see if we've got any other... Oh, there's Patrick. Hey, welcome back.
Hey, everybody. Welcome.
Hey, ma'am.
It's like he heard the topic of watches made from strange material, and here he is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man, no, I didn't. I didn't realize I came on just in time.
Yeah.
I just put the baby down for a nap, and I decided to nap with the baby. So I'm feeling refreshed and have some caffeine in hand.
Well, we were just talking about. Well, the topic was: would you buy a watch that was made out of a material from from something like we were talking about the Titanic, we were talking about Spitfires, racing cars?
Probably not. So I'm on team. I like cool medals, but nostalgic medals, nah, probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were of a similar opinion. Like, we'd rather see the actual thing, you know, that it came from, like the actual real Spitfire be preserved rather than the. And then we started talking about ceramic Omegas, but obviously you know all about ceramic with your Gerard Perregaux.
Yeah, well, actually, I really love, the Gray Side of the Moon was on my possibility list. If they, I know it's going to be blasphemy to say this, but I wish they would just make that in a non-chrono. So if they pretty much took the gray ceramic and they made a Seamaster, or they made another type of watch, that would be perfect for me, because the dark side, gray side of the moon, it's a beautiful watch. It's maybe a little bit big, but I love the watch itself. It's just I'm just not a big chrono guy, so it would just sort of be wasted on me. But the material I love. I love they put the meteorite on there with the little gold flashes. I mean, I think it's an absolutely gorgeous watch. I just wish Omega would use it in one of their other case forms.
Yeah, and Brassic Times asking the question just for you, Patrick. What about other metals other than steel, titanium, like tungsten?
All over it. So I've got 2 tungsten watches, and a silver watch, now a bronze watch, 2 ceramic watches. What other? Do I have a titanium? I mean, I'm not usually. My Vortic is titanium, so technically, yes, I have a gilded titanium. Loomtech used to make a cobalt watch, which sort of has similar properties as tungsten, but I feel like there are a bunch of people who had allergies or something to it, because it very quickly kind of whisked off the market. Same idea of making, a watch with too much copper. Just a lot of people react to it, and so it might not be the most hypoallergenic watch. But obviously, tantalum's high on the list. Don't have any palladium in my life, but I would love it.
Yeah, I think cobalt. If you've not heard of it, that's like the shortage of the future, isn't it? Everybody's going to be talking, because the cobalt's used for lithium-ion batteries or something. It's needed for electric cars, isn't it? And they have to mine it and stuff. And
yeah, I'm sure it is. I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but yeah, there's lots of really cool. On Ticker's show, that's what I was kind of trying to talk with Bamford about, was just, hey, put some really cool metals out there, because not only does he have the ins with all these really awesome brands, but you can take a pretty standard watch that they've had for years. I mean, I know he's a huge Tag fan, and like, if you could take a Monaco or something and make it in a ceramic Monaco or a tungsten Monaco, I mean, something just off the wall, that would be absolutely amazing, and would be something that this kind of watch collector would definitely like grab onto.
They made that amazing watch, didn't they, Bamford, out of the, I think we've talked about it on the live stream a few times, the one that they made out of the cable that they use, the electrical cable that they use for nuclear power stations, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And I always wondered what had happened with it. And then I think he mentioned it on About Effing Time that they just didn't have enough people to buy it, so he's only got the one. He actually showed the prototype.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's talked about a couple, and I think he even did that on John's stream too, just in terms of, I think he had to have a minimum order of, it wasn't a high number. I mean, it was either like 14 or 40, and he just couldn't get enough people to sign on for it. But at the same time, it was early in his Bamfordness, and that's kind of what I told him now is, he's got a lot more pull in the community than he used to. I mean, I think he could make a watch like this fly off the shelves these days.
Yeah,
this is amazing, because this is the core of they took a cross section of the cable, and all the hexagons are the actual cable, and then this is the outer copper that covered it. It was from a nuclear power station or something. But really,
this is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the one that didn't go off, so he's got just one of these
to make the grade.
Yeah.
Wow.
Didn't.
Yeah, so
I mean,
he has like the single prototype. I can only imagine that was a very cool piece now.
Oh God.
yeah.
Okay.
Solid superconductor. Superconductor is a blanket term for a family of materials that superconduct. Oh, there you go.
It's not superconductive at room temperature. Guarantee that. You can call it a superconductor all you like, but it's not going to superconduct at room temperature.
Yeah.
Fair enough. There you go.
And of course, they didn't make it as a watch, but Chopek made their integrated sports watch into an osmium dialed watch, and I fell in love with that watch until I saw the price tag, and I was like, what? Because their little sports watch, costs about 22 grand by itself, which I mean that's pricey.
Antarctique.
But the osmium one was 80 grand. So you're pretty much paying a 60 grand premium for this rare material on the dial. I was like, holy smokes.
Well, what is osmium? Is it a stone? Is it a precious? Is it a gemstone?
It's a metallic element. It's a metal.
It's an element similar to all the other fun things we're talking about. It's just to make it in a crystalline form, I guess, takes a lot of pressure, work, and magic. And it almost looks like speckled diamonds. So it's just a very textured but very fiery dial. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. If you pull up a picture of that osmium Antarctique, you'll see it, and has just a little pop of red on the second hand. It really is just like a magical little watch that I fell in love with. But I like being married, so there's no way I'm buying that watch.
Yeah.
It's a pretty rare element as well, and so also getting the metallurgy right to make a watch.
Yeah, when I was in New York at the Watch Time event, the Chapek people were there, and I told them how much I loved it, and the guy was like, I know it says they're sold out, but I think there's actually one left if you're interested. And I was like, yeah.
Oh, no.
Interested, but not 80 grand interested.
Yeah,
they're amazing though. Yeah,
I'm trying to find a photo. Is it this blue one?
I mean, that's not it, but I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure somewhere in there, if the word osmium's in there.
Oh, there you go. That might be it.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Oh yeah, it's the rarest precious metal on Earth, osmium. Says the frozen star dial is the third option of the debut and is made from the rarest precious metal on Earth, osmium. Wow.
They're doing some amazing stuff. Like we recently were fortunate enough to interview Xavier, the CEO of Chopek, and the thing, apart from just the genuine passion he has, but the fact that they actually, when you send your watch for a service, they actually upgrade the movement for you free of charge as well. So say there's a newer version of the Antarctique with a superior movement inside, they constantly update your movement in your older model as well. So
isn't that heresy to the vintage watch world? It's now got a service
be.
dial and a service movement. It's not original.
Yeah, you could argue with that, but I guess if you're a purist, you can say, please, I want my Chopek to stay as I purchased it. But if you want to do that upgrade program, it's kind of a modern way of thinking of watchmaking.
I'll ask them to send the old movement back. Would they send you the old movement back? Your previous one?
Well, they upgrade components within the movement. So if there's a certain part of the movement what wasn't quite hitting the tolerance what they were happy with, and they improved it, then when you next send it for a service, they replace it to the newer improved part. So
yeah, you're completely right
awesome,
though. That's so polarizing. Some people would absolutely love it, like me, and some people would absolutely hate it. Because you're right. It is sort of breaking the tradition of your old watch. But for a modern piece, like I don't mind, make it better. But I mean, my Panerai, the movement it has in it doesn't hack. And if I send it back to Panerai for a service and they said, oh, by the way, we now make movements that hack, please add a hack. But
it makes you wonder why Rolex don't paint a T on a service dial to keep people happy.
Mm.
You send them a tritium dial, they can't send it back.
Mm.
So they put a service dial in. It doesn't have the T. Why don't they just paint the T on it and just tell you, on the receipt goes service dial with T.
It's like instead of the faux loom, it's not faux radium now. It's faux.
Yeah,
faux,
now it's faux
tritium.
tritium.
JJ wanted us to share his link to his channel, so if anybody wanted to check out JJ's Gentleman Hangouts, there's the link. Thanks, John, for that.
No problem at all.
Yeah, I mean, not to go down a rabbit hole on this, but what is everyone's opinion on the old radium look? I've never been a fan of it, especially when it's like really brown. When it goes, because to me, like to Andy's point about the Titanic being tragedy, I mean, radium was like, the most horrendous component they ever used in watchmaking. I mean, all those poor women that suffered from it, and to replicate that seems a little bit weird. But then I also see the point of the brownie tinge loom actually does work better on some watches than if it was stark white. No time
to
I mean,
die,
nailed
of
it.
course. That's got that brown on it.
Yeah, the No Time to Die, if that was like stark white markers, it just wouldn't look good. And that's kind of where, I know we've had probably that debate 1,000 times on different streams of, do you call it Fotina or do you just call it, off-white loom? Because you're right, if you call it Fotina, I kind of don't like it. But if you just say, hey, I just want it to be off-white because it isn't so, eye-popping, then I do like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a funny one, isn't it? It's a funny one because it's like an unauthentic Asian tool watch. Like if we're talking about with No Time to Die, right? It's looking like it's a little older than it actually is. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's what, because I had a really good lesson when I used to go into, when Bob's Watches used to kindly let me go in there and film there. I sat with one of their valuers and I wanted to interview her, but they were also, it's a bit of a trade secret how you value a Rolex, but her name was Sam as well. She went into quite a lot of detail about how they grade the dials, the cracking or the crazing as they call it on the dial. And if you've got one dial that's imperfect, but the whole dial is got that cracked porcelain look, it's quite valuable. But if you've only got it in one section, it actually can take away from the value of it. If it's just got like a little section of cracked crazing
like spider dial,
if it's only in one section. And she says that does happen. And then also the different grades of the magenta of the Pepsis, the different grades of the magenta that they went to.
No, crikey, I've seen that. Yeah, I've got a watch button that's got some absolutely crazy bezels from Pepsis from early. Some of the red has gone like pink. It's gone like a pink colour. And you can't... And I had to look and think to myself, was that proper red? And it was proper red, but it's gone like pink. It's crazy.
What do you guys think of that magenta bezel? Do you like it or do you hate it?
I like it. I like it.
I like it. I mean, me and Andy know somebody who has got a birth year Pepsi, and he got it fairly cheap because the vintage bezel from the 80s was swapped out from to a new one. And he likes
it's a crime, in my opinion.
It's a crime. Absolutely. The person who got the watch loves it. And I think it's an absolute sacrilege, an absolute crime like Andy does. That should have been as faded and as orange, pink, purple, whatever colour it actually should have been. Yeah.
The blue's completely faded out there, hasn't it? And then you've got that magenta.
And that magenta was red, was it? That was red, that magenta.
Yeah, it was red and blue. Yeah, it's originally red and blue. Yeah.
Well, I was about to say that I'm on team. I don't like the faded look, but I take it back for this model. The fact that there's no blue and there's no red and it's just like its own mystery. Yeah, I like this one, but I don't like the ones. I don't like the ones that are blue and pink. I think that just kind of looks ugly. But this one's pretty cool.
Yeah,
what year is that, please, Sam?
I think it's 1966.
Yeah, 66 it says.
56 or 66?
60, 66.
Oh, so that's my birthday watch. That wow, how much? 25k. Wow.
Go on,
And it's on a
buy it
NATO
now,
already.
buy it
You don't have to put it on.
And it's on a NATO as well. Shit.
But just
Yeah, you got to
imagine-
buy it live right now.
Right
Yeah,
now,
imagine-
yeah. Live.
I buy it. Will you
Live
owe
on
us the
air.
money back?
just
Yeah, but
imagine-
look at that. It's aged well, hasn't it? The hands and the loom on the hands and the loom on the bezel has aged. You know, they
Bonkers.
seem to be
That is
very
the-
much the same color.
That is the
Yeah.
most faded one I think I've never
Yeah,
seen
same
one
here.
like that. I've never seen one like that. I've never seen the blue that faded at all.
What's
I might
funny
have
is
seen
the red GMT hand stayed red. I'm surprised it didn't change in some shape or form
Yeah.
too.
No,
you
the,
can
the lights
imagine-
obviously the glass has reflected somehow back, hasn't it? Whatever UV has caused the red to go hasn't managed to hit the unless the hand been changed. Just check the spec, Sam. Does it say that the is that hand is that second hand original? So it's either, as you said, it's either the UV hasn't hit it or it's been changed.
Well, earlier I said would have liked to seen a Joker GMT. Now I have almost.
Yeah.
Just have to go vintage.
You could imagine Steinhardt bringing out that color scheme.
Oh, don't mention Stein out to Sam. Don't.
No, don't mention. Well, the thing is, Squale did a tropic, a 4-stage ceramic bezel, didn't they?
No, I can look
and
at
I
that all
actually
day.
had
That GMT, that beautiful. That GMT. I've never ever. I've seen the pink before, but I've never seen the blue go like that ever. That's bonkers.
Yeah, almost becomes a white. It's really kind of neat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was,
yeah.
wasn't it? Wow.
I forget which Squale it is, but they do a really nice. I don't know if they still sell it, but they did a force aged, and they made it ceramic as well. I'll have to try and find it here. It's one of the ones that looks cheekily a little bit like a. Oh well, there's a kind of like a faded one, but they did one of the ones that cheekily looks a bit like a Rolex Submariner. I'll let me remove it from the stream. I'll find it. It's called the Tropic.
Right, definitely. Bit of a debate here going on between date or no date, just to trigger you, Sam. So Peruka is no date, and what's wrong in date is a must. Well, people don't know that Sam will not buy a watch without a date. Full stop. He must have a date on. Absolute triggers him.
Yeah. I can't. I've got to have a date now. I mean, I know I wore a Speedmaster for like 10 years, but now I've got to have a date on it. Just to change the subject quick, there's the force-aged Squale with the force-aged loom, and it's got the like a force-aged ceramic bezel. So I think it's supposed to be like a Batman, like a faded Batman type of bezel. But
that blue could be more faded. That blue should be more faded though. That blue, that's a proper full-on blue. If they're going to make the top faded, they need to fade out the blue
the bottom a bit more.
Yeah, I own this watch for a bit. It actually does look. It does look good in real life. It does definitely change. I've got a review on the channel.
It looks actually quite. That actually looks quite nice. What movements in it?
They are. I think there are ETAs in them, or they're Selitas.
So how come? Tell me something. All right, I'll just stop you there. How come you don't like Steinhardt, but you like that? Is that supposed to be a copy of? So what is different to that a Steinhardt triggers you?
Okay, well, that's a great question. So for the starter, this doesn't. I mean, the case does look like a cheeky little bit like a Submariner, but the actual when you see it in real life, the proportions are totally off, and it doesn't have the Mercedes hands either. So I don't think you would fall.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't have like the Cyclops on it. It doesn't. I mean, the case shape is not far off a sub to be fair, but when you get it in real life, it's actually a lot thicker. It doesn't look.
What's the bracelet like? What's that bracelet like?
Do you know what? I didn't have it on this Jubilee. I can't remember. I think I might have had it on Noise type. The Squale bracelets are usually good, but they're usually very heavy.
Is this available? This watch now? Is this an old model?
Yeah, no, yeah, 839. Yeah.
I like.
They
this.
actually. I tell you what.
Seriously,
one I do.
I like this.
Yeah, I like the. If we go back to, let me just see if they've got the. There's a new Squale.
What's Andy laughing at?
I'm just laughing at your contradiction because you were like, no, it's too blue, is that? And then you're like, is this still available? I quite like
No,
this.
I'm looking at it more. I know.
Like-
Well, I kind of looked at it and I thought, well,
He's
no,
like,
it's
I
where
hate the
Sam's.
fake patina, but I'm going to buy one next week.
Hang on a
Yeah,
minute. No,
exactly,
but
yeah.
hold on a minute. You read reviews, and Sam's kind of said that it looks actually good in the flesh. So I believe Sam.
Okay.
Yeah.
It gets us. You know, I
Okay.
kind of.
You're gonna
like this
eBay
one.
it tonight, and you'll have it this week.
Yeah. I bet you'll be able to. You can pick them up usually at a discount as well. I like this one, the kind of like faded out black, like it's like a grey blue color. There you go. We'll be turning into the urban gentry if we talk any more about
I was going
Squall.
to say that's the only place I ever even hear the name Squall is on Urban Gentry. He definitely is a fan.
I was actually hopefully we might do a collab, but I actually I spoke to TGV a couple of weeks ago actually in person, well on a Zoom call. Really nice guy actually.
Oh, cool.
So we went. What have we done? We've done different metals. We've done faded loom. We've done faded bezels. What else have we? I mean, I feel like we've got to see this out for the full 5 hours, and there's like
12 minutes.
Now you can do wacky watches. You can criticize this watch if you want for a while.
Oh, okay. Let's zoom it in. So I've seen one pick on Andy. Show us again.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a robot watch with the crown is actually like a wind-up king.
Absolute Marmite.
Yep.
It really is a Marmite.
Yeah,
watch,
it's Marmite.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Marmite.
It does
Completely
sit well.
Marmite.
Well, Andy, I would love to hate on your watch, but I love it. So
Oh,
I think
wow.
I think the Azimuth little robot man is a cool watch, and I think if you picked it up at just the right time, since Tim Massa is going to be pimping his for the next 6 months. You know, if they're going to take off, they'll be harder to get now than they used to be. So I think it's a great little pickup, and it's got a lot of personality, and I like watches with personality.
There you go. Yeah.
I think it's a great watch. I'm not sure I could ever wear it, but it's the winder, the crown is the crown jewels of that watch really, with a little key to wind it up. So many lovely little details.
Yeah. So what is the deal with that, Andy? Where's it cut? Is it a new? Is it vintage? Is it?
So no, this is well, it's new, not new, but it's not vintage, and yeah, it's a GMT. So one of the robot eyes is the standard time, the other one is a GMT time. Then you have retrograde minutes. But the first thing I noticed with this watch is like the buckle is almost like an AP buckle. It's extremely thick, really well made. I'll try to show it on camera, but probably can't see it that well. But like the quality of the buckle is just insane.
Oh yeah.
It's even got like a little display back as well. And yeah, the guillotine on the actual rotor is really well done. And just the general quality is really high. But yeah, I just really like it. I think everybody needs a talking piece watch in their collection. And for me, this is this one just something a bit more out there, a bit more controversial, but nice if you're into it. And it's functional. It's really easy to tell the time on it, actually. It's got great loom on it, and it's quite comfortable once you get used to wearing it. So
yeah, you've got the bigger model, don't you? Isn't that the Series 1?
Series 1, yeah.
Yeah, because yours is it 50 or?
I think it wears at a 50, yeah, like a 50 millimeter.
I think the Series 2 is like down to 48, just to shave a little bit off of there. I mean, it's lugless, so even though that's a big size, it wears well.
It doesn't dominate the wrist not at all. It's as large as I would go. And I see in the chat like Peruka doesn't like it, which I'm not surprised. And it's totally fine, right? It's totally fine. But I think you'd appreciate it if you saw it. There's no way anybody can handle this watch and be like, oh, that's garbage, as in quality. Like the quality is superb. But yeah, I think it's fun just to have pieces like this, which are a little more wacky. But
yeah, kind of telling the story, aren't you? That's the key thing with it, isn't it? Having a little bit of the background story is part of the fun of having the watch.
The part that surprised me the most, because Andy, in the last 6 months, your collection of watches has become so vintage and small. then you buy the biggest watch imaginable. And I was just like,
Yeah.
how do you go from one day wearing, a very petite Cartier and then the next day wearing like a behemoth azimuth?
We had that
I love
Crepes,
it.
didn't you? That was a beast.
Yeah. I think I needed to replace the Crepes after that went. I was like, okay, I need one watch what gets people talking, whether it's positively or negatively. As long as I like it, that's fine, right? I like to have something a bit fun. But yeah, typically now I'm just into vintage dress watches. To be honest, that's my thing. But I like to have a few pieces like this one. What's just a great conversation starter, whether it's in what the hell is on your wrist, or that's really cool. Whichever camp it is, it starts a conversation. Yeah, and that's what for me. That's what watch collecting's all about. That's why we can talk about them for so long, right?
Yeah, so John,
absolutely.
I didn't hear your opinion. Do you like Andy's watch or no?
Well, last week we did a show a couple of weeks ago and kind of out there kind of watching, and it was like he produced that one and he produced another monstrosity, and out of the two, this one I preferred, but it's not me. It's not me. No, it's not me. It's just that's it. Fine. Really, it's not me. That's it. Fine.
But it gets you talking.
We might have Seiko Todd might be joining us in a minute, so we might be able to go a little bit. Yeah, obviously, John,
it's one of those watches that I'm glad it exists, but I'm not sure I could wear it.
Yeah.
Well, the one that Tim Masso got as a gift, I think it was. I don't know if you guys paid attention to it, but he made a video where he said that he was given one on a long-term loan. And then like a week later, he made a video. It's like, let me define what a long-term loan is. And he pretty much said, they gave it to me. and then he talked about it. And he said, well, this is like a $10,000 watch because he's got the limited edition bronze one that's got like an art series on it. And so, as I said, he's going to be advertising that watch for a while. But it's really cool, and I said I think the metal's fun, and I think the bronze one's fun. I think it's a great little watch.
Yeah, they are getting hot. There's not many around. Love it or hate them, but the price performance is great on them. Yeah, not that's the reason I bought it, but at the same time,
you got in at the right time because, as you said, if people influencers are talking about it, the price probably would go up a little bit at least. And it makes it a little harder to buy.
What? Sorry, Andy. What did you say the name of that watch was? I'll flash up a picture.
It's azimuth. So AZIMUTH BMF. So they're based in Singapore.
Asimov did iRobot or something? Is it linked? It just sells
No. Like they're founded in Singapore, but the Swiss-made watches. So, but it's where it originates from. Hence the link with the robot and like the 50s sci-fi. There we go. That's mine.
Yeah, a friend of mine's really big into NASA watches, and Azimuth makes a lot of NASA watches as well. So they make.
Oh, is that who they are? I think I've seen these actually.
They do some car versions and. Yeah, they do like watches based off cars as well, which are pretty out there, which I think are cool as well. I'd rock them.
Okay, so like a bit. That looks a bit like an MB&F, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I've had a few when I've done posts on Instagram with this watch. I have people commenting like, "Is that a MB&F?" I'm like, "No, it's an azimuth." But that's the next thing I need to order is the MB&F robot stand for it, and then got a good desk clock.
Yeah, I wasn't. It was only when I was watching Paul Thorpe's live stream, and Roman Scharf showed that robot stand, and I didn't know that he made those.
Yeah,
I bet
they're really cool.
Crazy expensive. I bet
they're not. I said that to Randy. How much are they? 30 quid or something, aren't they? Something ridiculous.
The stands,
cheap as
the robot stands.
Yeah, how much are the robot
stands? Not that
stands?
cheap. No, I don't know how much Roman's is. The standard one you can buy directly from MB&F collection for, I think it's around 200.
I thought you said it was cheaper than that. Was it? No. Possibly.
No. Well, maybe on eBay, but it's around 200 if you buy it direct.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, 200.
Oh, yeah. Mad. This one. 200 Swiss
Yeah.
francs.
Yeah, hey,
It looked
that
cool
stand
with
makes
this
that
one
watch
on it.
look so much better.
Yeah.
It makes it look like it's less.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's cool, isn't it? You gotta admit that is pretty cool, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah. I've got to buy that, right? I can't have this
Yeah.
watch and not have that. So
It looks like one of those things from electronics class. The hands that you hold the circuit boards for your soldering.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, it was funny when I first on a tangent when I first moved to the US. I got asked to do a job where I was soldering, and in the US they call it soldering, which to me sounds completely wrong.
Something else. Yeah.
That's something for a different
Very
stream.
different
That
meaning, yeah.
Yeah, so that was really cool. I don't know whether I would have one of those robot stands myself on the side. I suppose they look cool for certain watches.
Yeah. If you've got a robot watch, then you kind of got to do it, right?
Man, I guess you have to. You're right. You just put a head on that watch. Perfect.
Yeah, it's a crime not to do it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see if Seiko Todd is going to join us. He's got some. I think he's had a good year of buying watches as well. He's got a really nice Mont Blanc that he showed me, and when he came over here. I mean, what's everyone's view on Mont Blanc actually?
Okay, so when I went to some shopping place, I can't remember where it was in the UK, when I looked at some Mont Blanc, and they had something which looked a bit fancy, like a World Time, and then I think they said it was their own movement, and then when you question them a bit more and drill down, she kind of admitted that it wasn't really their own movement at all. It was a modified somebody else's. It was kind of all right. I wasn't that blown away by it.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the that green diver. Is it 1852 or something? I'm trying to find it now. But the only thing that put me actually, Dave at Scottish Watches has this watch, and he's the one that actually sort of a little bit put me off it, because apparently the power reserve is only like 38 hours or something on it.
Oh, ETA or Solita. That's the classic symptom. 38
Oh, is that
hours.
right?
Yeah.
So, because I always think of them being like in the 42, 45 hour mark. Is that because people...
That's what Pete McConville was saying when he did the Do You Care About Movements and said 42 hours. I was confused because the 2824 and the SW200 are 38.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that
If
right?
you have a lot of watches, who cares really? Who cares if it's 38 hours? If it's not a lot of watches. If you've got 50 watches or 30 or even 10 watches, you don't care, do you? Because I'm sure you swap it around, really.
Yeah.
No.
So, I wear my watches for 5 days at a time. I don't care because I wear them for 4 or 5 days and move on to the next one.
Is it strictly 4 or 5 days, or can you be? I mean, sometimes I'll swap it after a day. It depends how I feel. Seriously, really, it's not a thing with me. Just whenever.
It depends how disciplined I'm feeling, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
That's
swap between
the target. That's the target.
There's no rhyme or reason for me. There's no rhyme or reason at all. I wear one for a week, 2 weeks, a day.
You see, I change maybe 3 times a day. Yeah.
Oh, that would
I change a couple times a day sometimes.
That would just drive me nuts.
It depends what activity you're doing, right?
Yeah, that's true. I think this is why I can. If I get a new watch, I like wear it all the time, and I think that's maybe why I can disassociate myself from selling other watches, because I've literally just been wearing. Yeah, the 3 watches that I have, I do wear the Rolex, the Seiko, and then I bought maybe a topic for a bit later on, but I bought a super macro lens for my camera, and boy. I think I might have sent you some pictures, John, didn't I? I took
you showed me some pictures, and then we found.
Yeah, I'll actually flash them up, because it's quite funny that even in like the super, you want to be careful what you wish for, because I was like, oh great, this super macro lens will be awesome. I'll be able to take some really good shots, and I'm definitely going to use it for the channel.
We found a flaw,
goes
didn't we? What should we find a flaw? The Seiko was flawless. What I did? No, sorry, the Rolex was pretty flawless, wasn't we? Did we find?
Well, yeah. Let me show you. So this was the oh, I've lost everyone now. This was the Seiko. So hang on. This was the Seiko. This is the Seiko I'm wearing now, and you see there's like a tiny little bit of glue on the thing. And then if you go, I mean, the Rolex crown, absolutely flawless, of course.
Yeah.
But then when you get to the 5 there on the 45,
a little dots,
tiny little bit of misprinting.
Send it back. Send it back.
Well, this is great. This is super. The focal length of it, I have to have the lens right up against the watch, and I have to have this light at the sides on like 100, and I've got a little backup light. I mean, it just needs the light, but that was the only you couldn't. I don't even think you could see it with a loop, really. Maybe you could if you had a big loop, but everything else is like printed, flawlessly.
So a question. Now you know it's does it eat at you, or are you okay with
No, because there's no way. I mean, you can't even. The 45 is the same size as the indices, and the indices is obviously so tiny. You can hardly see the 45 with the naked eye anyway. So let alone being able to.
See, you need Andy, wouldn't it? Andy would sell it. Andy would get rid of it, wouldn't you, Andy? If you had that, you'd sell it. What? Yes, you would. It would eat you.
No, things like that doesn't. I don't get bothered about.
Really?
Not by marks or anything.
I'd be more eaten up by the glue on the Seiko S.
On the Seiko, maybe.
Because that one, you probably can see that now, at least with your eye or a loop or something. You might
be able to see it with a loop, but honestly, it was funny because I did kind of see a little speck when I was doing the review and when I was doing my other macro lens, which still gets in there pretty big. But this photo, obviously, this is like a 4K photo, so you can really kind of really get in there if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to have to drop, guys. Happy New Year.
Mark, thanks for joining.
Happy New Year to everyone. It was a pleasure to meet the Tea and Tickers team. And wishing you all the best for next year. Thank you all.
All right. Good night, Mark.
Feel free.
Cats are going crazy for supper, so.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Awesome. Yeah, so I don't know. I've took some more pictures. So I've got a Zodiac in for review. Mike had sent me a Zodiac in for review, Alona. So I've took some really detailed pictures of that, and I think it'll work out well because, especially, like, it really picks up the grain. The grain looks like the brushing looks like a different planet almost when you zoom in on it. I'm going to try and see if I can pull up some of the. Let me see if I can pull up some of the. I might not be able to do it. See if I can pull up some of the Zodiac photos. But, yeah. So let's see if I'll just check and see whether Todd is going to join us, and then that'll decide. That'll be the decider then if we continue.
Yeah. How long? Gosh, we've gone 7 hours now, John.
Yeah.
With half an hour break. So 6.5 hours.
We're good. We're all right. We're all right. We're good.
Let me I'll just show you the macros of the I'll show you the macros of the Zodiac. So there's the brushing on it, which looks awesome, and then there's their indices with the brushing behind, and then there's their little logo.
Well, Sam,
so
we
you
don't
really
have the photos.
there. Yeah, there's the crown. It's probably too close, really, but there's some just with the ordinary macro that I use.
Well, Sam, you still got us on the foreshot, so we can't see it.
Sorry.
So
there you go.
Sorry. This is the Zodiac, so there's the brushing on it.
Mm-hmm.
Very good, yeah.
And then there's the indice, with the brushing and the loom, and then there's a little printed logo. Okay. There's the hands.
No flaws on there, is there?
No, you got that crown, probably with a bit of my skin in it, and then there's the bezel. There's the polishing on the underside of the crystal, actually. So it's got a little bit.
Oh, wow, yeah.
But then there's the ordinary. That was the scale of the ordinary macro lens.
Yeah.
So going in that deep.
So the question I asked Sam when I saw these pictures a week ago was, if you got your brand new Rolex, you did all the camera shots, and you spotted that flaw on the Rolex. If you sent it back to them, would they just laugh at you? I mean, you sent them the pictures and said, look with what I'm looking at the microscope, you'll see it. Would they laugh at you, or would they replace the watch?
I don't think they'd replace a watch. They'll have tolerances, I think.
Yeah.
And that's probably a tolerance.
Yeah, because that's
it's anal. Completely anal. I know it is completely anal, but still, it's perfect, isn't it? It's like you don't expect it, do you? You don't. I mean, all right, Rolex going to expect someone to like do that magnification on it. They probably won't expect.
Well, I'm sure it won't be the first. I'm sure there is people who do.
Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah.
If you guys watch the Grand Caliber channel, Marco pulls out his little magnifying microscope on almost all those watches, and he says, it's amazing how few watches he doesn't find dust on. And so he just goes through and he's just like, there's dust on the crystal, there's dust on the dial, and you're kind of surprised because most of these watches were made in very sterile, dust-free rooms. So but they still get there.
Yeah.
So as you said, if you look for it, you'll find it.
Yeah, I bet you. Yeah, Andy, I bet you there's like something that's like, if it's imperceivable by the human eye, then it's that's the tolerance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be, right? Otherwise, where does it end?
Yeah, you'll find something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, actually, so Watches with Dennis says, I remember reading about someone sending a watch back to Ming over a micro loom flaw, and they just refunded him and said he was being too picky.
Wow.
No, it definitely doesn't. It definitely doesn't bother me. What would bother me though is if there was dust on the underside of the crystal. I mean, not that there would be on a Rolex, but I got my Speedmaster.
There is on a Rolex.
Oh, dust is there?
Yeah, that's what Marco was mostly talking about, was how much it's there. I think I took a picture of my Sky Dweller, and the angle of the shot that I have it, you can see all this little dust on the crystal.
Yeah, it was funny. When I did my State of the Watch collection, I actually wore one glove because I was like, and I even said in the watch collection, I'm like, I'm gonna have to wear one glove because the amount of times that you get like a tiny fingerprint or something on the watch, and then you don't necessarily see it through the viewfinder, but then when you upload it to the your computer or whatever in the editing software, you're just like kicking yourself, like, oh, I can't believe I did that. Got a fingerprint on it.
I take it Rolex is supposed to be put together in a dust-free environment then.
Yeah, but it's impossible because it's dust on your face, right? Skin is dust, right? Dead skin.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I've been to some of those data centers that are hidden away, and you have to go through security, and they have like sticky strips, so you walk over like what looks like sellotape, and you have to wear like a dust gown and stuff. But I can't imagine that even then you'd to your point, Andy, like a little bit of skin or dandruff or something. But you'd hope that they would be. Yeah, it's just
vigilant.
I don't know how you did it in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, but I tell you what, in a world of vintage watch collecting, you're guaranteed to find dust or even somebody's hair on the dial sometimes.
Oh yeah,
and it drives you nuts when you spot it, and you've got to take it all to pieces to clean the dial.
Yeah, all those watches have been opened up, and your local watchmaker isn't taking, they're not doing any of these repairs in a dust-free environment. They're trying their best, obviously, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, you just got to clean it yourself. When I say clean it, like in a correct way, obviously, it's certain tools you use to not damage the dial, of course.
Yeah, because I had a dial that was very badly damaged, that B1 that they'd used, like I was talking about it earlier in the stream, used like isopropyl alcohol or something on it, ruined the dial.
Yeah, it's like on cameras, you get the mirror inside, and whatever you do, you just can't get anything on it because you can't wipe it off with a cloth or anything. You literally got to get some. You got to send it away or buy some proper cleaning stuff or anything. It's so sensitive. You can't, you can't just.
Yeah.
If you see something on it, you can't wipe it with your hand.
Well, you get
Because
a dust blower for that, like
yeah,
a little.
it might be a fingerprint. Yeah, but it
suction.
might be something on it.
Yeah.
It might be something that a dust blower won't get rid of it. You got to get a cleaning kit for it. There might be some mark on it that a dust blower won't.
Oh no, you take it somewhere. Yeah, you can't do it yourself, really.
You can buy
I've got a lens
Amazon
that's
a kit for it to do it.
Yeah, I've got a lens where there's dust on the inside. You can actually see it on my Rolex review that I did. On some of the shots, you can see like
a little
bit of dust on it, which is I mean, I had to buy a new lens because I can't unless I dismantle the lens. I don't know whether I can get it. And it was just
you can send it to places to get clean. You probably could. If it's a £500 lens, it's probably worth you send it off to somewhere to get it cleaned. I'd imagine.
Yeah, this is just the kit lens. So I don't know.
Like the lens is easy to clean, to be honest. It's as John says, the mirror is if you get something on the mirror, a nightmare.
Yeah,
if you get dust on the inside of the lens, if it's sealed, how the hell can you clean that? You can't dismantle the lens. We're not talking on the outside of the lens.
Well, yeah, but normally if it's on the inner lens, you can clean the inner lens, no problem with a normal cloth on the outer lens. It's just a mirror.
Yeah, no, it's inside. So it's because it's like a bell
inside of the
it's inside
the inside of the outer lens that you get dust. It's got it inside. It's somehow made its way in it. That's what happens.
You'd have to. It has to be dismantled, I think, to get it professionally, or somebody has to. I mean, I might even dismantle it and see what happens because I'm not. I've got another lens. Bought another lens that serves that purpose now. So,
yeah,
awesome. Okay, well, let's just see if Todd.
You still see the Todd showing. What's going on?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just
saying that for the past 2 hours.
He better come because I'm about to run. I gotta film my unboxing of my tutor before the sun goes down.
So, well, I mean, what do you think, guys? Do you wanna do it another 15 minutes or something, and then make it 5.5 hours, or do you wanna just finish off now, or do you want to another topic?
I can think of many topics, but as you guys wish.
What do you think, John?
All day.
This is a partnership between our channels.
His batch ready. Can we do another 16 minutes batch, and then we call it quits?
Okay. Yeah, we can go another. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, till 1:30. Is that good?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right, I can stick till then.
Oh, thank you. So, and anyone else wants to join for 15 minutes of fame, come and join us.
And if you join, I'll jump off. So if you don't want to see my ugly face, jump on, and it'll be replaced.
Well, there's 10 people in the back room already, Patrick. You shouldn't have said that.
Pick a good subject, Andy. Pick a good contentious subject, please, for 15 minutes.
Gosh, well, there's a few, but one that I always like, and I'll skip on this one because I've kind of done it with a robot, I guess. But watches you like, but you don't really want to admit you like. So guilty pleasures is always a fun one.
Ooh. Yes.
So watch what you really like, but the Watch community might, frown upon you for liking it.
Oh yeah, got one of them.
Yeah.
Oh God, that is it.
Well, while I'm thinking of another answer, I'll pick this one off the shelf. I think this one fits in that category.
Oh,
yeah.
Because 90% of people would probably just say, "Hey, that is an ugly watch, and I can't believe you spent that much money on it." And you know what? I can't blame them. But kind of like you said earlier, Andy, you want to have at least one watch in your collection or something that just stands out from the rest, and it's your fun watch. And for me, whenever I first heard of it and sort of saw its exclusiveness, which is, I know some people hate limited editions, but I like them. It checked all the boxes. It's scratch proof. It's limited. It's weird, and it's made out of an odd material. So yes, and yes. And as I said, I will make a video about it soon, and I'm sure I will get as much hate as I will love. People just saying, gross, I hate it. And some people say, I love it. And so, it is kind of polarizing.
I agree with that one. I personally like it. I think it's a cool piece.
I'm going to see if I can find mine on there.
Yeah.
Well, I just found mine. I'm gonna post it in the private chat for Sam.
Well, Taruk is saying the Vacheron for him, the bathroom scale dress watch. If he's referring to is that like a jumping scale? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I love those. I love jumping hours, my favourites.
Yeah, let me. Mine's actually a vintage Casio.
Okay.
So John, you're gonna.
Yeah, mine's in the private chat.
Okay.
Okay.
Yours.
I covered mine last week, but for those who didn't see it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to up my game because mine's just a cheap Casio. But let me just figure this one out. Oh, so okay, John. So I actually interviewed. Oh, well, let me add it to the stream before I start. I actually interviewed the CEO of Ulysse Nadan.
Yeah, yeah, I like that. That's the freak. That's the first freak. I just love it. I just like the fact is that it's completely bonkers that the tourbillon is actually moving it moves on the hands. It's a moving tourbillon.
Yeah.
And you wind it up on the other side of it. So if you try and scroll to find a picture of the back.
Before I do that, I'm going to add in Seiko Todd. Hey, Todd.
Hey, Todd.
Hello, Seiko Todd.
Todd, my wish has been granted.
Oh, what?
Go
ahead.
No, I said if someone else joins, I can take my ugly mug off the screen. But hey, maybe I'll give you guys 2 more minutes because we're getting close to rush time anyway.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you found a Speedmaster with 100 meters of water resistance.
It could happen.
So there's the back of the freak. Now you wind it by turning the back bit, which looks like a bezel on the back. That's how you wind it, and you can tell whether it's wound or not with the coil spring opposite the emblem. So if that's coiled up tight, well, that means it's actually got a lot of power left on it, and as that spring unwinds, so it is a power reserve on the back. I know everyone takes the piss because I hate power reserves on the back of watches. I do, but that's an exception for this because I think it's an amazing looking watch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love the freak.
I just love the Mark 1 freak. I think he spoilt it by putting all the later freaks on. It didn't look. This just looks out there. This just looks brilliant. I just love it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I need to pick a better one for mine, but mine was this Casio Pro Trek. This is the first GPS watch. I've always, since I was a kid, I wanted one because. Do you know what? Actually, no, there is a better one. I know what it is. It's the Breitling Rescue.
Oh,
I know. Yeah, well,
emergency. Yeah.
The emergency. Yeah, sorry, the emergency. Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
Breitling emergency. Okay.
Yeah. Because I was thinking of this. That was just there we go. The Breitling emergency. There's just something so cool about it. The fact that it comes in its own little box to charge it with and everything. If anybody's, I'm sure everybody knows what this watch is. But if you pull it out, it will ring the Coast Guard, won't it? And the rescue services, and you get fined $10,000 or $20,000 if you.
And then you've got to send it back. Have you got to send it back to get it reset or something? Then
Yeah.
That's it.
It's a one-off use. Yeah. It's famously used in a Top Gear episode. It was used in Top Gear. Where they tested it
the Ford F-150 Raptor, which he was driving. Yeah, because Richard Hammond was lost, wasn't he, up the mountain, and then he wrapped the watch around the tree,
around the branch somewhere. Yeah.
I'm going to say that takes the classic Omega Wart and turns it into something extra. Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's an absolute beast. This thing.
What size is it? What size is it? It doesn't look that big. I mean,
they actually still sell it. They still sell this watch new. Here we go.
It's on a new frequency now, right?
What is it? 45 mil? Is it bigger than 45 mil?
Let's have a look.
So, I think the old ones don't work anymore because it's on the wrong frequency. What's not really monitored anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's good. Then you can buy the old one. You can pull it out and show your friends.
51 millimeters, John, with a 21 millimeter thickness.
How big?
Wow.
So it's 51 millimeters diameter, 21 millimeters thick, a lug to lug of 65, and a lug width of
my word.
26.
It's that 21. It's that 21 that I couldn't get. I mean, I've got a G-Shock that's 55 mil. That fits me, so that would be all right. But it's that 21 mil thickness that I'm spewing over. I couldn't.
That's crepper. That's like my old creppers. The hydrographer were 22. Well, 21 and a half. So it's same territory.
I mean, if you're out trekking somewhere, you'd have to wear it on the outside of your jacket because if you've got a closed cuff jacket, to not let wind in, a proper one, you ain't going to be fitting that bad boy under there, would you? You have to wear that over the outside of it, wouldn't you?
Do you not think? I'm with Sam though. I think this is cool because it does give you a sense of security, right? If you're somebody who travels a lot, So
what do you do? Press the button on this. What? Oh, do you pull it?
You pull that knob there? Yeah, you untwist it and it coils out. It's like it's an aerial basically.
Yeah,
so you activate it
and
pull the whole thing out, and then they wrap it around a tree. There is look up on YouTube what Andy mentioned about the Top Gear episode. It shows how it works, and then it shows that because they kind of all race to rescue him. Then
so you couldn't accidentally trigger it. You couldn't do anything like accidentally trigger it. You've got to do quite a good job to.
No, you got to pull it. You got to yank it out. Yeah,
you got to yank it out. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it unscrews and then you pull. Yeah.
I thought if you wore it on the outside of your jacket, you accidentally triggered it, and so it's cost you 10 grand.
I wonder how many kids found that watch sitting on their dad's nightstand and pulled it out.
So here you go. There's that. To Andy's point before, there's that image from Top Gear. There you go. Can you see it there?
All right.
It's pulling it out. Yeah, the coiled wire.
So is it 10? Is it 10 grand for? Was that a made up figure? Is it?
No,
really load of money?
No, it does. It does say. It says it somewhere in the specs about if you accidentally set it off. There's you do get you get fined if you accidentally set it off.
Pocket buys one and his child finds it accidentally and
well, it's a bit different, but
yanks it out.
I think
Daddy,
when you
look
buy
what
these,
I've done. Yeah.
Oh my god! While the SWAT team's
these,
kicking my door down.
Yeah.
But when you buy them directly, I think you go through a disclosure kind of form what you got to fill out about.
That's cool.
About the service, what it provides. Yeah.
Oh,
brand new.
I was way off. This cigar aficionado website is saying that actually it's $100,000. Says use it wisely. However, if the beacon needs to be rearmed at the factory after one use, another reason not to set it off is £1,000 fine assessed by the Federal Aviation Administration plus the search and rescue costs.
Oh my word!
So you get $100,000 fine, and then you have to pay for the search and rescue team that comes to your house.
No, I officially don't like this watch anymore. That's not worth it.
That's the danger of wearing it, though, isn't it? That's the thrill, the thrill of the chase. I wonder if they would. I wonder if they would ask actively if you just like the watch. I wonder if they would deactivate it for you or not.
I think you can take the battery out of it, and then it just doesn't work, right? It needs battery changing. So.
Oh, a separate battery for it. Yeah, because
there's a machine
that
you put it on to
cool.
test
That does look cool, doesn't it? I must admit that it does look.
It looks like a Cartier Crush from the back.
So it says a replace battery by April 2018. So yeah, maybe there's a different.
Are these 15 grand? These things are they?
Yeah, you can get them. You can get them on Chrono, but they're actually not. They're not the. You can't get like a big deal on them, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, I can't imagine those flying off the shelf.
Yeah. I think they're a couple of grand, $4,000 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're still going strong here, though. Yeah, you've got there's one that's 4,900. But yeah, they did them that style as well, where it's like the old. I've added that to thing. Like the old, Chronomat sort of style. There you go. There's what Andy mentioned. There's a little charging thing for it.
Oh right.
Yeah. Test it. Make sure it's receiving on the frequency.
Yeah.
That is cool. That is fine.
Go to the back.
Confess.
Go one picture back. That one was really odd. The case back.
Yeah.
the other direction, I think.
Oh yeah, you've got the hump at the back of those.
Yeah, because the new one doesn't have that big old hump. This
Yeah.
older style, holy cow, that just looked like you've
Yeah.
got a rod on your
There they are.
wrist.
How does that sit on your wrist
Yeah.
nicely when you've got that
That does
rod?
not look
It
comfortable.
doesn't, does it?
No, it doesn't, does it? Look like it sits skew up
So-
on your wrist.
Well, that one's well worn. Somebody's really worn that quite a bit.
So the reason I know a bit about these is because I was interested maybe 2 years ago at buying one. So
Oh, yeah.
maybe a bit like Sam, a bit of a guilty pleasure. Yeah, I
Mhm.
kind of thought they were cool as well.
Wow.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm going to officially run, so you guys enjoy the rest of the stream. And
Oh, we're off in 3 minutes. We're going, so yeah.
are you 3 minutes?
Yes, yeah, well, I'm definitely going in 3 minutes.
All right. I can stick for 3. I was thinking maybe you guys would stick a
Yeah,
little
we have-
longer.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Todd, how are you fixed? You just popped in to say hi.
sorry.
Sorry, you spoke to Seiko Todd, have we? Hello, Seiko Todd.
Todd,
Todd, where are you right now?
I'm actually in my in-laws' house in Southern Maryland at the moment.
Oh, awesome. Todd, we started off 5 hours 27 minutes ago asking the question, what's your favorite watch from this year? Your favorite watch release?
A favorite watch release from this year. Well, I mean, I did get in on the second. Well, technically, it's the third order of the Belcanto.
Oh yeah.
So when they came up with the 3 new colors, that they only, I can only find that in the email that came to me from Christopher Ward. I did not see anywhere where Christopher Ward announced that they were doing the new colorways. There's a purple, a light blue, the kind of light salmon dial that I did, and I think it's those 3 that came out. So I jumped on it as soon as I got the email and ordered, put a deposit down on getting the light salmon dial one. But and then delivery is supposed to be anywhere between July or December of next year, so it's going to be a while.
Yeah,
which is fine. So this is a 2023 watch at some point, but I would think just out of just surprise. Of course, we've covered it a bunch, but I think the Belcanto, in my mind, is one of the most remarkable releases of this year.
Yeah.
Can't argue with you there. I think I chose it as well.
Yeah, we had that a couple of times, didn't we? And then also, what do you think was the worst one, or the one you didn't care for?
The one I didn't care for. Let me see real quick. Wait, what's that?
Hate is such a strong word.
Well, what's funny is that you probably talked about this already, but Hodinkee named the watch of the year was the Swatch, the Omega Swatch collaboration, and I kind of understand that just in terms of its impact on the industry and in general, people that could care less about a luxury watch necessarily. We're really we're standing in line for for a mile or whatever, not maybe a mile, but for a long period of time. I'm sorry for people on the other side of the pond. That's a little more than a kilometer. 0.6.
It's miles in the UK.
It's miles for us.
That's right. UK has miles.
Yeah.
What am I thinking?
It's miles. Yeah. It is.
Miles.
And
in
kilometers
Celsius.
handy though in Spain, is it?
We're in kilometers over here. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
And I nearly got my head kicked in on the first day of trying to get a moon swatch, so I'm quite sort of like, yes, I know about that.
Yeah.
But I thought that it was maybe like the worst release in terms of how it was organized and stuff like that. But I don't know if I'd want one. I haven't held one in the flesh, so I don't know.
Yeah, I saw Palm's one in the flesh. Yeah, wasn't bad. And then what was the other one? Is there a watch on your radar for next year? You've got the Belcanto, but is there something else you've got your eye on?
So I'm thinking. It depends on a couple of different factors, right? I've been buying. I bought too many watches this year, but that's okay. So I've got my Zenith now, which is the last one that I bought, the Rainbow Chronograph, and so I'm debating if I really like vintage. I'm still looking at my vintage things more than maybe new, but I'd really like to get a JLC. I still have the JLC itch where I really want to get a JLC, and I know that's missing, and then a modern or more modern Grand Seiko. So one of those two might be on my list, depending on what happens. There's a couple others that I've been playing around with too in my head, but one of those two would probably be the major ones I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I think mine would be Grand Seiko, or if I came into a bit of money, I'd love an Explorer too. But
I've seen those actually come down in price somewhat. I mean, they're not cheap, but I've seen them in the US, $8,000-ish, depending on something like that.
Yeah, I might try and go to the AD again.
Yeah. Well, you've been really successful with that.
Yes, yeah, they've been very good to me. They've been very good to me. They actually sent me a nice note after the review that I made as well. So, yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So, what do you think? What do you think, guys? Do you want to end the stream, or Todd? Do you want to stay on a bit longer, or anybody wants to go for a little bit longer? I don't mind.
Well, I'm running.
You guys are probably worn out.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
We're only just getting started.
Yeah, I'm going to go in a minute. Andy, feel free to go if you want, mate. I'm done.
I don't know if I'm speaking much sense anymore. That's a worry, with the fatigue.
Oh, you are. I mean, I don't know what your normal level of sense is, but I don't feel like it's it's been consistent. And you agreed with me about the Breitling emergency, so that was a winner. That was there
we go.
I know. True. Okay, well, I'm just going to ask one more time in our live stream group if there's anyone else wants to join.
Okay, yeah. We've had a good old go at it, haven't we?
Yeah, because Sam, this one was 5.5, and John, how long was yours?
2 hours before that, and I've had half an hour break, as Batch has. But apart from that,
so yeah, almost 8 hours of live streaming. That's a pretty impressive day.
Yeah,
not bad, is it? Not bad.
Yeah, I think it's gone quite. I feel like it's gone quite fast. We've had certainly
quite
not
quick.
short.
Actually, it's gone very well. It could have been an absolute hit show, couldn't it? We didn't. Yeah, it wasn't really planned. It wasn't really planned. And I said at the beginning, the plan is we have no plan.
Yeah.
And I think it went really well.
So many watch topics. It's
great. Really good. Yeah. Right. So I'm going to say, I don't know if anyone's going to wrap it up, but I'm going to say, on behalf of the Tickers team, it was brilliant. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Thank you, everybody, in the comments for commenting throughout the day. Thank you for everybody who has dropped on. Thank you to JJ for dropping in for just over an hour. Thank you for everybody else who's come in. We had Brian. We had Ryan. Oh, we've had loads of people.
UK
Sam. UK Sam. Thank you, UK Sam. Thank you, Orlando Sam, for taking it over again. That was really good. Thank you. It's really good.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, John. We started this off as a little idea, a germ of an idea, didn't we? And I'm glad we managed to pull it off. And
you did say 20. You did say 24 hours.
I'm ready to go. Woo. I'm ready. Really? I'm just getting started.
Yeah, right.
He's like, I've cleared the schedule. I'm ready for 24 hours.
Hey. No, I think if we do that, we'd have to do like little shows, wouldn't we? We'd have to do little segments where we're doing like a game show and like a collection reviews, and then maybe some pre-recorded sections.
The old Tickers did have some games, didn't we?
We did, yeah. Luckily, we didn't need to pull them out, but they're for emergencies.
Earlier, yeah. I must admit, I suppose next time, if we go second or third, we might have to bring our little games back in just for a day,
Yeah.
Rate my hitter and the price is right.
Well, yeah, we can always adjust naming.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Dear. I'm going hilarious now, so I'm gonna go.
No, that was great. God, sorry, you only came on for the last 15 minutes, but you brought it home. You bookended it for us at the end.
Yeah. So obviously, if if anyone else is going to stay on, that's fine. But I'm out of here. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, we'll close it down. Yeah, we'll close it down.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Okay.
Pod, for joining. Thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Andy. All right. Thank you,
All right, guys.
everyone.
Hi,
for
everyone.
joining.
Yeah.
Have a good night,
Cheers,
everybody.
Peace.
Happy holidays.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.